Chapter 127. 0127 Ning Zimo had a helpless look on her face as she said, "Young Master Fu, I'm not a prize. Whoever wins will be rewarded. What does this have to do with spear skills?" When Fu Peng heard this, he also felt that his words weren't quite right. He hurriedly explained, "Miss Ning, that's not what I meant. I just feel that I should have a chance to fight for you. As the saying goes, without comparison, how can there be a high or low level? I can't lose without knowing why." Yi Fan was not interested at all, and said, "Forget it, I don't want to compete. You don't know how to use a gun." Fu Peng frowned. Miss Ning's marksmanship is very accurate, how could she fall for a man who doesn't know how to use a gun? "I will, but there's no need for me to compete, right?" Yi Fan felt a little annoyed. Fu Peng said, "Since that's the case, then compete with me. If you're a man, then don't be so wishy-washy. If I win, you have to leave Miss Ning. If I lose, I will never pursue Miss Ning again. How about it?" Ning Zimo said unhappily, "Young Master Fu, you have no right to interfere with my feelings." However, a trace of ridicule flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. He stretched out his hand, telling the woman not to speak. A contest between men? Interesting. Although I'm not interested in the competition, in order to prove who's more manly, I'll play with you. Yi Fan felt that if he continued to cower, he would seem too spineless. Especially in front of his own woman, it was necessary to properly display his dominance. Song Xinghe and Lu Jinger both had playful looks in their eyes. They both knew about Fu Peng's marksmanship. As the founder of the club, he was naturally quite good at shooting. Compared to some special forces soldiers, he was not inferior at all. "Yi Fan, you really dare to gamble. If you lose later, how embarrassed would Boss Ning be?" Lu Jinger sneered. Yi Fan turned around and glanced at her. "Who can say what will happen next? Didn't you also want to see a joke last time, and in the end, you became a joke yourself?" Lu Jinger's expression turned ugly. She snorted lightly, and a trace of resentment flashed across her eyes. The matter of losing the cooperation with the LD group made her unable to raise her head in the Lu family. She was unwilling to go home for several days. Yi Fan smiled at Ning Zimo. "Ninger, don't worry. I usually won't lose." Ning Zimo couldn't do anything about men, but she also knew that although Yi Fan seemed casual, he wouldn't do anything that he wasn't confident in, so she didn't say anything more. They went to the shooting range together. Smith & Wesson 3.0. 45 caliber pistol, 10 bullets per person, shooting from 50 meters away. Whoever has the highest total score wins, Fu Peng announced the rules confidently. Yi Fan picked up the pistol and weighed it in his hand. It was really from the original factory and not a fake. This club was indeed not simple. "No problem. Who's first?" Fu Peng said, "Tell me, I can do anything." Yi Fan shrugged, "Then I think you should fight first and observe." Fu Peng smiled disdainfully. He didn't care at all. He picked up the gun, loaded the bullets, opened the safety, and started shooting at a circular target 50 meters away. Bang, 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 Fu Peng held the gun with both hands. His posture was very standard, and his shooting frequency was also just right. It was obvious that he practiced regularly. After 10 rounds, the electronic measuring system directly showed the score on a screen above the shooting range. 87 rings. Fu Peng shouted happily and put down his gun. "How unfortunate, you met me today. I'm in a good state, and this is already close to my highest score. If you give up, I understand." 87 rings basically meant that every bullet he fired, at a distance of 50 meters, could hit an area the size of a palm every time. This was very difficult for ordinary people to do. After all, the reaction force of a real gun was very strong, not to mention it was a large caliber. Her marksmanship was not bad in the club, but a result of more than 80 rings was also very rare. She couldn't help but worry about whether or not Yi Fan could beat Fu Peng. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He slowly picked up the gun and loaded the bullets one by one. He had thought that Fu Peng's skill level was very high, but in the end, he only managed to hit around 80 rings. He felt that if he were to achieve an outrageous result, these people would definitely suspect what he did in the past. Thinking of this, Yi Fan felt that he just needed to fight. Raise your gun and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan also held the gun with both hands, as if he was imitating Fu Peng. But in reality, Yi Fan's eyes weren't focused, because at this distance, he knew how to hit the target even with his eyes closed. After 10 rounds, Fu Peng quickly pressed the tally button. 88. Fu Peng gnashed his teeth as he read the number, unable to believe his eyes. Li Fan Xian grinned, I'm sorry, I barely beat you by 1 ring. You're so lucky. Fu Peng cursed. Yi Fan clicked his tongue, could it be that you want to deny it? Fu Peng had an unwilling look on his face, but he couldn't refute, so he could only say, let's compete again, 2 out of 3. Yi Fan waved his hand, we agreed to decide the winner in 1 round, but you changed the rules again. I won't play with people who don't keep their word. When Fu Peng thought about how he wouldn't be able to chase after Ning Zimo in the future, his face was filled with reluctance. Lu Jing'er, who was at the side, looked at Song Xinghe, rolled her eyes and said, how about this, as a good friend, our family's Xinghe will compete in place of Fu Peng. If Xinghe wins against you, then the bet just now will be cancelled and nothing will happen. As she spoke, she even reached out to caress Song Xinghe and said in a tender voice, Xinghe, you have to help Fu Peng. He lost too unjustly. Song Xinghe was dissatisfied with Lu Jing'er's decision, but he didn't show it. Hearing that, Fu Peng quickly clapped his hands and said, this suggestion is good. Yi Fan, if you don't compete with me, do you dare to compete with Boss Song? Are you done yet? You still want to compete? Yi Fan sighed and said, what's more, this competition won't do me any good. Song Xinghe narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, how about this, if I win, Yi Fan, the result of your match with Fu Peng will be cancelled. If I lose, I will give you 1 million. This 1 million can be considered a small gift from me to Fu Peng as a friend. Fu Peng laughed and patted Song Xinghe's shoulder, old Song, you're really interesting. It's settled then. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel that it was strange, this Song Xinghe really wanted to compete with him. You have to be careful, Boss Song's marksmanship is one of the best in the club, and he often scores above 90. Ning Zimo reminded him from the side. Yi Fan didn't care about this and said, since you're so sincere, then I'll compete again. After reloading the bullets, Song Xinghe picked up the gun, held it in one hand, and calmly began to shoot. After 10 crisp gunshots, Song Xinghe walked away without even looking at them. Chapter 128. 0128 Lu Jing'er's eyes shone with starlight as she looked at Song Xinghe in admiration and happiness, my family's Xinghe is amazing. Ning Zimo looked at Yi Fan anxiously. This was going to be troublesome. Unless he achieved a near-perfect result, he would definitely lose. It's fine to admit defeat in advance. Song Xinghe said lightly as he looked at Yi Fan indifferently. Yi Fan was also in a difficult position. It seemed like he couldn't pretend anymore. After all, no matter if he hit 99 or 100, no one would believe that he was a fool. I won't admit defeat, but I'll give it a try. Yi Fan grinned and went up to load the bullets. Raising his gun again, Yi Fan switched to a hand. His arm was like a machine, shooting out bullets at the same frequency and level. As soon as Yi Fan put down his gun, Fu Peng immediately went to look at the statistics. On the screen, 3 bright red numbers appeared. Both Fu Peng and Ning Zimo were stunned. Song Xinghe and Lu Jing'er frowned, their gazes filled with disbelief. 100. Fu Peng carefully stared at the number for a long time before he was sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Are UF** King participating in the Olympics? Fu Peng was about to faint. This was a real gun. From a distance of 50 meters, 10 consecutive shots were all aimed at the bullseye. Yi Fan happily said, my luck is good, I performed exceptionally today. Although he said that, the people present were not stupid. It was obvious that Yi Fan did not show his true abilities just now. Song Xinghe's face was gloomy. If you lose, you lose. Your skills are inferior to others, so you are willing to lose. Yi Fan, tell me your bank account number and I will transfer it to you directly. Sigh, forget it. Xinghe, we are all acquaintances, just treat it as playing around. Yi Fan didn't want to make things too ugly. However, Song Xinghe stubbornly said, I don't want to play around with others. I said 1 million, so it's 1 million. I can afford to lose. Xinghe, let me do it for you. Lu Jing'er felt that it was her fault and pitifully said in a low voice. No need. Song Xinghe unhappily glared at the woman. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have lost to Yi Fan. Lu Jing'er was afraid and regretful. She felt that the reason Song Xinghe was angry at her was all because of Yi Fan. She didn't believe that Yi Fan really had the strength to hit 10 rings. Seeing that Song Xinghe was about to get angry, Fan Xian had no choice but to say, Ninger, take the money. Just treat it as me storing it in your purple leaf tea house. Ning Zimo pursed her lips and smiled, I brought you here, and you gave me 1 million. I'm taking advantage of you too much. After making a joke to ease the atmosphere, Ning Zimo reported a bank account number to Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe quickly drew a sum of money, then turned around and left. Lu Jing'er followed him out like a little wife who was about to be abandoned. She looked somewhat pitiful. Looks like old Song is depressed today. He actually lost with this result. Fu Peng sighed. Yi Fan asked curiously, aren't you depressed? In the future, you'd better behave yourself and stop having any ideas about my woman. Fu Peng curled his lips. I can still afford to lose. Since you're so skilled, then I'll admit defeat. As he spoke, Fu Peng extended a hand. Come, let's be friends. I hope that you can give Miss Ning happiness. Yi Fan felt that this guy was not bad, so he also extended his hand and shook hands with him. In the parking lot outside the club, Song Xinghe had just sat on his R8 when he saw Lu Jing'er also sitting in the front passenger seat. Get down. Song Xinghe coldly berated. Lu Jing'er's face was filled with grievance, and her eyes were filled with tears. Xinghe, I was wrong. I really didn't expect Yi Fan to be so lucky. Don't be angry with me. Dog shit luck? Have you ever seen someone with dog shit luck hit 10 rings? Song Xinghe sneered. This woman was truly an idiot. Lu Jing'er didn't care about this and said, why are you like this? We've been together for 4 years, and I've been with you since we were in the Magnesium country. Why are you getting fiercer and fiercer towards me after you return home? If you think I'm fierce, then scram back to the Magnesium country. I don't want it. This time, I'm going to marry you. When did I say I wanted to marry you? Get out of the car. Song Xinghe scolded in frustration. The more Lu Jing heard, the more wrong she became. She shouted, you're too much, and then ran out of the car. Song Xinghe didn't care about the woman. A cold light flashed in his eyes for a while before he took out his phone and dialed a number. Xinghe. Why do you have time to call me? An excited female voice came from the other side. It was Lu Shuangshuang. Song Xinghe said with a strange expression, Lu Shuangshuang, do something for me. I'll give you a sum of money after that. What is it? If you talk about money, it'll hurt your feelings. Just say it. Lu Shuangshuang said. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Song Xinghe's mouth. Today, I discovered a secret about Yi Fan. I want you to tell Yuner. Yi Fan and Ning Zimo played at the shooting club for the entire afternoon and were in a much better mood. Listening to the sound of bullets being fired from all kinds of guns, it was as if the frustration in his heart had been emptied. Yi Fan thought about it carefully. Perhaps he should give himself and Su Qingxue some time to get used to each other. Suddenly, he discovered that his newly married husband was an executioner who had killed many people. His hands were stained with blood, and any woman would collapse. Comparatively speaking, Su Qingshue's reaction was considered calm. How is it? Are you in a much better mood? On the way back, Ning Zimo asked sweetly. Yi Fan nodded. What are we going to do next? Dinner? It's still a bit early. Why don't you go take a look at the results of my elite training and give them some guidance? Ning Zimo suggested. Yi Fan thought for a moment. It just so happened that he wanted to study the chant that Su Lingshan had given him, so going to the training field wasn't a bad idea either. The two of them returned to the Purple Leaf Tea House and arrived at the open space in the backyard. There were a few young thugs training hard. These people were all practicing the set of movements that Yi Fan had taught them. Even if it was the simplest for Yi Fan, these young people were still stumbling. Yi Fan also understood that their foundation wasn't good, so he said a few words of encouragement and gave them some pointers before letting them practice on their own. Ning Zimo originally thought that Yi Fan was going back to the tea house to prepare to eat, but in the end, Yi Fan stood in the middle of the field with his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. Do you want to practice? Ning Zimo asked. Yi Fan nodded. I'm studying something, wait for me. Ning Zimo understood and watched with the other members of the Purple Bamboo Forest gang. Everyone wanted to know what kind of martial arts Yi Fan was practicing. However, after a full 10 minutes, there was still no movement from Yi Fan. What is Brother Fan practicing? Meditating? Idiot, how can you meditate while standing? Everyone was very puzzled because they couldn't see what was going on. But at this moment, a sudden pressure spread out with Yi Fan as the center. Hiss. Chapter 129. 0129. They felt as if a mountain was about to completely crush them. Their hearts were beating faster, their blood was flowing faster, and their nerves were tense to the extreme. Ning Zimo was also drenched in cold sweat, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Fan without moving an inch. It was as if at this moment, Yi Fan's aura had already engulfed the entire audience, enveloping everyone under his five-finger mountain. This kind of pressure had only appeared for about 10 seconds, and everyone was already drenched in sweat from the shock. Every second felt like an incomparably long time to everyone. Phew. Yi Fan opened his eyes, and at the same time returned to normal. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. So that's how it is, this skill really suits me. After muttering to himself, Yi Fan raised his head and looked at Ning Zimo and the others who were 20 meters away. Ning, son, what's wrong with you guys? Why is your face so ugly? Yi Fan realized that everyone's faces were pale. Ning Zimo took a deep breath and said, You still have the nerve to say that. What did you do just now? Why do I feel like my heart can't take it anymore? Yi Fan suddenly understood and laughed at himself. I'm sorry, this is my first time trying this skill, so I might not have controlled my strength well. After saying that, Yi Fan took a step forward and left. When he left, Ning Zimo and the others were horrified to discover that the bluestone tiles where Yi Fan was standing had already turned into a pile of crushed stones and powder. The wind blew, and the powder was blown away, leaving behind a pair of footprints. The group of people looked at Yi Fan with admiration and reverence in their eyes. This bluestone, even if it was hit by a bullet, would only have a few scratches. Yi Fan actually stood there without doing anything, and only left 2 footprints. I'm so hungry, let's go eat. Yi Fan laughed out loud. He was in a good mood as he strode into the tea house. Ning Zimo hurriedly followed him in and asked curiously, Yi Fan, what kind of skill is this? Inner force? The sky life water that I practice can also do that? Of course I can do it, but that's not an inner force skill. Actually, I don't know what to call it. Yi Fan muttered. No name. How could that be? Ning Zimo was puzzled. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, I plan to call it the disintegration technique for now, because the key to this skill lies in the word disintegration. Ning Zimo muttered the name twice and said with a smile, so unpleasant to hear, to think you got it. Hee hee. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and slapped the woman's butt. don't talk about these useless things, the disintegration technique consumes a lot of energy, I'm starving to death, quickly get the chef to serve the food. Ning Zimo covered her back and her face turned red. However, she still meekly replied with an "n" and busied herself with preparing the food. 10 minutes later, Ning Zimo returned to the private room and a few waitresses brought in a sumptuous meal. As the two of them ate, they chatted intimately. Ning Zimo also mentioned that Yi Fan had single-handedly destroyed the White Shark gang. Towards the man's messing around, she felt very helpless, but she couldn't help but admire him. As you to Yi King Yi, you do you Yi. If Zhu Shoujing was still alive, she would probably be angered to death. Ning Zimo shook her head. Yi Fan ate a big mouthful of rice, nibbled on a piece of braised pork ribs and mumbled, "Just keep it. Let them do their job. There's nothing wrong with having more people. I know. There's no turning back for those who walk our path. Either we expand or we get eaten. So, I still accepted them." Ning Zimo said. Yi Fan said, "Only when you become strong enough will your family members not easily bully you. There's definitely no harm in strengthening the power of the purple bamboo forest." Ning Zimo was a little surprised. "You know about my family?" Yi Fan smiled playfully. "If I didn't know about your background, why would I have resisted touching you before? TCH. So you're so scheming." Ning Zimo rolled her eyes at the man. This small gesture was also very flirtatious. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva, thinking that he might as well eat a woman tonight. He was in the middle of eating, and even he had a reaction. How could he take it? Right at this moment, Zhao Zhong suddenly knocked on the door, then pushed it open and entered. "Eldest miss. Something happened." Ning Zimo frowned, revealing the majesty of the purple bamboo forest's president. "What are you panicking for, little Zhao? Didn't you see that your brother Fan is here?" Zhao Zhong's face paled, and he hurriedly greeted Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved his chopsticks, indicating that it was fine. "Little Zhao, what's the matter?" "Brother Fan, eldest miss, just now my subordinates came to report that the North Wind Hall has been surrounded and annihilated. The people from the Iron Lock gang have captured Elder Gao and his family." "What?" Ning Zimo suddenly stood up and angrily slammed the table. "Yu Hanlong is going to completely fall out with him." Yi Fan asked, "Elder Gao? Is it the Gao you guys talked about before?" Zhao Zhong hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Fan, Elder Gao is the elder of the purple bamboo forest and has always been the hall master who abides by his duties. When the eldest young miss took office, he was also the one who led the support. His North Wind Hall is mainly responsible for some of our shipping business. Although it doesn't make much money, it has supported many brothers and is still very prestigious in the gang." Ning Zimo gritted her teeth. He didn't kill Elder Gao, but he took their family hostage. It's obvious that he wants us to save them. "Eldest miss, I suspect that this Yu Hanlong is setting a trap and waiting for us to walk into it. How about you watch from the back? I'll bring my brothers to meet him." Zhao Zhong volunteered. "There's no need to doubt it, this is a trap. Yu Hanlong previously wanted to use Zhang Xiao and the others to rebel and steal money from our purple bamboo forest to buy firearms. Unfortunately, he made a mistake. Now that he doesn't have enough money, he probably won't be able to buy firearms. Seeing that the people from the White Shark gang have come to join us, he must be very worried that he will also be swallowed, so he immediately took action. Then why didn't he cause trouble for us and instead captured Elder Gao?" Zhao Zhong was puzzled. "This guy doesn't plan to fight us head-on. He just wants to find a hostage and lure us over so that he can wait for the rabbit. Elder Gao has worked hard for the purple bamboo forest and his family has been captured. As the president and a junior, if I don't personally appear, wouldn't I disappoint my brothers?" Ning Zimo immediately made her decision and said, "Little Zhao, within an hour, gather all the brothers who can fight. We will go to the northern Blue Bay." The northern Blue Bay was a deep water port on the northwest side of Huahai. It was also the location of the North Wind Hall. Zhao Zhong said anxiously, but our elite brothers are all scattered everywhere. We can only gather around 50 people in an hour. If we go with such a small number of people, I'm afraid. No need. Suddenly, Yi Fan stood up and said, 50 people is too many. Just call the dozen or so people in the tea house. It's enough. Brother Fan. You. Chapter 130. 0130 that Yuhan Long, I suspect that he was the one who arranged the car accident and wanted to kill me. Since I've offended you this time, I'll go meet him. After Feng Yueying and Yi Fan were involved in the car accident, he had considered whether the White Shark Gang or the Zheng family wanted to kill him. However, he later discovered that Su Qingxue was fine, which meant that the other party most likely only wanted to kill him. And those who wanted to kill him, the Iron Lock Gang was definitely one of them, because he helped the Purple Bamboo Forest and ruined the Iron Lock Gang's plans. Car accident? There's such a thing. This was also the first time Ning Zimo had heard of it. Yi Fan said, nothing big happened, I resolved it. But would this be bad? I said it before, I didn't want you to help me. That's why I'm with you, but now you. Ning Zimo was in a difficult position. Yi Fan laughed heartily and went up to touch the woman's hair. Now that things have come to this, you're still telling me this. This is not the Ning Zimo that I admire. If you continue to be so hesitant, are you trying to chase me away? Ning Zimo quickly shook her head, of course that's not what I meant, since that's not the case, then go and prepare the car. If we drag this on for too long, Gao Yu might lose his arm and break his leg. Yi Fan said. Ning Zimo didn't say anything else. She told Zhao Zhong to prepare the car and gather manpower. A few minutes later, a group of people, 3 cars, headed towards the northern Blue Bay. On an autumn night, the sea was as black as ink and the cold wind blew. Located at the edge of the deep water port in the northern Blue Bay, there were dozens of merchant ships of all sizes, a dozen or so low houses, and a few warehouses. I really can't tell that it's a branch of the Purple Bamboo Forest. It looks like an office of a shipping group. Yi Fan commented with a relaxed expression. The North Wind Hall has always been doing some special shipping. Some luxury cars, expensive medicines, cosmetics, and the like are all transported. It's nothing more than helping some people avoid taxes. But I've never touched drugs, nor have I engaged in human snake business, so the higher-ups have turned a blind eye to it. Ning Zimo said. As soon as the 3 of them arrived at the 2-story building where the North Wind Hall was located, they discovered that the warehouse not far away was lit. Zhao Zhong, who was driving, turned around and said, Eldest Miss, Brother Fan, they seem to be gathered in that warehouse. Or should we go in from the front door? You don't have to think too much about it. Just walk through the main entrance. Let's take a look at the situation first. Ning Zimo had already changed into a set of black clothes and black pants. She was simple and capable, ready to fight at any time. Yi Fan had already pushed open the car door and took out a cigarette. As he lit it, he walked towards the temporary warehouse. When they reached the door of the warehouse, the door suddenly opened. 2 teams of about 20 people rushed out of the warehouse, forming a pincer attack. Seeing so many people, the dozen or so elite soldiers of the Purple Bamboo Forest also had vigilant expressions as they guarded in front of Ning Zimo. Young mistress, did we bring too few people? Zhao Zhong asked in a low voice. Ning Zimo's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at Yi Fan, who was smoking with a smile, and said, Yi Fan won't do anything he's not confident in. Zhao Zhong and the others looked at the calm and composed Yi Fan, and it was as if they had eaten a tranquil pill. Especially when they thought of the scene of Yi Fan killing everyone by himself and taking care of the group of gunmen, they felt even more confident. That's right, we have Brother Fan, what's there to be afraid of? As expected of President Ning of the Purple Bamboo Forest, a woman is not inferior to a man. You dare to save Gao Yu with such a small number of people? A bespectacled man in a suit walked out of the door with an evil smile on his face. Where's Yu Hanlong? Ning Zimo asked coldly. Hee, our president has been waiting for a long time. Please. The bespectacled man made a gesture. Ning Zimo looked at Yi Fan, who was beside her. Seeing Yi Fan casually nodding his head, she did not hesitate and led the way into the warehouse. The huge warehouse had a high roof, and the second floor on both sides was a long corridor. There weren't many containers of various sizes and goods. In the middle of the large open space, there were already quite a few people standing. Yu Hanlong, who had a body full of muscles, short hair, and a tall and sturdy figure, gently stroked a skull ring on his finger. A faint evil smile hung on his face, as if he was the host, welcoming the arrival of his guests. Beside him stood a total of 30 to 50 strong men. They were all elites of the Iron Lock gang. However, what made Yi Fan and Ning Zimo pay special attention to were a few dark-skinned foreign men with thick lips. These foreigners were led by a middle-aged man with curly hair and a ferocious face. He was wearing a camouflage uniform and had a cigar in his mouth. Uncle Gao. Ning Zimo suddenly discovered that a thin old man was standing behind Yu Hanlong, staring at her with a complicated gaze. Shockingly, this man was Gao Yu. However, the people from the Iron Lock gang did not tie him up, and he did not suffer much. His family was not here either. What's going on? Ning Zimo realized that something was wrong and asked with a cold tone. Yu Hanlong grinned sinisterly. President Ning, you really value friendship and righteousness. Unfortunately, Hall Master Gao is an elder who understands the situation, so he still chose to stand on my side. Damn it, surnamed Gao. Eldest mistreats you as a respected elder and doesn't even dare to delay time. She ran over to save you and you betrayed the purple bamboo forest. At this moment, Zhao Zhong also woke up from his stupor. So Gao Yu being captured and the North Wind Hall being destroyed was all a lie. There was a hint of helplessness in Gao Yu's eyes. I'm sorry, President. The situation forced me to think for my brothers and descendants. Why? Uncle Gao, haven't you always been on my side? Ning Zimo's pretty face also turned pale. The person she trusted had betrayed her, so she naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. Gao Yu sighed and said, Eldest miss, you also know that the cost of our shipping is high, but our profits have been dropping in the past few years. It has even become a predicament where we don't lose anything. You are strict with us, and we are not allowed to get involved in many aspects. Although I, old Gao, have some foundation, our brothers are very strapped for money to support their families. You mean drug trafficking? Buying and selling people. Ning Zimo coldly reprimanded, once we walk that path, we will be killed by the government sooner or later. Could it be that Uncle Gao, you are purely doing this for money, and want to bring the North Wind Hall and the Purple Bamboo Forest to eternal damnation? Ha 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 ha. Yu Hanlong laughed maniacally. This is the reason why you old gangs have never been able to make it big. The White Shark Gang and the Purple Bamboo Forest were established a long time ago. They haven't been able to leave Huahai for decades and become the top gangs in China because of your cowardice. Drug trafficking, selling people, what's wrong? Could it be that if you don't do it, others won't do it? Of course the country wouldn't allow it, but what was the country built for? It was built by humans. Everyone had their own weaknesses and selfishness. If you don't even understand the human heart, then why are you talking about the country not allowing you to do it? Why are you talking about the bottom line of morality? You bunch of pedantic fellows, with you, Hall Master Gao and the others will have to eat the northwest wind. Yu Hanlong laughed wildly. He patted Gao Yu's shoulder hard and asked, am I right? Hall Master Gao. Chapter 131. 0131 Zhao Zhong snorted, damn it, a bunch of nonsense. Eldest Miss had always treated the brothers in the gang equally, and no one had treated them unfairly. You guys clearly only have money in your eyes. Eldest Miss, let me personally get rid of this traitor for you. Zhao Zhong put on the metal claws, and without saying a word, he quickly rushed forward. Little Zhao, be careful. Ning Zimo shouted, but Zhao Zhong had no intention of stopping. Yu Hanlong's eyes were filled with disdain. He took a step forward and raised his hand to strike, colliding with Zhao Zhong's metal claws. With a clang sound of metal cracking, Zhao Zhong screamed and retreated a few steps. Upon closer inspection, that hand was actually dripping with blood. Even his finger glove had been broken. Looking at Yu Hanlong, one of his hands was completely unharmed. Iron palm. Yu Hanlong disdainfully said, "This little trick is fine against ordinary people, but in front of this sect leader, it's no different from a child playing house. I heard that President Ning's throwing knives are pretty good. Do you want to fly out a few and have some fun with me?" Seeing that Zhao Zhong was injured, the anger in her heart had long since erupted. With a cold snort, she quickly took out a few willow leaf throwing knives from her waist. With a spin of her body, the throwing knives shot towards Yu Hanlong's forehead, neck, chest, and abdomen from 4 different angles. Yu Hanlong roared, both of his palms channeling a wave of qi. His 2 big hands seemed to have turned black, quickly grabbing in front of him, as fast as lightning. Ning Zimo was stunned to discover that all 4 of her throwing knives were actually caught in Yu Hanlong's palm. How is this possible? Yu Hanlong laughed out loud. "Don't you know that my iron palm technique specializes in dealing with hidden weapons like yours?" Li Fanxian shook his head from behind. This was the reason why he wanted to teach women inner force. Things like throwing knives and hidden weapons were often not easy to use when they encountered hard kung fu. "Ninger, don't panic. He is an ancient martial artist who has just entered the Hotian realm, and he just so happens to have practiced the iron palm technique, which is a hard technique that specializes in subduing hidden weapons. Therefore, you are temporarily not his match." Yu Hanlong narrowed his eyes. "I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the famous Master Yi? Last time, you ruined my plans, but you still managed to escape from the car accident. I really admire you." Yi Fan walked to the center of the field and said, "So, the one who sent the killer to cause the car accident last time was really you?" Yu Hanlong said proudly, "So what if I am?" Yi Fan nodded, took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. After thinking for a moment, he lightly said, "Commit suicide." The scene was silent. After a while, Yu Hanlong suspected that he had misheard and asked again, "What did you say?" "I say, commit suicide. I'm too lazy to do it." Yi Fan thought that if he killed too many people, those idiots from Dragon Fang would come looking for trouble with him again. He couldn't keep playing house with those guys. The Iron Lock gang had a lot of people, and they were weak. It would be boring for him to kill them. Ning Zimo, Zhao Zhong, and the others all stared blankly at Yi Fan. Although they knew that Yi Fan was very strong, they didn't take the people of the Iron Lock gang seriously. One had to know that they only had a dozen or so people in total. The Iron Lock gang had 4 to 5 times the number of people. Moreover, the other party had a group of foreigners to help them. They didn't know if they had guns or whatnot. At first, Yu Hanlong's face twitched with anger, but soon after, he was so angry that he started laughing. "Ha ha ha. You are indeed arrogant, but you don't seem to understand what is going on with you guys." As Yu Hanlong spoke, he clapped his hands. In an instant, 10 men in black rushed out from behind him. They were holding automatic rifles and aimed at the people from the purple bamboo forest. Yi Fan lowered his head and smiled. "Why is this scene so familiar?" "Oh right, didn't you guys also send a group of gunmen to the factory to rebel? Do you think that you can threaten me with just a few guns?" Yu Hanlong's eyes were sinister as he said, "Of course I remember. You seem to have a unique skill that can block bullets. Therefore, these gunmen are only responsible for protecting me." As he said that, Yu Hanlong respectfully extended his hand and introduced the foreigner in camouflage attire to the side. "This is the arms dealer from the jungle, Mr. Keita. He has already reached an agreement with me. In the future, we will build an arms transportation route in Huahai. Our Iron Lock gang will form a partnership with the arms dealer from the jungle." Keita's fierce face trembled as he took off his cigar and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He arrogantly said, "I'll say the ugly words first, gang leader you. If we don't get enough money, not to mention our partnership, even your Iron Lock gang will be blown up. Only now did Ning Zimo and the others know that this black fatty was the famous leader of the jungle arms dealer in Southeast Asia. It was said that the jungle arms dealer was connected to the top arms dealers in the world. In the Asian region, it could be considered a first-rate arms dealer organization. As an internationally recognized C-rank organization, it wouldn't be bragging to say that they could blow up the Iron Lock gang. Mr. Keita, you've been tricked by Yu Hanlong. He doesn't have enough money to buy your arms, Ning Zimo said. Keita rolled his eyes. Of course I know he doesn't have money, but as long as I kill you, the business and assets of the purple bamboo forest will be transferred to him. Furthermore, I remember that a large amount of the White Shark Gang's assets were also eaten by you guys. Ning Zimo's pretty face paled. She didn't expect Keita to investigate so clearly. President Ning, don't you know what it means to spend money in advance? If Mr. Keita kills you for me, I can give him the money. Do you really think that if you cut off some of my ways to earn money, I won't be able to buy arms? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Keita seemed to have made up his mind. He placed 2 fingers on his lips and whistled. Suddenly, from the second floor of the warehouse, behind a few pillars and some boxes, a dozen or so dark-skinned men in camouflage uniforms appeared. From the expressions and demeanor of each of them, it was obvious that they had truly fought on the battlefield. They were incomparably fierce. The key was that each of them had a powerful firepower in their hands. Damn it! RPG rocket launchers, AK-47. Zhao Zhong and the others exclaimed. Looking at the weapons in the hands of these men, the faces of the people from the purple bamboo forest were extremely ugly. This was a true killing weapon on the battlefield. This group of arms dealers was simply insane. Are you scared? Are you afraid? Yi Fan, do you still have the face to brag? Yu Hanlong sneered. Yi Fan frowned. If it was a bullet, it would be fine, but if something like a rocket exploded, he would not be able to guarantee the safety of the people from the purple bamboo forest. Yu Hanlong's eyes lit up. If he were to obtain these weapons, even if China sent special forces to exterminate him, they would have to think twice. Once the government was afraid of them, many things would be easier to handle. Keita, on the other hand, had a cigar in his mouth, and said in a non-standard Chinese, President Ning, actually, we, the jungle arms dealers, mainly want to earn money, and we don't want to offend too many people. I can give you a chance. After all, your purple bamboo forest is actually more rooted than the Iron Lock gang, and your reputation is also better. If you are willing to provide us with the convenience of transporting firearms, then today, I can help you destroy the Iron Lock gang. What? Yu Hanlong shouted in fear. Chapter 132. 0132 Inch Ha. Why are you so surprised? Isn't that obvious? I don't have any relationship with you. Whoever can give me good conditions, I'll do business with them. Keita chuckled and said, China is a virgin land that has yet to be cultivated. In the arms business here, whoever can seize the initiative will be able to obtain benefits. President Ning, you can consider it. Our country does not allow firearms to run amok. Mr. Keita, I don't think this is a good decision. Ning Zimo said coldly. Keita's face darkened, so you're saying that even if President Ning dies tonight, he won't open the door and let our firearms in? Although I, Ning Zimo, am from the underground world, I am also a citizen of China. I will not do anything to betray my country. Ning Zimo said with determination in her eyes. Yu Hanlong heaved a sigh of relief and cursed this group of profiteers in his heart. However, he laughed out loud and said, Mr. Keita, did you see that? These guys are extremely pedantic. They definitely won't open the transport route to the port for you. Keita was a little regretful. Initially, he had planned to do business with the White Shark Gang or the Purple Bamboo Forest. However, the White Shark Gang was already gone and the Purple Bamboo Forest was too law-abiding. Since that's the case, then, just as Keita was about to give the order to turn the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest into ashes, Yi Fan suddenly shouted, Wait a minute. Keita squinted. What, young man, are you afraid? Do you want to persuade your president? Yi Fan said helplessly, you must be Keita. Yes, I am the arms dealer in the jungle, Keita. The black fatty said proudly. Then that should be it. Wait for me to make a call. After I'm done, you can consider how to give the order. As Yi Fan spoke, he took out his phone. Keita wondered, call, who do you want to call? You'll know soon. Yi Fan dialed a number from the magnesium country. Yu Hanlong felt a little uneasy and hurriedly said, Mr. Keita, let's ignore him. Kill him and be done with it. He's stalling for time. Keita's eyes flickered, he took a puff of his cigar and said, shut up, I don't need you to teach me how to do business. Whether he's stalling for time or not, I naturally have my own judgment. Yu Hanlong was the leader of the Iron Lock gang, but he was rendered speechless, his face red with grievance. It couldn't be helped. Their arms business was spread all over Asia, and it was said that their background was an international super arms dealer. He didn't dare to provoke them. On the other side, Yi Fan's phone also connected, in Las Vegas, May Nation, the sleepless casino. In a luxurious 5-star hotel, the presidential suite cost $20,000 to stay here for a night. On the huge bed, a black fatty over 1.9 meters tall with a big belly was lying on his back with all 4 limbs spread out. His fingers were covered with all kinds of gold and platinum rings. They were also inlaid with all kinds of emeralds, diamonds, and colorful gems. The jewelry on his hands was priceless. In front of his chest hung a red agate the size of a pigeon's egg, with a bunch of diamonds embedded on the edge. The big black fatty spread out his 2 thick black legs. Beneath him was a beautiful blonde girl wearing a white lace see-through dress. She was busy serving him. Mr. Mammon, are you comfortable? The girl raised her head and used an extremely charming gaze to seduce the fatty. The black fatty had an intoxicated look on his face, and saliva was about to drip from the corner of his mouth. Comfortable. Comfortable. You're so annoying, I'm very tired. The girl revealed a pitiful expression. Without saying a word, Mammon pulled open the bedside table and took out a pile of $100 bills. There were at least tens of thousands of dollars. Make me comfortable. I'll give you as much as you want. Mammon didn't even blink. The girl was incomparably excited and began to serve him even harder. At this moment, a phone call came into Mammon's phone. The phone was inlaid with black crystals, like a mysterious work of art. Fuck. I told you not to call at a time like this. Who doesn't listen to me? I'm going to kill this guy. Mammon cursed angrily. He picked up his phone and looked at the number, only to find that it was an unfamiliar Chinese number. After hesitating for a moment, Mammon picked it up. Who is it? If it's not a war, then don't bother me. After 3 seconds of silence, a slightly aged male voice came from the other side of the phone. Black fatty, you're a bit arrogant now. Do you mean that I can't even call you if there's no World War III? Hearing this voice, Mammon's entire body quivered. His eyes reddened, and he was so excited that he froze. The charming blonde cried out in alarm because she discovered that the little Mammon below had completely shrunk. This meant that Mammon's attention had been instantly attracted by the man on the phone. Boss. Woo woo. Boss. Woo woo. Mammon, a burly man, actually cried out in excitement, why did you only call me now? I miss you so much. The blonde had gone crazy. Was this guy crazy? The man on the other end of the phone said, why the hell would I look for you? You must be playing with women right now. It's already early in the morning, so be careful not to die to a woman one day. Hee hee, boss, you really know me. As expected of the boss who brought me to break my virginity back then, F***CKU. Why don't you talk about it? Mammon smiled very honestly, boss, are you in China? How have you been recently? Can I come find you? Not bad, I have a lot of things to do, so I'll see in the future. You guys, if I see one, it's equivalent to seeing a few. It's rare for me to get rid of you guys, so I have to have a good time. Sigh, boss, with your abilities, why do you still need to experience life? You're already so abnormally strong, is there a need to improve anything else? Why don't you experience it with me? Old Black, play with women, it can also be considered an experience. Your way of experiencing it is too boring. Mammon commented. I'm tired of throwing money at it. You won't understand my current joy. Mammon chuckled, boss, then why did you call me? Is there something good that came to find me? What big deal? No, I'm already retired, how can I care about things like war, then what's the reason? Mammon was puzzled and said in a trembling voice, did I do something wrong? The man said, do you have a little brother called Keita? That's right, in Asia, I set up a sea-level organization. There are too few wars there, and the troops in China are like chicken blood. Wherever there is smoke, they will be extinguished, so I don't want to make it too big. Mammon muttered helplessly. This little brother of yours, he's a bit powerful now. Right now, he's got a bunch of guns and cannons pointing at my head, I just wanted to give you a call to confirm. Are you planning to rebel because I've retired, Black Fatty? The man asked with a smile, but there was a hint of killing intent in his words. Mammon was so scared that he almost dropped his phone to the ground. His entire body was covered in cold air as he suddenly stood up and shouted, boss. Just you wait, I'll call him right away. Damn it, when I finish scolding him, you can kill him. After saying that, Mammon didn't care about anything else. After hanging up the phone, his hands trembled as he began to look for a phone number. The blonde girl asked in a delicate voice, Lord Mammon, what are you doing? Such a beautiful moment, we can wait until dawn to do our work. Chapter 133. 0133 Inside the warehouse, Yi Fan heard the other side hang up the phone, so he patiently waited with a cigarette in his mouth. Although Keita didn't know who Yi Fan was calling, he felt that something was wrong and felt a little guilty. At this moment, a call came to Keita's cell phone. Keita's spirit was shaken. He took out his phone and looked at it. His face began to show signs of panic and awkwardness. Keita swallowed his saliva and quickly picked it up. He respectfully shouted, boss. F*CKU. F*CK. Fuck. F. On the phone, a madman cursed for more than a minute. Keita was about to cry from being scolded. What kind of situation was this? Boss, what did I do wrong? Please calm your anger. Are you F*King sending people to encircle a person? Keita weakly looked at Yi Fan, yes. Boss, how did you know? He's my boss. Keita was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he suddenly realized the meaning behind these words. Ah! Keita was so scared that his footsteps became weak. His legs trembled as he looked at the young man from China, who was smoking a cigarette in his mouth and exhaling smoke. He was scared out of his wits. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he really that terrifying? How did that guy Mammon teach his little brother? What did they say about him? Mr. Keita. Mr. Keita. What happened? Yu Hanlong was even more shocked. How did the arrogant forest arms dealer become so scared that he became a jungle monkey? She knew that it was Yi Fan's phone call that completely turned the situation around. This man always brought her endless surprises. Keita was like a primary school student listening to a teacher's criticism. He drooped his head and only hung up after listening to the boss's roar. Mr. Keita, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Yu Hanlong was puzzled. Why aren't you talking? Keita raised his head, his face gloomy, as if he was possessed by an evil spirit, his eyes were about to burst into flames. Do you know that because of an idiot like you, my men and I might all die here tonight? Ah! Yu Hanlong was stunned. How could that be? Our firepower. Without waiting for Yu Hanlong to finish, Keita suddenly pulled out 2 desert eagles from his waist as fast as lightning. Bang 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 bang. The 2 desert eagles with super firepower fired at the same time. The bullets were like small steel cannons. They were less than a meter away from Yu Hanlong and all of them exploded in Yu Hanlong's body. Yu Hanlong's strong body looked like it had been blasted into meat paste. Until the moment of his death, Yu Hanlong's face was full of bewilderment and stupefaction. He simply could not understand why Keita suddenly wanted to kill him. Caught off guard, everyone in the Iron Lock gang panicked. Keita roared, "Kill all the people of the Iron Lock gang." A group of ferocious members of the jungle arms dealers turned their guns around and started shooting at the group of Iron Lock gang members without saying a word. Tutu, the bullets were like dense raindrops. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The group of Iron Lock gang men covered their heads and fled like rats, crying for their fathers and mothers, but in the end, they all fell into a pool of blood. Even Gao Yu and the other traders of the Purple Bamboo Forest were not spared. When only the people of the Purple Bamboo Forest were left on the scene, the entire warehouse was filled with bullet marks and smoke. Ning Zimo's eyes were wide open. She couldn't believe that the Iron Lock gang had been destroyed by an arms dealer just because of a phone call from Yifan. Perhaps, even in his dreams, Yu Hanlong would never have thought that the trap he had set up would cause his own death. After Keita confirmed that he had finished killing, he gathered everyone and took the lead to run in front of Yifan. Plop. Keita fell to his knees and knocked his head on the ground. "My prince. My boss has already told me everything, forgive me for my ignorance, this lowly one is too weak and has never had the chance to see you in person, so I offended you. Please give this lowly one a chance." Keita's entire body was trembling, trying to hold back his pants. Ning Zimo, Xiao Zhong, and the rest of the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest all looked at Yifan with incomparable astonishment. Just who was Yifan? Why did such a fierce jungle arms dealer have to submit to him like this? Yifan narrowed his eyes and said, "Give me your Desert Eagle." Keita's entire body stiffened, but he still handed the gun to Yifan. Then, Keita pleaded, "Please let my subordinates go, they are only following me. They have their own families." Yifan didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly aimed the Desert Eagle pistol, which was still hot at the muzzle, at his own temple. The distance was less than 5 centimeters. Seeing this scene, Keita was completely dumbfounded, he didn't know what Yifan was doing. Ning Zimo also exclaimed, "Yifan. Don't mess around." Without waiting for Ning Zimo to finish speaking, Yifan fired. The trigger was pulled. Bam! This shot scared everyone present, including Keita and the other arms dealers, to the point that their souls left their bodies. Everyone looked at Yifan in disbelief, but Yifan. Nothing happened to him. He saw that Yifan's left hand, at some point in time, had already blocked his temple. A bullet was caught between his 2 fingers. Keita's entire body went limp on the ground. His eyes were as if he had seen a god, and he was incomparably worshipful. At such a short distance, the man actually used his other hand to grab the bullet after firing? Was this still something a human could do? Yifan threw the pistol and bullets back to Keita and said, "I just need you to understand one thing. Today, you are kneeling here, not because of your boss. The one who made you kneel, there is no need to doubt it, is me." Keita's entire body quivered as his blood rushed to his head. The group of arms dealers behind him also revealed fanatical expressions. Divine wrath. Keita forcefully knocked his head on the ground, causing blood to flow out. Gambling City, in the presidential suite of the hotel. Mammon nervously waited for the message on his cell phone. After about 10 minutes, a message was sent. "Boss, we have been forgiven." Seeing this message, Mammon let out a long sigh of relief and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Actually, he was also in a difficult position. Keita was a lackey who had been with him for a long time. If he were to be killed, even though he was courting death, it would still be quite regrettable. The blonde girl who had been left out complained in a sweet voice, "Lord Mammon, is that Chinese man really that important? You are so rich, the entire casino and hotel are yours, why are you so scared by a Chinese man? You don't understand, stop talking." Mammon waved his hand. he was no longer in the mood to play. He pushed the woman away and said, "You can go now. I don't need your service anymore." When the blonde heard this, she quickly wrapped around him like a water snake. "No. I still have a lot of skills. I'm not interested." Mammon reached out and took a cigar from the bedside table. This was an opportunity that she had painstakingly fought for to earn money. She complained, "It's all that Chinese man's fault. He ruined our good fortune, causing you, Lord Mammon, to not be in the mood to enjoy it. Lord Mammon, you are so polite, but he doesn't seem to treat you as a friend. I say, how can I disturb you at such a time?" Chapter 134. 0134 Incha. The blonde girl screamed and struggled. Mammon stood up and raised the girl's entire body high into the air. His eyes were like those of a man-eating beast. "Stupid woman, who allowed you to judge my boss so casually? I was wrong. Master Mammon, please spare me. I didn't know you respected him so much." The blonde was truly afraid and could barely breathe. However, Mammon had no intention of letting go at all. His face was cold, completely different from the seemingly stupid black fatty who was lying on the bed earlier. "Respect?" Mammon disdainfully said with a solemn expression, "You are wrong. He is my only faith." As soon as he finished speaking, Mammon exerted force with his hand. Crack crack. The blonde's neck was broken, and her body fell limply onto the gorgeous Persian carpet. A beautiful life instantly dissipated. Mammon stepped over the corpse as if he was stepping on a carpet. He walked to a round table, picked up a match, struck two, and lit a cigar for himself. Then, the burly, dark-skinned fatty stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel, puffing out white smoke as he gazed at the flashing neon lights of the city. He was lost in thought, his eyes filled with memories. Hua hai, it was already late at night. Under Keita's lead, the arms dealers in the jungle quickly retreated, taking away large amounts of arms that would leave clues behind. With Yu Hanlong's death, the Iron Lock gang was basically in a half-collapsed state. In a few days, they would be completely devoured by the purple bamboo forest. The underground forces of Hua Hai had already announced in advance that the era of the three-legged tripod was over. In the next few years, if nothing unexpected happened, it would be the world of the purple bamboo forest. On the way back to her own territory, Ning Zimo still felt like she was in a dream. Especially when she saw the man yawning at the side, looking a little bored, she felt even more incredulous. Everything he had just experienced was like a dream. "Ninger, why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to ask a lot of questions?" Yi Fan put his arm around the woman's shoulder and asked with a smile. The two of them slowly walked back to the bedroom. Ning Zimo wanted to say something but hesitated a few times. In the end, she shook her head. "I don't know where to start, so I won't ask." "Why? If you want to know, I can tell you everything," Yi Fan said truthfully. After all, Ning Zimo was different from Su Qingxue. She was originally in the underground world, so even if she didn't know something, she wouldn't be safe. "Forget it, before I become strong enough, I feel that it's better to know less. Otherwise, if I know too much, I will feel that the gap between us is too big, and I will feel even more psychological pressure," Ning Zimo said faintly. Yi Fan smiled. He didn't expect the woman to consider this, so he didn't say anything more. Although it was the dead of night, after all these bloody things had happened and Gao Yu's betrayal, Ning Zimo wasn't in the mood to be intimate with Yi Fan. Fan Xian knew that the woman was in a bad mood and also wanted to divert her attention, so he guided Ning Zimo for a while. Ning Zimo had yet to find her own qi sense, so there were many difficulties in her cultivation. Now that she saw Yi Fan's powerful strength, she naturally wanted to work hard to cultivate her internal energy, or at least enter the ranks of the post-celestial stage. The two of them sat cross-legged on Ning Zimo's bed. Ning Zimo tried to find a sense of qi according to Yi Fan's suggestions, but she still couldn't make a breakthrough. The woman opened her eyes, revealing a hint of helplessness, and said, "A Yu Hanlong who had just entered the post-celestial stage made my throwing knife completely useless. The difference between having inner force and not having inner force is too great. Every inner force cultivation realm was usually divided into 5 levels: elementary, small success, large success, great perfection, and half-step breakthrough. Generally speaking, there would be a clear disparity in strength between these 5 levels. For someone like Yu Hanlong, who had only reached the post-celestial stage at his age, his aptitude could be considered to be very ordinary. Of course, at least Yu Hanlong was able to find his chi sense, but Ning Zimo hadn't even found her chi sense yet, so she would naturally feel remorseful. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Ninger, don't think that just because you can't find your chi sense right now, your aptitude is really poor. Actually, chi sense is nothing more than a key. Once you find it and enter the gate of inner force cultivation, the future will mainly depend on your comprehension and fortuitous encounters. So, just because it's difficult for you to cultivate now doesn't mean that your progress will be slow in the future. You don't have to worry too much. At the very least, among all the people I've seen, your aptitude is definitely not bad. It might even be above average." After Ning Zimo heard this, her beautiful eyes flickered. She suddenly pounced forward and threw herself into Yi Fan's embrace, hanging on his neck. "I don't care. In any case, if I get bullied in the future, I'll just call you to save me. I'll stick to you for sure." Yi Fan listened to the woman's coquettish voice and smelled the fragrance on her body. He felt a burst of excitement, and one of his hands very naturally reached for Ning Zimo's chest, feeling a lump of heaviness. "Ninger, you have a set here, right? Not today." Ning Zimo raised her head and said shyly, "My aunt is here." Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You really don't know how to pick the right time. Then don't hug me like this, I'll endure the pain." "No, I'm so flustered tonight, I want to sleep with you in my arms." Ning Zimo looked at the man mischievously, enjoying Yi Fan's aggrieved look. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't push the woman away, so he could only smile stiffly and lie down with the woman in his arms. This night, Yi Fan basically didn't sleep. He was hugging a charming woman, but he couldn't really do anything. On the other hand, Ning Zimo slept very soundly. As soon as the sky brightened, Yi Fan left the Purple Leaf Tea House early. He had to return to the embroidery group today. Going to work was secondary, he mainly wanted to meet Feng Yuing face to face and tell her about his marriage. Yi Fan's selfishness, of course he didn't want to lose Feng Yuing, but at least he had to be honest and not lie to a woman. When he arrived at the company, Feng Yuing had yet to go to work, so Yi Fan could only run to his office and take care of some things first. Unexpectedly, Chinya came to find him first. As soon as she entered, the cold-faced female assistant impolitely asked, "What's going on with you these past 2 days? Why didn't you come to work on time?" Yi Fan thought to himself, "I went to marry your boss," but he could only say, "There are some private matters, aren't I here now?" What kind of attitude is this? Private matters should be dealt with in private. Don't think that just because you know some famous people, you can do whatever you want in the embroidery group. Chinya's face was frosty. Yi Fan also felt that he really didn't know him at work, so he giggled and nodded, not refuting anything. Chinya saw that Yi Fan was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, and felt especially vexed. She worked diligently every day. For Su Qingxue and the embroidery group, she had done her best for more than 3 years. But this Yi Fan, a paratrooper who didn't even have a diploma, not only became an assistant, he didn't even work properly. She coldly glared at Yi Fan, then turned around and walked to Su Qingxue's office. Su Qingxue drove to work by herself. Because of Bai Shuqin's illness, she had delayed a lot of time, so she had already worked for an hour early in the morning. As for Yi Fan, this newly married husband, she didn't want to take the initiative to contact him. She didn't want to think about the lies and deceptions of men for even a moment. In her heart, she kept telling herself that the reason she got married was because she wanted to get the shares, not for any other reason. Director Su. Chinya walked into the office and respectfully said, "I would like to report a problem to you." "What?" Su Qingxue didn't raise her head, but focused on the information in her hand. "It's about Yi Fan." Chapter 135. 0135 Chinya said indignantly, I think he should correct his work attitude. Not only did he not come to work on time the day before yesterday, he didn't even have a single reason. If we let him go like this, it will bring about a bad influence on the company. Su Qingxue paused, then what do you think we should do? Chinya was stunned. It was rare for Su Qingxue to not make a quick judgment, but to ask for her opinion. Fire him. Chinya immediately replied. No. Su Qingxue also immediately rejected it. Chinya lowered her head in disappointment and asked in a low voice, is it because? Does he know that Master Alec? No, Su Qingxue explained, it's just that. He's not going to be fired yet. But how about this? Su Qingxue thought for a moment and said, arrange some work for him that he needs to spend time and energy on. Don't let him stay idle. Chinya bit her lower lip, but since Su Qingxue had already said so, she couldn't say anything more. After walking out of the office, Chinya considered some of the work that could be assigned. After coming up with a plan, she took a set of information and went to Yi Fan's office. As soon as he entered, he saw that Yi Fan was using a chat app to talk to someone. Little grandaunt, why did you suddenly want to play Dota 2? Yi Fan sat in front of the computer and looked at the message sent by Mu. He was speechless. Because I heard that the prize money for that game is very high. I want to practice well and play professionally. Is there something wrong with you? Do you think you can become a god by playing Dota in the League of Legends? Yi Fan hoped that the girl would recognize reality. Mu refused, Aya. Games are different from games. I'm so smart, I'll definitely succeed. You're my teacher, how can you not support me? Encourage me more and attack me less, do you understand? Come on, it's up to you. However, I don't have much time recently, so I'm only responsible for helping you out with the points. I knew Yi Fan, you're the best. You know all kinds of games. Mu happily sent a few cute smiling faces. Yi Fan held a cigarette in his mouth and said, but you also know that the prize for the Dota Tower is very high, so I'll count it as 3,000 yuan when it reaches 6,000 points. 3,000? Are you killing pigs? Are you that short of money? Yi Fan replied, I am now the CEO's assistant. Do you know that my identity is different? Humph. If it weren't for our old friendship, I would have found someone else to train for me. Cut the crap. Deal? Alright. Deal. Mu compromised. She didn't have any interest in finding someone else to practice on her behalf. After all, she was already used to Yi Fan helping her clean up the mess. Oh right. Leaf sale. My birthday is on Sunday, come to my birthday party at Lan Ling KTV. Mu sent out an invitation. Yi Fan was not interested in the little brat's birthday, so he said perfunctorily, we'll talk about it on Sunday. After closing the chat software, Yi Fan slowly turned around and looked at Chinya, who had a cold expression on her face. You sure have a rich spare time, Chinya mocked. Fan Xian grinned, Assistant Chen, why are you looking for me? Seeing that he wasn't afraid of being fired at all, Chinya was especially vexed. It was obvious that this fellow had already established himself in the embroidery group, which was why he was so unbridled. You don't have to do the translation work today. Director Su said that he would arrange something else for you to do. I remember that there's a final payment for the design of the project. It's already been delayed twice, so you can go and collect it. After saying that, Chinya threw a stack of information to Yi Fan. Collect the final payment? Shouldn't this be done by the sales department? According to Yi Fan's understanding, this kind of work should be handled by Feng Yuing and the others. That's right, but this company's background is very special. If you're not careful, some problems might occur. Because you have good skills, I'll let you go with Minister Feng. You have to protect Minister Feng's safety. Chinya said with sparkling eyes. When Yi Fan heard that he was with Feng Yuing, he was a bit more willing. However, from Chinya's words, this company called Flying Cloud Entertainment didn't seem to be a good person. This girl, could it be that she saw that he was outstanding, so she was jealous of him and wished for something to happen to him? Yi Fan, listen up, there are no more than 3 things. If they delay it again this time, we might not be able to collect the final payment and will have to start the legal process. But the legal process could take several years, which basically means that we won't be able to collect the money in a short period of time, or even forever. So if you can't complete it, you have to take responsibility. After Chinya finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Fan had a helpless look on his face. What did this project have to do with him? If he was reneged on his debt, then he would have to blame the person who reviewed the project back then. However, he wasn't interested in arguing with Chinya. It just so happened that he was going to look for Feng Yuing, so he flipped through the information and went downstairs to the sales department. When he saw Feng Yuing, he discovered that the woman's face seemed to be slightly haggard. Her face was much dimmer, revealing a heart-wrenching beauty. Ying, why do you look so tired? Yi Fan walked into the office and asked. When Feng Yuing saw Yi Fan, her gaze froze and she forced a smile. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Oh right, why are you here? Yi Fan put down the information in his hands. Chinya said that you are going to chase after the final payment today, so she asked me to go with you to prevent any accidents. Let you go with me? Feng Yuing was stunned for a moment, then she muttered, that's right. Captain Su is in the hospital, she was the one who protected me. Hearing that he still needed protection, Yi Fan was puzzled. What kind of background does this Flying Cloud company have? Why is it so dangerous to chase after the final payment? Feng Yuing faintly sighed. Flying Cloud Entertainment is actually a property of the Shengguan family. Shengguan family? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. You mean, the largest underground family in the province, the Shengguan family? So you know about it too? Feng Yuing said in surprise. Yes, the Shengguan family's Flying Cloud Pavilion is one of the top 5 underground gangs in China. Its power is spread throughout the province, and this company is a part of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Although in Huahai, there were 3 big gangs, White Shark, Iron Lock, and Purple Bamboo Forest. However, these 3 gangs were only at the middle and lower levels of strength in the entire country of China. After all, Huahai was only a city, and because of the strict economic and foreign trade controls, compared to other provinces, the space for underground gangs was very small. There were many underground families in China, and among them, there were 5 great underground families, which were the most powerful. These 5 families all had their own gangs, and they had a pivotal position in the 5 provinces. The Shengguan family was located in the province that bordered Huahai. Their power was intertwined, and they claimed to have a history of 150 years. Chapter 136. 0136 Feng Yuing smiled helplessly. It's not a matter of whether we're willing or not. If the Shengguan family comes looking for us, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to reject them. Furthermore, once we have business dealings with them, our branch in the province will be able to operate more smoothly. In general, it will be beneficial. So many companies would rather suffer a loss than cooperate with the Shengguan family. As for the 40 million profit in those 2 years, we only provide services such as design, clothing rental, product packaging, etc. This wasn't a small amount, but if it was a big amount, it wasn't essential for the embroidery group's annual profits of more than 3 billion. The main thing was that if they couldn't get their money back, there might be more companies that would come looking for them in the future and then go back on their word. It would be a bad start, so we should try our best to chase after them. Yi Fan nodded. That was true. Since the Shengguan family had come knocking on their door, the embroidery group had to give them some face. Otherwise, if they offended the top 5 families in the underground world, wouldn't they be causing trouble for themselves? Furthermore, how could they give up on the final payment so easily in business? If word of this got out, the embroidery group would naturally be mocked and looked down upon. The previous 2 times, I sent my subordinates to collect the debt, but I didn't even see anyone from the Shengguan family. I was fooled by a few of the stewards, so this time, I personally went over. The Shangguan family seems to think that I'm one of the upper echelons of the embroidery group, so they specially arranged for me to meet them at their Fei Yun residence. I'll definitely be able to see the people from the Shangguan family there, I just hope for a good outcome. Yi Fan didn't really understand the specific business operations, so he just listened and passed. After the two of them went downstairs, they sat in Feng Yuying's red Porsche Macan. The Audi from before was destroyed in a car accident, so the woman actually changed to a new car. Ying, when did you buy the car? Yi Fan thought that the woman would use the company's car. However, Feng Yuying shook her head and said, I didn't buy it, CEO Su gave it to me. She said that she would reward me for negotiating with WQ Technology. CEO Su has always been a man of his word, so it's not good for me to reject him. Yi Fan was surprised. It seemed like Su Qingxue valued Feng Yuying a lot. She was obviously looking for an excuse to give Feng Yuying some rewards. Just take it. You really do need a car. Yi Fan said with a smile. And, CEO Su treats me really well, so all the more I can't let him down, Feng Yuying said with a complicated gaze. When Fan Xian heard this, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't understand it at the moment. Naturally, Yi Fan was the one driving. Feng Yuying didn't seem to have slept well, so she could rest a little more in the car. During the 2-hour drive, Feng Yuying was sleeping soundly in the car and Yi Fan couldn't bear to disturb her. He planned to talk to Feng Yuying about his marriage after he was done with work today, or else he would definitely disrupt the woman's work plans. Not long after he entered the Jiang province, he arrived at the foot of a mountain with beautiful scenery. At the entrance of a villa covered with red maple leaves, the words, Fei Yun Residence, were written in gold. This was one of the Shangguan clan's restaurants and entertainment venues. Usually, they only received some distinguished guests. After the car was parked, Yi Fan and Feng Yuying got off. Feng Yuying had already tidied up her makeup and seemed to have recovered quite a bit of energy. Her dainty face was filled with confidence and she once again had the demeanor of a capable woman. After getting out of the car, the two of them arrived at the European-style entrance of the mansion. 2 black-clothed guards at the entrance immediately blocked their way. Do you have an appointment? Feng Yuying frowned and took out her work ID. We are from the embroidery group. We agreed to meet with Mr. Shangguan Ling today. Embroidery group. The guards looked at each other and said, wait a moment, we need to report. Just like that, the two of them waited at the door for a full 5 minutes. Finally, a waitress wearing a qipao walked to the door and said with a smile, you must be Minister Feng of the embroidery group. Please follow me. Yi Fan and Feng Yuying walked into the mansion and followed the waitress through the long corridor. In the corridor, there were all kinds of famous paintings, sculptures, and porcelain from home and abroad. There was a luxurious aura wafting over. The men and women who walked by were also well-dressed, and many of them had a strong aura of the martial arts world. Feng Yuying, a well-endowed and beautiful OL, walking in such a place was like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. From time to time, there would be some men sizing her up with aggressive gazes. Yi Fan noticed the woman's nervous expression and didn't say much. He reached out his hand and grabbed the woman's hand. Feng Yuying's delicate body trembled slightly. She looked at the calm man beside her and felt a wave of warmth in her heart, but there was also a trace of loneliness in her eyes. After walking for 7 to 8 minutes, they finally arrived at a guest room. There was almost all kinds of furniture inside, even a soft bed to sleep on. Please wait in this guest room for a moment. Our young master is currently dealing with some matters. He will come and see you too after he is done. The waitress smiled and turned to leave. Yi Fan looked at the beautifully decorated room and clicked his tongue. This Shangguan family's mansion is like a palace, no wonder they are one of the top 5 underground families in China. With a history of more than 100 years, after experiencing so many eras of wind and rain, it is definitely not a coincidence that they are still able to stand until now. Feng Yuying was perturbed and said, I feel that something is wrong, we have to be careful later. Yi Fan was puzzled, what's wrong? Feng Yuying sighed, you may not have much experience, but I often have to be in charge of some unpaid work, and have encountered a lot of situations. The Shangguan family didn't even inform the guards, which means that they don't value us at all. Shangguan Ling didn't give us a specific time to meet, which means that he might be trying to stall for time. Yi Fan couldn't help but say in amusement, "Ying Ying, you're usually a fool in private, but you're really smart at work." Feng Yuying's face turned red and she complained angrily, "How am I usually stupid? I'm spouting nonsense." Yi Fan looked at the woman's slightly pouting red lips and her white and red face. Thinking that there were no outsiders in the room, he couldn't bear it anymore and went up to hug the woman's slender waist. "Yeah. What are you doing?" Feng Yuying's body went limp, and was directly hugged by Yi Fan onto a soft couch at the side. Yi Fan flipped over and pressed the woman under his body. Their eyes met. Yi Fan reached out and gently caressed the woman's face, lowering his head and wanting to kiss her. But Feng Yuying hurriedly used her hand to block Yi Fan's mouth. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at the man pitifully. "Yi Fan, don't be like this, okay? We can't." Yi Fan was stunned. He remembered that he really hadn't told the woman about his marriage, so it wasn't right to do so he stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Ying Ying, it's mainly because you're too tempting, I couldn't hold it in." Feng Yuying sat up, tidied up her collar, stroked her hair, and said faintly, "Let's get back to work first." Chapter 137. 0137. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, no one came, not even a cup of tea. Fan Xian yawned in his room and waited for another half an hour. Seeing that it was noon, it was time to eat. "Ying Ying, it seems like they really want to leave us here." Yi Fan curled his lips, the woman had guessed correctly. Feng Yuying frowned, "Let's wait a little longer. Can't we go out and look for it? At most, I'll just ask, where is Shangguan Ling?" Yi Fan said. Shangguan Ling is the third-generation eldest son of the Shangguan family. He's already the backbone of the Shangguan family and holds real power. Even if we ask the employees, they wouldn't dare to tell us where the master is, Feng Yuying said. Right at this moment, the door was pushed open and a bearded man wearing a white singlet suddenly barged in. The burly man reeked of alcohol and held a porcelain bottle of white wine in his hand. He had drunk quite a lot before coming here. He staggered in. Hee hee. When the burly man saw Feng Yuying, he revealed a greedy smile. "The little girl that you arranged for Lousy today looks pretty good." When Feng Yuying saw this burly man, she panicked a little and stood up to retreat. "Who are you?" The burly man laughed out loud and walked forward. His body was like a small hill as he enveloped the woman. It was as if one of his arms was thicker than Feng Yuying's thigh. "Of course I picked your people. Why are you wearing so many clothes? Are you playing with uniforms? I like it." As the brawny man spoke, he reached out to grab Feng Yuying's collar. However, Yi Fan was already standing in front of the woman. He extended his hand towards her, telling her not to be afraid. "Bro, you went to the wrong room," Yi Fan said amiably. The brawny man's face was unfriendly, and his drunken eyes carried a trace of coldness. "Who are you, brat? Are you here to interfere with my business?" "I'll say it again, you walked into the wrong room." Yi Fan was already expressionless. The brawny man's eyes widened as he fiercely smashed the wine bottle in his hand towards Yi Fan. "Ah!" Feng Yuying exclaimed, not daring to look down. However, just as the bottle smashed towards Yi Fan, it was instantly caught by Yi Fan in midair. Yi Fan raised his head and gulped down the sorghum wine, which was more than 50 degrees, before licking his lips. "What should I do? It seems like I'm also drunk." Yi Fan grinned. The brawny man flew into a rage and slapped Yi Fan's face. However, one of Yi Fan's feet had already kicked the burly man's chest. Bang! The muscular man flew out like a cannonball and slammed into the corridor opposite the main door, crushing a decorative vase. Fuck. You, the burly man staggered up from the ground and cursed. His eyes were bloodshot. He wiped his mouth and charged towards Yi Fan. His fist smashed down towards Yi Fan's head. One could hear the sound of air being cut through by the strong wind brought about by his fists. However, Yi Fan stood on the spot, and with another kick, it hit the burly man's chest. Pfft! This time, the burly man directly spat out a mouthful of blood, bounced back and fell to the ground. Feng Yuing, who was at the back, didn't even see what was going on. Yi Fan had already kicked this strong stranger until he vomited blood. She couldn't help but turn pale and stood there not knowing what to do. Yi Fan walked in front of the burly man and stepped on his stomach. He slowly lit a cigarette and asked, "Where is Shengguanling?" "You're courting death." The brawny man said fiercely, "I'm a guest here, how dare you hit me?" Without saying a word, the sail stepped on the man's chest, and a few of his ribs were immediately broken. "Ah!" the burly man screamed. Fan Xian puffed out a mouthful of smoke and continued to ask expressionlessly, "Shengguanling, where is he?" I don't know. I really don't know." The brawny man was finally afraid. He felt that if he didn't admit it, he would be killed by this man. "You're very loyal. At this point, you still want to continue performing." Yi Fan sneered. The brawny man was in so much pain that snot flowed out of his nose. "I'm just following orders." "Where is the Lord? I really don't know." Feng Yuing suddenly came to her senses and walked over. "Yi Fan, you said he was sent by Shengguanling?" Yi Fan nodded. "Do you still need to think about it? Find someone to act as a drunkard, bully you, and scare you away. Wouldn't that be it? The key is that you don't dare to say what happened. Who would dare to ask for this money?" Feng Yuing clenched her teeth. "This is too much. The Shengguan family is definitely able to take out the remaining 40 million yuan, yet they actually did such a thing? A sum of money is nothing, but if there are a lot of money like this, then it would be a huge sum of hundreds of millions. I reckon that they are relying on this kind of method to drag down the remaining money of quite a few families." Yi Fan laughed. At this moment, the waitress who had led the two in hurriedly ran to the door and said with a complicated expression, "Excuse me, did something happen here?" Yi Fan kicked the half-crippled brawny man under his feet and said, "This guy went crazy after drinking and wanted to harass our Minister Feng. There's a problem with your security here. Mr. Yi, I think this is a misunderstanding. Please let this mister go first." The waitress looked at the brawny man who had already fallen to the ground with a look of disbelief. "Is that so? But I'm free anyway. I plan to call the police and let the people from the Defense Bureau investigate," Yi Fan said as he took out his phone. The waitress's face stiffened. Although the Shengguan family wasn't afraid of the people from the Defense Bureau, if this kind of thing caused a huge impact, they, the servants, would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. She could only quickly say, "I'm really sorry. Please wait a moment. I'll contact my superior and see if the young master is free." Very quickly, the waitress ran outside, as if she wanted to contact the person in charge. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Fan asked Feng Yuing, "Have you ever encountered something like this before?" Feng Yuing shook her head and said blankly, "Never, this is too outrageous. I never thought that the Shengguan family would go to such an extent." Li Fan Xian revealed a thoughtful expression and muttered, "I also feel that this matter is quite strange. For the sake of 40 million, logically speaking, the Shengguan family would not go so far." Strange? Could it be that the Shengguan family has other motives? Feng Yuing was uneasy. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "I still don't understand for the time being, but with me here, you can rest assured. I want to see what kind of medicine they are selling." At this moment, the waitress ran back after making a call. "Sirs, the young master is currently at the underground entertainment center. Please follow me," the waitress said with a mysterious smile. Feng Yuing was a little worried, but Yi Fan had a relaxed expression on his face as he smiled and said, "All right, let's go see how they are entertaining." The two of them followed the waitress to a white building in the backyard. After entering, there were 3 elevators. Leave from one of the elevators, they went all the way down to the second floor. Chapter 138. 0138. This was a huge underground fighting arena. In the middle, there was an arena that was more than a meter tall and was more than 60 square meters in size. The arena was surrounded by high seats, filled with men, women, and children of all ages. One could tell that they were either rich or noble. Many of the men even had their arms around two female companions, drinking and being intimate as they watched. However, most of them were wearing masks, as if they were afraid of being recognized and appearing on such an occasion. Although it was underground, the white searchlights on the high dome illuminated the entire space with dazzling spotlights. This is the Colosseum. The eldest young master is in the VIP stands. I can only send the two of you here. The waitress smiled coldly and turned to leave. Yi Fan and Feng Yuing raised their heads and saw that there were tables, chairs, sofas, and so on all four sides of the arena. A man in a loose white shirt and a Vacheron Constantine watch was drinking and watching the show with a few men and women. His hair was split in the middle, and his face looked a little weathered. His two chest muscles were very developed, and he seemed to be working out. His two slender, sword-like eyebrows exuded the evil charm of a middle-aged man. Just as the two of them were about to walk over, they heard a burst of noise from the other side of the arena. Kill him! Kill him! Use your strength! Right! Just like that. In his ears, the crazy shouts, roars, and screams of women could be heard. On the stage, a bald man, covered in blood and sweat, was using a muscular arm to grab the neck of another man with a scar on his face. The scarred man struggled with all his might, but the bald man was extremely strong. He forcefully flung him away and exerted force with his arm. Crack, crack. The scarred man's neck was broken, and he lost his life on the spot. Oh! Good job! We won, we won! The group of spectators seemed to have gone crazy as they began to throw stacks of cash and even some gold bars onto the stage. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuing was so scared that she hid in Yi Fan's embrace, not daring to look at it anymore. Yi Fan. Let's go back. I'm so scared. This place is so scary. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and patted the woman's back. Don't be afraid, if we go back now, wouldn't we be in Shangguanling's path? He did it on purpose to scare us. But Feng Yuing felt that her heart was no longer under her control. The underground space, the bloody battle, the noisy crowd, and the morbid entertainment were simply unacceptable to an ordinary office worker like her. Yi Fan was very used to this kind of occasion, and said, "This is the underground Black Fist Market. Many rich people look for excitement, they like to come here to gamble, and watch the most primitive and violent performances. You just need to treat this place as a special place of entertainment and mind your own business." But this is too cruel. Feng Yuing still didn't dare to take another look. You just need to follow the original plan, don't worry about anything else. Yi Fan said. Feng Yuing saw the man's confident gaze and hesitated for a moment before her heart calmed down and she nodded. When the two of them arrived at the stands, Shangguanling seemed to have only just discovered them. He laughed and said, "Nice to meet you, you two must be distinguished guests of the embroidery group." I, then. Then Feng Yuying's face was still very pale. She smiled faintly, "Mr. Shangguan, we are here to talk about the final payment. I'm afraid this place is not suitable." Sigh, why is it not suitable? This is the place where I receive distinguished guests. If an ordinary person wants to enter, the entrance fee would be 100,000 yuan. Since I'm already here, how can I not show my hospitality as a host? As Shangguanling spoke, he called out to a waitress in revealing clothes beside him and said, "Serve the two of you wine." The waitress quickly poured 2 large glasses of whiskey for the two of them. There were some ice cubes in the amber-colored wine, and the color was tempting. "Come." Shangguanling raised his cup, smiled evilly, and then downed it in one gulp. Feng Yuing cautiously declined, "I'm sorry, I still have to drive later." "Miss Feng, are you not giving me any face?" Shangguanling looked unhappy. Yi Fan took the wine from the woman's hand and said, 25 years of Macallan, it should be at least a few thousand bottles. Such a good wine, I'll drink it for her. Good, straightforward. Assistant Yi, right? It seems like you also know quite a bit about whiskey. Shen Guanling said. Not bad. Yi Fan didn't want to be a noisy guest and take over the host. After all, the one who was going to talk about work today was Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing took out a stack of documents from her briefcase and said, Mr. Shengguan, can we change to a quieter place so that we can get to the point? Shen Guanling looked at the woman a few times, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Why are you in such a hurry? Feng Yuing felt uncomfortable being stared at. Mr. Shengguan, to be honest, I still have a meeting to attend in the afternoon. Why don't we talk about the remaining payment first? Our company. Miss Feng. Shen Guanling directly interrupted the woman and asked, do you have shares in the embroidery group? Feng Yuing shook her head and said with a faint smile, I haven't been in the company for a long time, and I'm also quite late. How could I have shares? Since you don't have any shares, even if you get back the remaining payment, how much help can it bring you? It's not like the company is yours. It's not like that. Feng Yuing explained, this is my job, I should take it seriously. Why do you work? Isn't it just to make money? Shen Guanling raised his hand, and a waiter at the side handed him a checkbook. Shen Guanling waved the checkbook and said, I can directly give you a check for 2 million in cash. As for the remaining payment, if you have to go to court, then go to court. If you have to end it, then go to court. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Feng Yuing said seriously, Mr. Shengguan, you want to bribe me? Shen Guanling laughed evilly, to be exact, I want to buy you. Buy. Buy me. Feng Yuing blushed and clenched her fists in anger. I've long heard that the sales minister of the embroidery group is a great beauty. As expected, she lives up to her reputation. I really like your looks and figure. 2 million, I'll buy you for a month. Shen Guanling said calmly, this is much easier than you working to earn money, right? Feng Yuying's gaze turned cold. Although she wasn't some rich young lady, she still had the most basic dignity. Being looked down upon like this, she was naturally angry. Feng Yuing stood up and said solemnly, Mr. Shengguan, if you continue like this, I will sue you for sexual harassment. Sue? Ha! This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. It's been a long time since I've met such a naive woman. How exactly did you become the sales minister? Ha! Shen Guanling was overjoyed, and the servants beside him also laughed. Feng Yuing angrily put the information back into her bag. She didn't want to continue being humiliated like this, so she said to Yi Fan, let's go. Chapter 139. 0139 Feng Yuing was stunned, she didn't know what the man was planning to do. Oh. From what this assistant Yi said, if you can't get the money today, you won't be leaving. Shen Guanling sneered. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, originally, I didn't care. Just as you said, I don't have any shares in the embroidery group. Oh. Then why did you suddenly change your mind? Shen Guanling was curious. Yi Fan stood up and took the whiskey from the waiter at the side. He poured himself a cup and said, there's not much of a reason. First, you made us wait for so long, then you sent people to scare us. Now, your mouth is still so dirty, teasing our minister Feng, after spending so much effort, I can't possibly come here for nothing. Moreover, I was sent to protect the female comrades of the company. If I were to just watch as Minister Feng is bullied and I don't get an explanation, wouldn't I lose face? Face? A sharp light flashed in Shen Guanling's eyes. Do you know that sometimes a man's face is like a cat's curiosity, it will kill him? Yi Fan sat down, knocked on his legs, and looked at Shen Guanling in ridicule. Do you only know how to say these words to scare people? If that's the case, I advise you to settle the rest of the payment and not waste our time. After all, we're all adults, there's no need to play some child's games. It's boring to just move your mouth, isn't it? Shen Guanling revealed a look of surprise. Most people would feel fear when they saw his eyes, and some would even turn pale. But this young assistant surnamed Yi didn't seem to be afraid of him. This made Sheng Guanling feel somewhat uncomfortable. He thought for a while, stood up, and pointed at the arena below. Take a look, this Colosseum of mine is decorated in the style of ancient Rome. What do you think? Mentioning this, Feng Yuing was still very angry, and bluntly said, I think this is too barbaric. The person who was fighting just now, was he sent to the rescue? How do you deal with the injured? Ha! Injured? Rescue? Sheng Guanling disdainfully said, Miss Feng, are you kidding me? Have you ever heard of the nobles of ancient Rome who would send gladiators who were only a little more expensive than slaves to the doctor for rescue? This isn't ancient Rome, this is China, and it's not a slave society. How can you treat human life so savagely? Feng Yuing said indignantly. Sheng Guanling did not reply, but pointed to the fierce battle that was still going on in the ring, and said, the fighters here are like the gladiators of ancient Rome, they are all slaves that I bought. There were prisoners on death row, felons, local killers, and some who had committed crimes and were hiding here to make a living. These people were worse than the dogs I raised. Look at them. As long as they have money, they can do anything. They can even die. As he said that, Sheng Guanling pointed to the spectators who were watching the performance and said, look at my guests again. Their expressions are so crazy, and their eyes are so passionate. To put it bluntly, in their eyes, the two people fighting in the ring were no different from dog fighting, cock fighting, or cricket fighting. Who do you think these people will be after they walk out of here? Aren't they the so-called entrepreneurs, officials, and celebrities? They are the superstructure of this society, and the managers and rulers of this society are such a group of barbarians. Feng Yuing bit her red lips. She was very unconvinced in her heart, but she didn't know how to refute. She really couldn't understand why these people, who were obviously highly educated, could watch someone being beaten to death without doing anything. They only cared about shouting and cheering crazily. Sheng Guanling said with a face full of emotion, Department Head Feng, do you still not understand? It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that human nature is like this. Man, when he is at his most perfect, is the best among animals. However, when he is isolated from law and justice, he is the worst among animals. He is the most unholy and the most barbaric among animals. This is not what I said, but what the ancient Greek philosopher, Aristotle, said. It's just that most people don't understand the truth of the world. As he said that, Sheng Guanling picked up a bottle of whiskey and drank 2 mouthfuls of it. He said with an arrogant face, in this place, there are no laws, no systems, only the weak are prey to the strong. Power. Power. This is the only thing that works here. And I, Sheng Guanling, am the god here. Sheng Guanling's face revealed a morbid and arrogant smile, especially when he saw that Feng Yuing was already speechless. Her beautiful face was filled with fear, and she was even more proud of herself. However, when he saw Yi Fan's expression, he frowned. Yi Fan's expression did not change, and his eyes were even colder than before. It was as if he was a piece of ice that would never melt, and also like an eternal boulder. His temperament became deep, profound, and even carried a trace of deep helplessness. Assistant Yi, you don't seem to be convinced? Sheng Guanling frowned. Yi Fan sighed lightly, I was just thinking, why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you going to pay the final payment or not? Sheng Guanling narrowed his eyes, do you think I'm talking nonsense? Of course, I already said that I'm not interested in playing child's games with you. Yi Fan said lightly. Sheng Guanling's face twitched twice, his eyes filled with anger as he stared fixedly at Yi Fan. I heard that Assistant Yi injured one of my drunk subordinates. You really have some guts. You seem to be young, and a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I'm a horse, and you're definitely not a tiger. Yi Fan said. Ha! You still have the mood to joke with me? Not bad, I admire courageous young people. Sheng Guanling smiled evilly, I already said, in this beast battling arena, strength is everything. If you want to get back the 40 million from me, then you must prove to me that you have the ability to do so. Yi Fan asked with interest, oh, how do you prove it? Shen Guanling stretched out his hand and pointed at the arena. Since I've come to the beast battling arena, I have to pay a price. If it's not money, it's my body. Go to the arena and fight like a man. If you defeat the beasts I raise, I will hand over 40 million. What? Feng Yuing interrupted in panic, Yi Fan. Please don't. It was too dangerous. Let's hurry up and leave. Yi Fan, on the other hand, revealed a playful smile. He comforted the woman and told her not to be agitated, saying, this is not fair. We are here to collect the debt, so it should be a business without any capital. If I were to go and fight, wouldn't I be losing money? Shen Guanling nodded. Assistant Ye's words make sense. However, since you injured my men, I have to give my men an explanation. How about this? If you win, not only will I give you 40 million, I will also give you all the money I earned in the beast battling arena for half a day. Oh. How much is it? Yi Fan asked. It's currently 2.8 million. An assistant behind Shen Guanling quickly reported the figure. Hearing that, Yi Fan rubbed his chin and smiled, deal. Chapter 140. 0140 Hua Hai, the headquarters of the embroidery group, the CEO's office. Su Qingxue sat on the office chair and called Yi Fan a few times. In the end, the signal was bad and she couldn't get through. Bai Shuqin, who was in the hospital, sent a message, saying that she wanted to see Yi Fan, her grandson-in-law. To the old man, the time left for her was getting less and less, so she naturally wanted to say more. However, at this time, Yi Fan was nowhere to be found. Qinya, come in. Su Qingxue called the number 1 assistant's office. Very quickly, Qinya walked in briskly and respectfully asked, Director Su, what orders do you have? Where's Yi Fan? Su Qingxue went straight to the point. Qinya's face stiffened as she replied, He went outside to work. Outside? Be more specific, what kind of work? Su Qingxue felt that the assistant's words were strange and ambiguous. Today is the day that Minister Feng went to Feiyin Company to collect the last 40 million yuan. Originally, Captain Su was the one who protected her, but Captain Su just so happened to not have recovered, so I let Yi Fan go with Minister Feng. After all, he is even stronger than Captain Su. Su Qingxue's face immediately turned cold. Who told you to arrange for Yi Fan to do this kind of work? Qinya said with an uneasy expression, didn't you say? You want me to arrange some work for him and not let him fish in troubled waters? Shut up. Su Qingxue's pretty face was filled with anger. She slammed the table and lectured, you still have the face to quibble. He's my assistant. How could the CEO's assistant act as a bodyguard for the sales minister? I asked you to arrange a job for him, not to transfer him. What the hell are you thinking? Do you really think I'm blind? Even if you're jealous of his talent in some areas, you shouldn't have shown such a low-level mental state. You've been with me for 3 years, and you don't even have this much breadth of mind. Chenya's eyes turned red from his words, and tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head in grievance and fear, I'm sorry. Director Su, I was wrong. Don't be angry with me. I'll call him back immediately. No need. Su Qingxue's eyes carried a trace of uneasiness, I've already called a few times, but the signal isn't good. He should be in some inconvenient place to talk. This. How could that be? They went to the Fei Yun residence, how could they not be able to get through there? Qinya said in a low voice. When Qingxue heard the words, Flying Cloud Mansion, her expression turned cold, you said. This time, the Shengguan family arranged a meeting at the Flying Cloud Pavilion's public relations office? Yes, this is the last routine chase. If we can't get it back, our legal department will start suing, so the Shengguan family might also want to negotiate seriously, Qinya said. Nonsense. You don't know what kind of place the Flying Cloud Mansion is. Su Qingxue questioned. Qinya bit her lower lip and remained silent. Of course she knew, and it was precisely because she knew that she had made that arrangement. There are many shady businesses in Feiyun residence. There are all kinds of people. If they really want to pay back the money, why would they choose that place? The Shangguan family was famous for refusing to pay their debts. This amount of money was originally intended to be settled through a lawsuit. Minister Feng was experienced, and if there was a problem, he would back out. But if you let Yi Fan go, he doesn't know anything and likes to make his own decisions. If he were to have some conflict with the Shangguan family, do you know how serious the matter would be? Su Qingxue looked at Qinya with a face full of disappointment and said, "You clearly let Yi Fan accompany you. Are you hoping that Yi Fan will cause trouble at the Shangguan family's place?" Qinya clenched her fists tightly, trembling. I didn't. I really didn't think that way. Director Su, please believe me. Su Qingxue was not in the mood to deal with this assistant who had followed her for 3 years. She sighed, "You can leave now. You better pray that Minister Feng and Yi Fan are fine. Otherwise, you can hand in your resignation yourself." Qinya suddenly raised her head, her face pale as she looked at the boss in disbelief. "Director Su. That Yi Fan, is he really that important?" Su Qingxue stared straight at her and said word by word, "Yes, he is very important." Qinya's body trembled. She lowered her head with a lonely face and silently turned around to leave the office. Even after Qinya walked out and closed the door, Su Qingxue sat expressionlessly. In fact, even Su Qingxue herself didn't know why she had to worry about that guy. However, when she thought of the danger in the Feiyun mansion, Su Qingxue couldn't help but pick up the phone and dial a number. It was the number of the embroidery group's branch in the province. "Director Su." As soon as the call connected, the manager in charge respectfully asked, "May I know what your instructions are?" "Immediately send someone to the Flying Cloud Mansion to investigate the situation of Minister Feng Yuing and Yi Fan's assistant." Flying Cloud Mansion, Underground Coliseum. Guests, the next battle will be a very special one. Shangguan Ling, who had an excited expression on his face, personally picked up the microphone and shouted from the high platform, "There is a Mr. Yi from Huahai. He wants to bet with me on the income of the banker this morning. I will send out my subordinate, Mad Dog, to duel with him. Everyone, place your bets." Before the sound of his voice faded, the scene was already in an uproar. Especially when they saw Yi Fan step onto the stage, a group of masked guests began to laugh out loud. "What a joke. You can't even see your muscles, and you want to fight with a mad dog. Mad Dog seems to be last week's champion, right? This kid is going to be bitten to death. Press down on a mad dog. 500,000. Immediately, a group of rich people began to place their bets on the gambling house. Feng Yuing, who was standing on the high platform, saw this scene and heard these words. Her heart had already jumped to her throat. She didn't know why things had turned out like this. If it was her original plan, she would have already left and wouldn't even have come to the underground coliseum. But because Yi Fan was here today, she was unable to extricate herself from the man's fearless personality. What made her even more uneasy was that even cell phone communication was blocked in this place. Only some special communication devices of the Shangguan family could be used, making it impossible for her to report the situation to the outside world. At this moment, she could only hope that Yi Fan's skills would be able to deal with the following battles. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression on his face as he gave Feng Yuing a reassuring look. Following a series of cheers, a giant man walked out from the side of the arena passageway. This man had a dark complexion and a bare upper body, revealing a body full of muscles. He had a mohawk and a riveted collar around his neck as he walked up the stage step by step. The man's entire body was covered in blue veins. His legs were like pillars that supported the sky, and he was nearly 2 meters tall. Chapter 141. 0141-inch ha ha ha. This kid won't be so scared that he peed his pants, right? Hey! Mad Dog! Bite him to death. Bite him to death, I'll give you 100,000. A group of spectators shouted from above. Mad Dog opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth. If one looked closely, they would discover that his tongue had been cut off, so he could only roar. His expression became very sinister, and he hooked his finger at Yi Fan, full of disdain. Yi Fan did not walk over. Instead, he hooked his finger at Mad Dog. Mad Dog's eyes became especially fierce. With large strides, his body was like a tank as he charged towards Yi Fan. When he arrived in front of Yi Fan, Mad Dog swung his huge fist and fiercely smashed it towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan's body moved horizontally just in time, dodging the punch. Mad Dog's fist smashed into the ground, and the plastic arena let out a heavy muffled sound. If this was cement or stone, it would have most likely created a deep pit. Such great strength. As expected of a mad dog. F***ck, this kid is lucky. Otherwise, his head would have bloomed. Amidst the shouts of the audience, Yi Fan dodged back and forth a few times, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll on the stage. As for Mad Dog, he was panting as he chased after Yi Fan with all his might. Every punch was filled with all his strength, vexed as he wanted to beat Yi Fan into mincemeat. Yi Fan had actually been using his eyes to scan the audience around the stage. He had a feeling that someone was secretly watching him. This time, when he came to the Flying Cloud Mansion, Shangguan Ling's attitude was really strange. Logically speaking, even if the Shangguan family didn't want to pay the remaining 40 million, there was no need for them to completely become enemies with the brocade. Therefore, Yi Fan faintly felt that someone else was playing tricks behind his back, especially his many years of experience, which allowed him to sense that someone was spying on him. However, the other party didn't seem to be in the audience, so Yi Fan had no choice but to temporarily give up on searching. Suddenly, Yi Fan stood still on the stage, no longer dodging. The audience had long since been cursing Yi Fan for being a coward, running around. Now that Yi Fan stopped, they all shouted for Mad Dog to pounce on him. Mad Dog naturally seized this opportunity. After sealing off the angle, he threw an uppercut at Yi Fan's lower jaw. At the same time, he kicked forward with his right foot, immediately destroying the center of gravity of the Mad Dog. His entire tall and sturdy body fell off the stage. A second later, Mad Dog was lying on the cold concrete floor. Hua! The audience in the stands were stunned because no one expected that Mad Dog would be so easily knocked out of the ring. Feng Yuing, on the other hand, was so excited that she almost cried out. She didn't expect Yi Fan to win so easily. Her pair of watery eyes sparkled as she looked at the man. Mad Dog also felt baffled. How did he get beaten down? You lost, let's go. Yi Fan was not interested in killing a mute who relied on underground boxing for a living. After all, they had no enmity with each other. Mad Dog got up and looked at Shangguan Ling on the high platform. Shangguan Ling shouted with a gloomy face, "In the beast battle arena, there are only life and death battles. If you don't die, then go up." When Mad Dog heard this, without saying a word, he once again rushed onto the stage and punched Yi Fan. Yi Fan frowned, without even looking, he turned around and kicked, hitting Mad Dog's chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, Mad Dog's 2-meter-long body once again fell off the stage. Mad Dog spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body twitched as he fainted, losing his ability to fight. Against this kind of big guy who only had brute force and speed, Yi Fan didn't even need to expend any effort. However, Shangguan Ling's face was extremely gloomy. He was absolutely sure that Yi Fan was not an ancient martial artist, nor was he an inner force expert. But why did such an ordinary-looking body have such a strong explosive power and speed? The group of spectators were also flabbergasted. The pairs of eyes under the mask stared at Yi Fan, and the mocking laughter had long since stopped. To them, watching a big guy like Mad Dog fight was already very powerful, but a fierce warrior like Mad Dog was actually sent flying by Yi Fan with a single kick? Shangguan Ling slammed the sofa and said angrily, "Trash." However, it wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose. It was just 2.8 million, so he didn't care about it. But at this moment, everyone realized that Yi Fan didn't have any intention of returning to the stage to get the money. Instead, he walked in through the passage that Mad Dog had walked out of. What is he doing? Sheng Guanling frowned. Young master, he seems to have gone backstage, an assistant said. Bullshit. It's not like I'm blind. Sheng Guanling said to a bodyguard in a blue shirt behind him, Li Pengfei. Bring someone down to see what that brat is doing. Li Pengfei, the head of the bodyguards, had a cold expression on his face. After receiving the order, he immediately gathered his men and planned to bring them down. But at this time, Yi Fan suddenly walked out from the backstage, and walked back to the stage with a normal expression. I'm sorry, I went to the toilet and it's done. Mr. Shengguan, please write the check. We didn't even eat lunch, so we're hungry. Yi Fan said as he picked up a napkin from the side and wiped his hands. Feng Yuing noticed the details and exclaimed, Yi Fan. Why is there blood on your hands? Are you hurt? The woman quickly grabbed Yi Fan's hand, only to discover that the blood wasn't from Yi Fan, but from the outside. Hee, it's nothing. I accidentally touched it. Yi Fan said. Right at this moment, a backstage manager with an ashen face ran up, looked at Yi Fan in fear, and reported, not good. Eldest young master. Sheng Guanling frowned, why are you panicking? What's the matter? Just now, this person ran into our backstage and crippled all 20 of our gladiators. The manager said, trembling with fear. How is this possible? Really? This guy started fighting as soon as he came in. Our gladiators didn't even have time to retaliate before they were beaten to the ground. Sheng Guanling's face darkened as he glared at Yi Fan, surnamed Yi. What do you mean by this? Is it amazing that you can fight? Yi Fan spread out his hands and said, I was wronged. I wanted to go to the toilet, but I couldn't find it. They still didn't let me out, so I had to put them down. Sheng Guanling's heart was bleeding. 2.8 million was nothing, but the group of prisoners and black market boxers he bought were all worth millions. If these people died in the arena, they could still earn back their money, but if they were crippled in the backstage, wouldn't that be a complete loss? The key was that killing them was even worse. He had to help them recover from their injuries first. In the long run, his Colosseum business had lost at least tens of millions. Chapter 142. 0142 Yi Fan sneered, how can you blame me for this? It can only be said that your gladiator is too much. Just treat it as paying some interest to the embroidery group. After owing so much money for so long, it's not too much to pay some interest, right? Feng Yuing, who was at the side, felt nervous and asked in a low voice, why did you go and beat people up again? Can't you cause less trouble? Yi Fan replied, injuring them is better than letting them die in the arena, right? Feng Yuing was immediately speechless. Thinking about it, Yi Fan beat up the group of gladiators and helped them instead. Hey, Mr. Shengguan, so many people in the audience have heard it with their own ears. You can't be thinking of going back on your word, right? Yi Fan urged. Sheng Guanling's eyes kept changing. After a long time, he took a pen and wrote 2 checks. Your final payment an. 2.8 million. Sheng Guanling gritted his teeth and handed it over to Yi Fan. Today, he had lost more than 2.8 million. Including the 40 million and the group of gladiators, he had lost so much that he wanted to vomit blood. Yi Fan took the check and thought happily that he didn't come for nothing today. At the same time, he gave 40 million to Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing held the check for 40 million and had mixed feelings in her heart. This was definitely not the biggest check she had ever received, but this check was really hard to come by. Thank you, Mr. Shengguan, then we'll be leaving first. Feng Yuing couldn't wait to leave this damned place. But just as the two of them turned around and were about to leave, the blue-robed man with a crew cut, Li Pengfei, led a dozen or so black-clothed bodyguards and held taser guns to stop the two of them. Mr. Shengguan, what do you mean by this? Yi Fan turned around and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Shen Guanling leisurely sat on a chair and grinned sinisterly. I promised to give you a check, and now I'll give it to you. I didn't say that I can let you go after taking the money. I want you to pay for the losses you caused today with your blood. Feng Yuing was instantly infuriated, her pretty face flushed red as she scolded, Shen Guanling. You're shameless. Are you worthy of being the young master of the Shengguan family? Shut up. If you know that I am the young master of the Shengguan clan, then you should know how difficult it would be for your embroidery group to do business in the Jiang province without the approval of our Shengguan clan. A slightly more sensible company wouldn't have asked for the remaining 40 million yuan 3 times. Your embroidery group is really shameless. It just so happens that I haven't been able to find a fun woman recently. As the head of the embroidery group, you should stay behind and accompany me today. Shen Guanling said in disdain. Is this the style of the Shengguan family? What underground family? They're simply local ruffians and scoundrels. Feng Yuing couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan looked at the woman in shock. As expected, even a rabbit would bite when it was anxious. With Feng Yuying's personality, she actually dared to fight Shen Guanling head-on. However, this also made him admire her. This meant that Feng Yuing still had some backbone. Stinky bitch, you dare to scold our Shengguan family. Shen Guanling waved his hand and said, all of you, attack. Beat the men to the ground and capture the women. Yes sir. A group of thugs from the Shengguan family swarmed towards Yi Fan and Feng Yuing. Yi Fan shielded Feng Yuing behind him and faced a group of swift and fierce bodyguards, countering every move they made. The strength of these bodyguards was about the same as the mad dog on the stage just now. It was just that there was a difference in strength, but their moves were more ruthless. It was obvious that they had military experience. The key was that this group of people were all holding taser guns. If an ordinary person were to be touched, they would immediately lose their ability to fight, so the difficulty of the battle was obviously much higher. However, Yi Fan's speed was much faster than these people, so the taser gun didn't have a chance to electrocute him. Yi Fan drew his bow left and right, his left hand blocked the knife and his right hand punched upwards. His 2 arms were like steel rods, and every time he collided with these thugs, there would be an intense bang-bang sound. Ah! My hand! These thugs realized that Yi Fan's body was extremely hard. The moment they came into contact with him, their hands were like sugar cane touching a machete, and their bones were instantly broken. For a time, screams rose and fell, as if they were lacking in calcium. They clutched their broken arms and fell to the ground in pain. The key was that Yi Fan was still able to catch their attacks first every time. Someone wanted to sneak attack and tie up Feng Yuing, but was kicked away by Yi Fan. A group of fierce and powerful bodyguards surrounded Yi Fan and fought for only 1 round, but they were all injured. Get out of the way. A bunch of trash. Li Pengfei saw that the situation wasn't looking good. His master, Shen Guanling's face was getting uglier and uglier, and he planned to personally go into battle. Both of his hands condensed a wave of neutral and calm true energy, took up a stance, and then slapped down towards Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This was a warrior at the initial stage of the post-celestial stage, so he wasn't surprised at all. This was because the Shengguan family was one of the top 5 underground families in China, so it was normal for them to have some warriors at the post-celestial stage and above. Yi Fan dodged to the side and used 2 fingers to hit the man's wrist. Hiss! The man felt a sharp pain in his wrist. If it wasn't for his true energy protecting his body, he probably wouldn't even be able to use his hand. Yi Fan grinned, not bad, the palm of the 8 extreme fists, your true energy is also not bad, you actually didn't break your hand. Li Pengfei's face turned green. He couldn't sense Yi Fan's cultivation at all, but this young man was actually able to see through his ancient martial arts and true qi cultivation in an instant. Is that all? Yi Fan asked in a teasing manner. Li Pengfei was furious. He used another move of the 8 extreme fists, borrowing the entanglement technique. His hands continuously changed angles at high speed, attacking Yi Fan's vitals. His feet didn't even touch the ground. He moved steadily, and every step he took was filled with aggressiveness. In the situation, Yi Fan was retreating step by step, as if he was about to be defeated. Shen Guanling finally revealed a smile, and said happily, "Not bad, Li Pengfei, if you beat this brat to the ground, his 2.8 million check will be yours." Hearing this, Li Pengfei worked even harder. He circulated his true qi to the limit, and his entire body brought along an afterimage. "Watch my feet." Li Pengfei soared into the air, and a smashing kick from the 8 extreme fists landed on Yi Fan's shoulder like a bolt of lightning in the clear sky. This kick was enough to shatter the rock. Just when everyone thought that Yi Fan was going to be finished, they realized that the scene they had imagined did not appear at all. Yi Fan was like a sturdy stone sculpture, standing on the spot, indifferently looking at a foot resting on his shoulder. "Is that all you've got?" Yi Fan asked with some regret. He thought that he had met an expert of the 8 extreme fists, but it seemed that he was only so. Li Pengfei's face was pale. He couldn't believe that his full-strength kick didn't have any killing power. Yi Fan was too lazy to waste words. He grabbed Li Pengfei's calf with his left hand and easily pinched it. "Ah!" Li Pengfei's scream tore through the entire beast battle arena. He fell to the ground, hugging his leg in pain, and tears flowed down his cheeks. Chapter 143. 0143. When Feng Yuing, who had been tensed up the whole time, saw this scene, she was about to cry. This man made her too worried. When Yi Fan turned around, he discovered that Shen Guanling had already collapsed on the chair. "Do you have anyone else to bring out for me to see, or can we leave now?" Shen Guanling's face alternated between red and white. He felt deeply humiliated, but at this moment, he couldn't find any other ancient martial artists to get back at him. The key was, this Yi Fan's entire body was filled with evil. He didn't even know how he managed to defeat Li Pengfei without using Jin Qi. Yi Fan saw that Shen Guanling didn't say anything, so he walked in front of him and pointed at the Vacheron Constantine in his hand, saying, "This is the Patrimony Inheritance series, right? What do you want?" Shen Guanling subconsciously hid his watch behind his back. Fan Xian smiled brilliantly, "I beat up a mad dog, it's 2.8 million. Then I beat up so many people just now, so I have to add more money, right? I won't cheat you, just this watch, I don't want anything else." Fan Xian, the Shangguan family's servants and some of the guests were all dumbfounded. This guy, he actually started to extort Shen Guanling. Was he crazy? The key was that the Shangguan family had already lost hundreds of millions today, yet this guy was still not satisfied. He didn't even want to let go of a watch in Shen Guanling's hand. Even Feng Yuing didn't know what to say about men. Wishful thinking. "Do you know how much this watch is worth?" Shen Guanling was going crazy. "I know." Yi Fan nodded and said, "Platinum material, crocodile skin, sapphire crystal glass, the market price of the core should be more than 3 million. This is a limited number of Vacheron Constantine, why should I give it to you? Do you really think that our Shangguan family will be afraid of you?" Shen Guanling roared. Yi Fan's face turned cold, he bent down and stared at Shen Guanling. In an instant, an invisible pressure appeared. Shen Guanling's entire body shivered. He felt that the person in front of him wasn't a human at all, but a demon that was choosing a person to devour. It opened its scarlet eyes and peered at his soul. "Hey! Let me ask you again, do you want me to take your entire hand away, or do you want to take off your watch and give it to me?" Yi Fan was smiling, but this smile was enough to make people tremble in fear. Shen Guanling felt extremely humiliated, but the fear in his heart made him stiffly take off his watch. Yi Fan took the watch and put it into his pocket. Then, he didn't forget to pick up an unfinished bottle of Macallan whiskey from the side and drank it all. "Ha! Good wine." Yi Fan sighed with emotion. "I quite admire the writer, William Faulkner, very much like whiskey," he once said. Human civilization began with distillation technology. Mr. Shangguan, you drink such good whiskey, and you also know Aristotle, so you should be somewhat educated. Logically speaking, you should be a civilized person, right? Why do you always do these shameful things that disgrace the culture? Shangguan Ling's face turned green. This was clearly mocking him, mocking the words he had said before as arrogant and conceited. However, Shangguan Ling's face was flushed red, and he didn't dare to refute. After Yi Fan finished drinking, he laughed and waved his hand. I had a good time today. I took the money, drank the wine, and even exercised a bit. Then, Mr. Shangguan, we'll meet again next time. With that, Yi Fan pulled Feng Yuying's small hand and leisurely walked towards the elevator, leaving the Colosseum. Only when Yi Fan's figure disappeared did Shangguan Ling stand up shakily. He walked in front of Li Pengfei, who had a broken leg, and fiercely kicked his useless subordinate. Then, he turned around with a gloomy face and walked towards an elevator at the other end of the Colosseum. Ding! The elevator door opened. Shangguan Ling came to a VIP stand hidden behind a one-way glass. In this place, other than a few distinguished guests, ordinary people had no right to enter. On a black leather sofa, an elegant and charming woman wearing a blue dress was drinking red wine. The woman had a pair of white calves that were extremely exquisite. Her soft hair draped over her shoulders. She had a gentle and charming face that made one's blood boil. Mixed with a noble and elegant temperament, it made one's imagination run wild. Shangguan Ling walked in front of the woman, and with a face full of indignation, he asked in a low voice, Miss Chu, you better explain to me, what is the background of that Yi Fan? The woman raised her head with a confident and charming smile, Mr. Shangguan, even if you ask me, I don't know. You don't know? Then why did you ask me to find Feng Yuing here and even send people to deal with her? Wasn't it because Feng Yuing was Yi Fan's woman? The one you want to deal with isn't Feng Yuing at all, it's Yi Fan, right? That's right, I originally thought that I would be able to take a good video today and show it to Yi Fan, but unfortunately. Yi Fan actually came as well, messing up the plan, what a pity. The woman regretfully shook her head. Shangguan Ling roared, Chu Yunyao. You'd better explain it to me. I've lost so many people, and I've even lost more than 40 million. All in all, it's over 100 million. You're just going to give me the impression that you don't know anything. In the VIP room, there was complete silence. Chu Yunyao slowly stood up from the sofa. Her fair and flawless beautiful face became gloomy and ice-cold, and her pair of beautiful eyes emitted a light that was as cold as ice. Shangguan Ling. I asked you to deal with Feng Yuing, but I didn't ask you to cause trouble for Yi Fan. You can't take the slightest loss, you're arrogant, and in the end, you fell into Yi Fan's hands, and now you're asking me the reason? What, you want to take money from me as compensation? Chu Yunyao said as she walked in front of Shangguan Ling and sneered, if you want, I can directly write you a check. The question is, do you dare to take it? Shangguan Ling felt an invisible pressure that made his hair stand on end. Just now, he was also angry, which was why he roared so loudly. Now that he had calmed down, he was a little afraid. Miss Chu. Of course that's not what I meant. How can I take your money? Shangguan Ling smiled stiffly. Chu Yunyao coldly snorted, and said indifferently, you better figure out your own identity. Although your Shangguan family is considered a wealthy family in the underground world, it is still an underground family that cannot see the light of day. Chu Yunyao patted her chest and proudly said, Chu Yunyao, one of the 5 great sects of China, the young miss of the Tan City Chu family, am willing to come to your place for entertainment, I have already given you enough face. If you want to smoothly take over the Shangguan family and have a good foothold in the province, you'd better figure out the difference between us in the future. Do you understand? Shangguan Ling lowered his head, his face filled with suppressed anger, but he also knew that the difference in status between him and Chu Yunyao was indeed huge. Understood, Miss Chu, please forgive me. Shangguan Ling gritted his teeth and apologized. Chu Yunyao giggled. Her smile was extremely beautiful, like the red azaleas that covered the mountains and plains, blooming in an instant. Compared to her previous cold appearance, she was like a completely different person. She reached out and patted Shen Guanling's shoulder. Very good. I like obedient dogs. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. It's an obedient person. Cluck, cluck. With that, Chu Yunyao turned around with a smile and gracefully walked towards the elevator. Chapter 144. 0144. In the parking lot in the backyard of the Flying Cloud Mansion, a white Bentley Mulsanne was quietly parked in an exclusive VIP parking space. While thinking about something, Chu Yunyao slowly walked back to the side of the car, opened the door, and sat in the back seat. Let's go home. Chu Yunyao was a little tired and didn't want to go back to the company. However, after a long while, the driver sitting in front didn't start the car. What are you daydreaming about? Chu Yunyao was about to raise her head and ask, but her words suddenly stopped. She exclaimed, "Why is it you?" The driver, sitting in the driver's seat, had already turned his head. It was Yi Fan, who had an evil smile on his face. Yi Fan lit a cigarette by himself, not caring that he was in the car. Looking at the nervous expression on the woman's face that was constantly changing, his smile became even more playful. "Miss Chu, you seem to be very surprised to see me." Yi Fan puffed out his smoke and asked. "Where's my driver?" "Don't worry, he's in the trunk. He just fainted, I didn't kill him." Chu Yunyao's heart trembled. One had to know that his driver was an ancient martial artist who had reached the peak of the Hotian realm. He was also one of her bodyguards, yet he was thrown into the trunk just like that. "How did you find me?" Chu Yunyao's eyes flickered, her face ice cold. Yi Fan shrugged. "From the very beginning, when someone went to cause trouble for our Minister Feng, I felt that something was wrong. There was no need for the Shengguan family to fall out with the brocade for the sake of the remaining 40 million. However, I haven't been able to find you, so based on my experience, I can only look for clues in the luxury car outside the mansion. Coincidentally, I've seen your Mulsanne before at the Cloud Club, so I haven't forgotten about it." "So that's how it is." Chu Yunyao's eyes kept changing. Although this reason was very good, in the end, it could only be said that Yi Fan's sense of smell was too sharp. This man was like a wild beast living in the jungle. The slightest smell, the slightest movement, could make him vigilant. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "Miss Chu, you don't seem to be too flustered. Being discovered by me doesn't seem to have any effect on you." Chu Yunyao raised her head, her slender, snow-white neck like a white swan. "Am I supposed to scream and shout? I am a member of the Tan City Chu family. You live in China, you can't possibly fight against the Chu family by yourself, right? Besides, I didn't do anything to hurt you. Aren't you fine? If you're smart enough, you won't do anything that crosses the line." Chu Yunyao smiled confidently. Yi Fan sneered and spat out a mouthful of smoke onto Chu Yunyao's face. Cough cough. Chu Yunyao choked. Last time, she was also sprayed with smoke by a man. This guy really didn't respect her at all. She couldn't help but scold, "What are you doing? Don't smoke in my car." Yi Fan suddenly put out the cigarette butt, then jumped from the driver's seat to the back seat. The interior of Mu Shang's car was very spacious, and Yi Fan's big movements were effortless. Yi Fan's two hands pressed on both sides of Chu Yunyao's body, directly clamping the woman in front of him, looking down at her from above. "You! What are you trying to do?" Chu Yunyao's face was indifferent, her eyes filled with hostility. Yi Fan said, "I should ask you this question. What do you want to do?" "Me?" "That's right, if I didn't guess wrongly, you purposely used the Shengguan family to plot against Feng Yuing today, right? You want to use Feng Yuing to threaten me? Or could it be you want to use her to control me?" Yi Fan's eyes became sharper and sharper, and he aggressively asked, "Did you investigate the people around me, so you set your eyes on Feng Yuing?" Chu Yunyao swallowed her saliva, her delicate body stiffened, and said, "So what? Do you want to kill me? Let's see what the consequences will be. You are a heartless personality disorder, but you are not afraid of death." You know this very well, so you don't have to pretend that you're not afraid of death. Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao's expression froze, as if she had just remembered that her true appearance had already been seen through by Yi Fan. However, she still had an instinctive desire to survive. She also had her ambitions and didn't want to die so easily. Chu Yunyao's expression froze. Actually, your goal is nothing more than to recruit me, but you used the wrong method. Chu Yunyao felt a burst of pressure, and her heartbeat quickened. However, she didn't want to be suppressed by the man, so she smiled coquettishly. Then what should I do? Chu Yunyao felt a burst of pressure, and her heartbeat quickened. However, she didn't want to be suppressed by a man, so she smiled coquettishly. Then what should I do? Can I use something else to recruit you? The price to recruit me is very high. Yi Fan laughed evilly. No matter how big it is, there is still a limit. Chu Yunyao said, I don't believe that if I give you enough sincerity, you really won't be shaken by me. What you said makes sense, but that depends on what you have. Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao's eyes flickered for a moment, as if she had made up her mind, and said, I can give up 15% of the Cloud Peak Group's shares, and let you work in our group, becoming the second largest shareholder besides me. Compared to being an assistant at Su Qingshua's place, you can get whatever you want from me. How about it? You should be able to feel my sincerity, right? It sounds very powerful. How much is 15% of the shares worth? Yi Fan really didn't understand. Chu Yunyao smiled proudly. According to the current market value, it should be at least 6 billion, but you should know that 6 billion is not enough for me to sell this 15% of the shares. 6 billion huh? Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This woman was quite interesting. She actually wanted to spend a lot of money on him. Unfortunately, this amount of money was an astronomical figure to ordinary people, but to him, it was really nothing. Money was only useful under normal circumstances. At a certain level, money was nothing but waste paper. I'm sorry, the chips you gave me aren't tempting enough. Yi Fan shook his head. Chu Yunyao frowned, you really are a lion. Do you know what 6 billion means? No matter how much money you have, I don't like it. You should give up on trying to bribe me. Yi Fan sized up the woman and clicked his tongue. I think, why don't I turn you into a retard? This way. Save yourself some trouble in the future. Hearing that, Chu Yunyao immediately became nervous. She would rather die than become an idiot. You. Don't be impulsive, don't forget, I still have the most valuable thing. Chu Yunyao's mind raced. She had to protect herself in order to make a long-term plan. Yi Fan smiled playfully, oh. Tell me about it. My most valuable thing is, of course, myself. Chu Yunyao smiled confidently, her gaze instantly becoming extremely flirtatious. Li Fanxian laughed and admitted, now that you say it like that, I believe you. What, you want to give yourself to me? Chu Yunyao bit her lower lip. In order to survive, she couldn't care less about anything else. In any case, this man was worth it for her to pay such a price. Chapter 145. 0145. As his clothes gradually widened, a beautiful scenery appeared in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan's gaze became fiery, and his breathing also became heavy. This woman did indeed have the capital to say that she was the most valuable thing. Chu Yunyao naturally noticed the man's expression and gaze. She felt proud in her heart. No matter how powerful a man was, he was nothing more than this. As long as she put in enough effort, Yi Fan would not be able to escape her palms sooner or later. Yi Fan. Am I beautiful? Beautiful. It is indeed beautiful, Yi Fan said. Then you. Are you willing to leave Su Qingxue and come to my side? Chu Yunyao asked in a gentle tone. Yi Fan raised his head, looked at her, and then grinned, although you are very beautiful, I am still unwilling. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed Chu Yunyao's hands. Then, with his other hand, he took out his phone. Chu Yunyao was shocked, because the development of the situation was completely different from what she had imagined. You. What are you doing? Yi Fan. I am the young miss of the Chu family of Tan City, you dare to shoot me. Yi Fan didn't care about all this, and chuckled, Tan City's Chu family's eldest miss, since you like your identity so much, then I'll take one for you. In any case, you were the one who first thought of patting my woman. You planted the seed, so you have to bear the bitter fruit. Yi Fan forcefully pressed down on Chu Yunyao, taking pictures of the woman from top to bottom and saving the video. Bastard! Bastard! You will die a horrible death. Chu Yunyao was so angry that tears fell. She silently swore in her heart that the humiliation she suffered today would be returned 100 times in the future. The moment Yi Fan let go of her, Chu Yunyao turned around and slapped Yi Fan's face. However, Yi Fan quickly pressed her down on the seat again. Yi Fan looked at her with a gloomy face, Chu Yunyao, don't bother me anymore in the future. If you want to find someone to play with you, it's your freedom, but looking for me. You found the wrong person. You don't even know who you're facing. Chu Yunyao's watery eyes were sparkling and sparkling. Her slightly hoarse voice was panting as she said, I'm sorry. I, Chu Yunyao, like challenging things. I want to see just what kind of person you are. Unless you kill me, sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me and repent for what you have done today. Yi Fan looked at the woman in surprise. He thought that by doing this, he would be able to scare Chu Yunyao away. But he didn't expect that this woman's stubbornness and madness were far beyond his imagination. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yunyao was unscrupulous and wanted to hurt Feng Yuing, he would have liked Chu Yunyao a little. This woman was like a mandala. She looked pure and flawless on the outside, but she was poisonous and emitted a different kind of charm. Shaking his phone, Yi Fan said, this image can be considered a warning to you. Don't have any more ideas about me, and don't cause trouble for the people around me. Otherwise, I'll ruin your reputation. You should know what that means. Not even the Tan City Chu family's name can save you. Chu Yunyao bit her lower lip and started to think of a countermeasure, but she couldn't delete the image at once, so she felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. In the end, she still underestimated Yi Fan. She didn't expect that a man would see through her. I understand, then let's call a truce for now. Chu Yunyao said. Seeing that the woman had admitted defeat, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if he really wanted to kill Chu Yunyao, then he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with the Chu family. I hope this truce will be permanent. Yi Fan smiled and prepared to get off the car. But at this moment, two metal balls suddenly drew two parabolas from dozens of meters away and fell down. When they landed outside the Bentley, the two balls exploded, releasing white smoke. Smoke bomb. Yi Fan frowned and asked, you even arranged for an ambush. But Chu Yunyao was also confused, she shook her head and said, no. This is not my person. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, sit in the car and don't move, I'll go down and take a look. Without waiting for Chu Yunyao to say anything, Yi Fan got out of the car and closed the door. Outside the car was a vast expanse of white smoke, making it impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Suddenly, a few specks of cold light flashed from the white smoke. Upon closer inspection, they were actually several dart-like objects, shooting towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved his hand, and these metal-sharp hidden weapons were directly knocked to the ground. Shuriken. Fusang Ninja. Yi Fan recognized the hidden weapon. At the same time, a white blade descended from the sky, slashing towards Yi Fan's head. When Chu Yunyao, who was in the car, saw this scene, she couldn't help but hold her breath. She wanted to remind Yi Fan, but it was too late. However, Yi Fan had already expected all of this. He stretched out two fingers with his other hand and grabbed the katana made of steel. Clang! With a crisp sound, the steel blade was actually broken by Yi Fan's two fingers. The sail flung the broken steel blade diagonally backwards. With a poochie sound, the steel blade pierced into someone's body. A stream of blood spurted out. A masked man wearing a black ninja uniform had a hole in his throat. Just at this moment, from the other side, several cold weapons shot towards Yi Fan's waist and abdomen. This time, Yi Fan didn't stop them. He allowed these hidden weapons to hit his body and pierce through his clothes, but they didn't have the slightest bit of lethality. On the other hand, Yi Fan followed the direction of the hidden weapons and quickly took 3 steps forward, grabbing another masked ninja. Bang! A white smoke appeared. Just as Yi Fan was about to capture the ninja, there was only a piece of black cloth left in his hand. Yi Fan gloomily muttered, "Ninjutsu is not bad." This time, he simply closed his eyes and no longer looked through his eyes. Instead, he used the sound of the air flow to determine the ninja's trajectory. Here! Yi Fan sneered. His figure was like a serpentine bolt of lightning as he bypassed the car. At the door of the car, he slapped towards a seemingly empty white smoke. Pfft! Amidst the white smoke, a ninja vomited blood and fell to the ground. If Yi Fan hadn't discovered him, he would have already opened the car door and killed Chu Yunyao. Yi Fan observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no other ninjas, he squatted down, tore open a piece of the ninja's clothes, and looked at the tattoos on his arms and chest. It was the tattoo of a black evil spirit. It looked sinister and terrifying, and it was all tattooed with black paint. Yi Fan was puzzled. Just as he was thinking about what was going on, Chu Yunyao also walked out of the car. "Who are these people? Why did you come to kill me?" Chu Yunyao also saw clearly that the target of these 2 ninjas was her. Yi Fan smiled, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? How did you provoke the Shadow Warrior?" "Shadow Warrior? You mean the organization of these 2 assassins?" Chu Yunyao had never heard of it before. Seeing that the woman really didn't seem to know, Yi Fan explained, "The Shadow Warrior is a B-rank organization. Its headquarters is in Fusang, and it is an assassin organization that focuses on ninjas. They usually operate in Southeast Asia and rarely come to China. This time, the 2 ninjas they sent over have pretty good ninja skills. They should be the elites of the organization, and the price for inviting them is not cheap." Chapter 146. 0146 I have a lot of enemies, how would I know who hired them? Chu Yunyao said in annoyance, "It's all your fault, you knocked out my driver's bodyguard, and almost got into trouble." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you fine? Besides, even if that bodyguard of yours were awake, he might not be able to defeat these 2 ninjas. They are average in direct combat, but they are very skilled in assassination." Chu Yunyao also felt a little scared. Because she hadn't encountered any danger in a long time, she didn't have the habit of bringing too many bodyguards with her. Fortunately, with Yi Fan here, she was able to escape unscathed this time. This also strengthened her belief in recruiting Yi Fan. As long as Yi Fan was by her side, her safety would be at ease. Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Yunyao looked at Yi Fan in confusion and asked, "Why did you save me? If you let them kill me, wouldn't it save you a lot of trouble?" "I, Yi Fan, will never borrow a knife to kill someone. If I want you to die, I will kill you with my own hands," Yi Fan said. "Is that so?" Chu Yunyao smiled coquettishly and said, "Why do I feel that you actually like me a little?" Yi Fan's face stiffened. She really couldn't bear to part with such a beautiful woman being harmed, but she couldn't say such words out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't she be taking advantage of him? "I think you have a mental illness in addition to a personality disorder." "What?" "Narcissistic delusion," Yi Fan said with a serious expression. Chu Yunyao snorted, "Sooner or later, I will prove that you like me. I am very confident in my charm. To put it bluntly, you are the same as me. In the eyes of ordinary people, you are an anomaly. Ordinary women are simply not suitable for you. Do whatever you want." Yi Fan shook his head and turned to leave. Chu Yunyao was anxious. Sigh. "You're leaving just like that? What if there are more ninjas coming? You are the young miss of the Chu family in Tan City. Is it troublesome to find a few experts to protect you? I still have to accompany my woman for lunch. Goodbye. Yi Fan waved his hand without turning his head. Chu Yunyao looked at the man's departing figure, the corner of her mouth curled up into a proud smile, muttering to herself, "See you again, you really want to see me again. No matter how powerful you are still a man. Sooner or later, I will make you realize that you are already unable to extricate yourself from me." When Yi Fan returned to Feng Yuying's car, the woman was already waiting anxiously, afraid that something might have happened to Yi Fan. "You're back. Where did you go? I was so worried." Feng Yuying patted her chest. Yi Fan chuckled, "Ying, you've already seen my abilities, how could I possibly be in trouble? Who knows what's wrong with you again? It wasn't easy for you to escape unscathed. What if you get entangled by the Shangguan family again? What did you go to do?" Feng Yuying was very curious why Yi Fan still wanted to take a stroll after he came out. Fan Xian naturally wouldn't say that he had slapped Chu Yunyao's butt and even killed 2 shadow warriors. He only said, "I went to take care of some hidden dangers, you don't have to worry too much about it, it's fine now." It was unknown what Feng Yuying thought of, but her eyes dimmed as she sighed, "I know. I won't ask you anymore. Ying, don't be angry, it's really nothing. Let's go eat first. We've been busy for so long, and I'm starving. I have something to tell you, so let's talk while we eat." Feng Yuying faintly said, "All right, it just so happens that I have something to tell you as well." Yi Fan felt strange when he heard this, but he didn't think too much about it. Half an hour later, the two of them stopped at a home-cooked restaurant on the way back. He ordered a few side dishes and began to eat while sipping his drink. Yi Fan deliberated over his words, thinking about how to explain it to Feng Yuying. Just as he was about to start, a phone call came in. Yi Fan saw that it was actually Su Qingshua's number. He thought to himself, why did this woman take the initiative to contact him again, so he picked it up. "Hey, what's wrong, CEO Su?" On the other end of the phone, Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then said, "Where are you?" "At the restaurant, eating with Minister Feng." Yi Fan said. "You guys came out of the Flying Cloud Mansion?" "That's right, oh. Oh right, don't worry, the rest of the money has been returned. The mission given by the organization has been completed." Yi Fan said while grinning. Su Qingxue was also very surprised. "Shangguan Ling is willing to pay." "Of course I did. It's only right and proper for us to repay our debts. Otherwise, why would we come here?" Yi Fan said. Although Su Qingxue had a lot of questions, she didn't want to say too much on the phone. She coldly said, "Hurry up and come back after eating with Minister Feng. When you get home tonight, come with me to Grandma's place." Yi Fan finally understood that it was the old man who wanted to see him, so Su Qingxue called him. If it wasn't for Bai Shuqin, this woman probably wouldn't even care about his thoughts. After hanging up, Feng Yuying asked with a complicated look in her eyes, "Is it Director Su?" "Yeah, let's go back quickly." Yi Fan said. Actually, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have made Director Su worry about you." Feng Yuying's face was full of shame. Yi Fan was puzzled, "This is my job today, why shouldn't I come?" Ying, let's not talk about this anymore. I have something to confess to you today. It's about me and Director Su." Without waiting for Yi Fan to finish, Feng Yuying suddenly interrupted him. "I know, you guys are married," Feng Yuying quickly said. Yi Fan was stunned. After being stunned for a few seconds, he asked, "You already knew?" "And," Feng Yuying replied. Her expression looked very calm and there was a slight smile on her lips. However, her eyes were slightly evasive and she didn't want to make eye contact with the man. Yi Fan didn't feel good. No wonder Feng Yuying felt weird the moment they met today. She was too good at hiding things. "Who told you that?" "Qingxue?" Yi Fan asked. Feng Yuying lowered her head and said, "Don't ask, it's not bad news anyway, it's a happy occasion." Ying, I should have told you earlier. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Without waiting for Yi Fan to continue, Feng Yuing already interrupted him and said, "You don't have to explain to me, I understand. Actually, we haven't officially become boyfriend and girlfriend, so I don't think you betrayed me or anything. Besides, I can't thank you enough. It's all thanks to you that my brother was sent to such a good hospital to receive the best treatment. I myself have been saved by you time and time again. To me, you are a very trustworthy person. I sincerely wish you and Director Su the best." For some reason, although Feng Yuing said these words with a smile, Yi Fan felt very uncomfortable listening to them. "Ying, are your words sincere?" Yi Fan frowned. Chapter 147. 0147 It doesn't matter. Yi Fan became even more uncomfortable when he heard this, and said seriously, "But I really like you. Don't tell me that you didn't feel anything when you were dating me before." Feng Ying's face froze for a moment, and a glint flashed across her eyes. She took a deep breath, as if she was trying her best to control her emotions. "Ying, the calmer you appear, the more worried I am. Did something happen? I feel like you're hiding something," Yi Fan said with a frown. Feng Yuing shook her head. "No, I'm fine. Of course, I feel that it's a pity, but I feel that I'm already very lucky. Whether it's you or Director Su, they're really good to me. I know you really like Director Su. That day, when you guessed that the Zheng family was going to harm Director Su and rushed back to the company, I could already guess from your appearance. Director Su is very important to you. I don't want Director Su to feel embarrassed because of me and you. Our relationship should be limited to working partners and ordinary friends." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. So it turned out that when the car accident happened that day, Feng Yuing had already seen through it. "I know it's a little shameless to say it like this, but I still want to tell you, you and Qingxue are both very important to me. I don't want to give up on you just because of marriage," Yi Fan said honestly. Feng Ying's delicate body trembled as she looked at the man in surprise. You, ha. Yi Fan laughed at himself. "Am I going overboard?" Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Feng Yuing bit her red lips. Although she didn't say it out loud, it was obvious that she meant the same thing. "But I am such a person. You can say that I'm shameless, but I don't want to lie to you. In fact, other than you and Qingxue, I have other women. I will tell you about this sooner or later," Yi Fan said. Feng Ying's heart was beating even faster. Her mind was in a mess and her face was burning hot. She said with some grievance, You're too much. How can you do this?" Yi Fan sighed and said, "Because this is me, I am like this. Overbearing, selfish." Feng Yuing couldn't help but say, "You're right." Yi Fan leaned forward and stared straight at the woman. "In short, I don't want to lose you." Feng Ying's heart was pounding when she saw the man's possessive and invasive gaze. If it was an ordinary man who said this, she would definitely give him a tight slap. But Yi Fan was different. Yi Fan's actions and the trace of background that Yi Fan had revealed were enough to prove that he was not an ordinary man. Feng Yuing wasn't a naive girl. She was clear that in this world, the law of the jungle was the law of the jungle. A strong man naturally wouldn't lack women around him. Therefore, she was very clear that Yi Fan said these words because he had the capital. "I know," Feng Ying's gaze dimmed as she sighed, "you must have a lot of past and background that we can't imagine. You're so powerful, you know a lot, the people you know are not ordinary, you can look down on them. However, I was just an ordinary white-collar worker in a company. Although I was a high-level executive in a company, I had no background, no connections, and no savings. In front of you, I have no right to comment on you, nor do I have the right to criticize you. The only thing I can do is... I have a clear conscience." Yi Fan squinted, seeing Feng Ying's determined look, he was a little confused. Ying, what are you trying to say?" Feng Yuing raised her head and said with a serious face, "I want to say, even if I like you, even if you can settle other things and let me continue to be with you, but, I want to preserve my last shred of dignity. Even if I don't deserve to reject you, I at least don't want to let Director Su down. Yi Fan stared blankly at the woman for a while. In the end, he smiled bitterly. I know what you mean. In other words, unless Qingxue agrees, you will still leave me? Feng Yuing hesitated for a moment, then said softly, maybe. Yi Fan couldn't help but say self-deprecatingly, I really suspect that if I asked her face to face, she would directly agree. Because she seems to despise me, maybe she can't wait for me to have other women outside. No, even if Director Su seems to hate you, she definitely still likes you. Otherwise, she wouldn't marry you. I've known her for a long time, I know her personality. If she really doesn't like a man, she wouldn't marry him even if she was beaten to death. Feng Yuing said faintly. When Yi Fan heard that, he couldn't help but think about it carefully. It seemed to make sense. Otherwise, with Su Qingshua's stubborn temper, would she really marry him just because of the shares of the embroidery group? Actually, there were a lot of things that he understood himself. It was just that he was in a mess all of a sudden, so he needed someone to set things right in order to clear his thoughts. After Feng Yuing said this and thought about it, Yi Fan felt a lot more comfortable. Maybe after a while, Su Qingshua's anger towards him would dissipate. Alright then, I'll ask Qingxue later and see if she agrees. In the future, we'll become a family, how intimate would that be? Yi Fan fantasized about the day when he would be able to bring Su Qingsue and Feng Yuing home together and sleep together at night. Feng Yuying's face was rosy as she said, don't act recklessly. I only said, maybe, just now, I didn't promise you for sure. Ah. Ying, I thought you already agreed. Yi Fan said gloomily. Feng Yuing had a complicated look in her eyes as she said, in short. After we go back, we'll meet as little as possible. I don't want to be misunderstood by CEO Su. Furthermore, I have a lot of things to do recently, so we should keep our distance and do our own things. I don't want to think about it too much for the time being. When Yi Fan heard the woman say this, he didn't want to force her too much. After all, he sincerely liked Feng Yuing, and wasn't a bandit trying to steal her wife. Alright, you need time to think about it, I can understand. But I won't give up on you, I will always be good to you, this is also my promise. Yi Fan said. You. Why are you like this? Can't you leave me for a while? Feng Yuing frowned. Yi Fan laughed, unless I clearly feel that you hate me and don't like me, otherwise, why would I give up on a woman I like? What's more, she's a great beauty. Feng Yuing felt powerless. She really wanted to pretend that she hated men, but she couldn't do it no matter what. As long as she saw Yi Fan smile at her, her heart would soften. Forget it. In any case, the two of them wouldn't be able to see each other after a while, the woman thought to herself. After lunch, it was Feng Yuying's turn to drive back to the headquarters of Hua Hai Embroidery Group. After getting off the car, Feng Yuing waved at Yi Fan and said with a smile, I still have to go to the finance department, you can go back to the office. Yi Fan felt a little uncomfortable, he went forward and gently touched the woman's cheek, don't be so distant from me, even if I get married, I won't let you go, remember my words. Feng Yuing quickly pushed away the man's hand and pouted, stop messing around, it's not good to be seen by others. Yi Fan smiled indifferently, turned around and walked into the elevator. After the man left, Feng Yuing heaved a sigh of relief. Her face was filled with loneliness and sadness, and her eyes were moist with unspeakable grievances. Suddenly, a phone call came in, causing Feng Yuing to be startled. She looked at the number on her phone and frowned. Hello. Mom. Feng Yuing received a call from her mother. You've arrived at Hua Hai. Alright. I'll wait at the station for an hour at most, then I'll pick you up. Chapter 148. 0148. Just as Yi Fan was about to walk out of the elevator, he met Su Qingsue coming out of the office. The woman was obviously planning to rush to the hospital to see Bai Shuqin. No need to go in, just follow me to the hospital. Su Qingsue said with a cold face. Yi Fan looked at his expressionless, robot-like wife and thought back to Feng Yuying's words. Yes, she definitely still liked him. She was just pretending and throwing a tantrum. She should be fine after a while. Thinking like this, Yi Fan didn't care anymore. He smiled and nodded, "All right, I'll go drive." When Qingxue saw that the man was still smiling at her, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. However, she was worried about Bai Shuqin's illness and didn't think too much about it. On the way to the hospital, Yi Fan drove the car radio playing soothing music. From the rearview mirror, he saw that Su Qingxue seemed to be rather tired and closed her eyes to take a nap, so he asked, "Wife, do you want to turn off the music?" "Don't call me that." Su Qingxue closed her eyes. Yi Fan curled his lips, "Are you still angry at me?" "All right then. I'll call you Xiao Shui." Qingxue opened her eyes and didn't want to argue with the man about how to address her. She asked, "How did you get the last payment back?" In fact, from Su Qingxue's point of view, it was basically impossible to get 40 million back from the Shengguan family. With the Shengguan family's underground power in the province, it was reasonable for them to hold on to 40 million. Yi Fan thought about it, why not take this opportunity to say some good things about Feng Yuing, so that the two women could live in harmony in the future. Hence, he said, "It doesn't have much to do with me. It's mainly because Ying is amazing. She's really capable at work and has a good personality, Ying." A strange look flashed across Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes. "You're finally going to admit that your girlfriend is Feng Yuing?" Yi Fan was stunned, and said in bewilderment, "I didn't deny it either. Besides, didn't you already know? You even told her about our marriage." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Qingxue frowned. "When did I tell her about our marriage? I told you to keep this a secret. I just saw you flirting with her at the basketball game last time, so I figured out what was going on between you two." Fan Xian laughed and said, "Xiao Shui, there's no need for you to hide it from me, right? Today, when I told Ying about our marriage, she said she already knew. If it wasn't you who said it, could it be that it was me who said it?" "What?" After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, "Yi Fan, I can tell you very clearly that I didn't tell her about marriage." "You didn't tell me? Then who said that?" Yi Fan looked at the woman's expression. It seemed that Su Qingxue was not lying. Although this woman's acting skills were very strong, logically speaking, there was no need to act in such a thing. Su Qingxue shook her head. "I don't know. In short, it's not me. I thought that when you met in private, you told her about our marriage and even gave her a new car to calm her down. So it wasn't you?" Yi Fan was very surprised. Who knew that just as she finished speaking, Su Qingxue's pretty face turned cold as she widened her almond-shaped eyes and angrily said, "Yi Fan. What do you mean by that? Do you think that I gave her a new car so that she could leave you? Aren't you too narcissistic?" Yi Fan's expression froze. He didn't mean it that way at all, but it seemed that his words did carry some ambiguity. "No. Of course I don't think that way. You're so confident, how could you do that kind of thing? Xiao Shui, listen to me. I think that you will give her something out of pure kindness." Yi Fan wanted to explain, but it seemed that no matter how he explained, he would be confused. Su Qingxue really wanted to kick this man out of the car. She was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. "Do you think I care about you that much? For you, I want to be jealous of my senior sister." He even sent a car to chase her away. "You shameless bastard, get out of the car." Yi Fan was speechless. Didn't he just say something wrong? Why was it like an explosion in an explosive storehouse? Sometimes, this woman was as cold as ice, and sometimes, she was like a volcano erupting. It was truly frightening. "Xiao Shui. Don't be angry, I was wrong, I really didn't mean it that way. I don't know why my brain was twitching, I apologize to you." "That's what you're thinking." "It really isn't, exactly. As the saying goes, a person is not a saint. Everyone can make mistakes. I just said something wrong, you don't have to bite on it like that, right?" Bite? Are you calling me a dog? Do you mean I'm being unreasonable? Of course not. I don't even know what to say. Anyway, calm down, I'm really just curious, who told her that we're married? Narcissism. Fickle. Pervert. Don't talk to me. Su Qingxue cursed 3 times in a row. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. Then, she turned her head to look out the window, not wanting to say a single word to the man. Li Fanxian had an awkward expression and let out a long sigh. It seemed like he had to be more careful with his words in the future. Su Qingxue's pride was very strong, and if she wasn't careful, it would stir up a storm. When they arrived at the hospital and walked into Bai Shuqin's ward, the scene on the bed caused both of them to be quite startled. They saw Bai Shuqin sitting there with a rosy face and a good complexion. She was talking and laughing with Aunt Jiang. Grandma. You look much better. Is the treatment working? Su Qingxue happily stepped forward. Yi Fan's eyes dimmed. He was very clear that this was actually Bai Shuqin's final radiance. Her lifespan was coming to an end. Bai Shuqin kindly reached out her hand and patted Su Qingxue's head. Then, she said to Yi Fan, there's something I want to tell you face to face. Grandma, tell me, what is it? Yi Fan thought, no matter what, it wouldn't be more exciting than marrying Su Qingxue. I have something that my wife gave me before she left. You've become our Su family's son-in-law, but I haven't given you anything decent. I'm thinking, since I've left the company to Xiao Shui, I'll give you this keepsake of the Su family. As she said that, Bai Shuqin took out an emerald jade thumb ring. The material of the entire thumb ring was quite high quality. Its entire body was emitting a mysterious green luster that didn't dissipate. It was as if there was a boundless world inside. It was definitely not made from ordinary jade. Grandma. Why did you give him your family heirloom? Su Qingxue had seen this thumb ring when she was young. She originally thought that it was passed down to Su Changping. She didn't expect it to be left with Bai Shuqin. The key was that this was Su Youwei's most beloved family heirloom. How could he give it to the detestable Yi Fan? We didn't say that Yi Fan would marry into our family. You married him and he will be the head of the family in the future. What's wrong with giving this family heirloom to him? Bai Shuqin laughed and scolded. Su Qingxue clenched her teeth but she couldn't fight for it. She could only put on an unconvinced look. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. This thing looked pretty good. He hurriedly took it with both hands and looked at it carefully. Grandma, you're too courteous. Halfway through his words, Yi Fan suddenly realized that something was wrong. There were actually some fine patterns inside the thumb ring. It looked like a small 8 trigrams. Also, there were words engraved. No. None. Chapter 149. 0149-inch idiot, it's omniscient. You can't understand seal characters, right? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, thinking that this man was good at foreign languages, but ancient texts were not as good as hers. When she was young, she had learned a lot of ancient seal characters from Su Youwei and had read a lot of ancient books. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Looking at Bai Shuqin, who had a mysterious smile on her face, he felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. It wasn't that he didn't understand it, but after he understood it, he had the urge to cry. This Su Qingxue, this Su family, what kind of background did they have? Grandmother. Can I not take such a precious thing? Yi Fan wanted to decline. What, you despise the gift of an old man like me? Bai Shuqin pretended to be displeased. Yi Fan sighed. It seemed that unless he abandoned Su Qingxue, this ring would really be with him. Su Qingxue became even more angry. What do you mean? Grandma gave you her family heirloom, yet you're still picky? Yi Fan looked at his innocent and cute wife. He knew that she didn't know what kind of background her family had. He thought to himself, the price for me to marry you is too high. Who knew what kind of messy path he would be taken to? However, since his wife was his own choice and he was already married, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. He wasn't a man who was afraid of trouble. Meeting Su Qingxue and obtaining this ring was probably his destiny. Of course not, I'm just being polite. I'll accept it. Yi Fan giggled and put the ring into his pocket. Bai Shuqin and Aunt Jiang looked at each other and smiled in satisfaction. Yi Fan, I'll give you the heirloom. I have a small request, and that is, if you have children in the future, give birth to at least 2, so that one of them can have the surname Su, okay? Yi Fan didn't care about this. He felt that he wouldn't only have one child in the future, so he straightforwardly nodded, no problem. Su Qingshue's pretty face was flushed red. She was a virgin, so she was naturally very shy about giving birth to a child. Alright, there are some things that I need to talk to Xiao Shui about. Yi Fan, you can go out. Bai Shuqin said. Yi Fan wanted to smoke a cigarette, so he walked out of the room and went outside the hospital. Su Qingxue, who was left in the ward, started to act coquettishly, grabbing her grandmother's hand. Grandma, why did you give him the thumb ring? Since he accepted this heirloom, it means that he sincerely wants to stay by your side. This is also a test for you. Bai Shuqin smiled gently. Su Qingxue remembered the quarrel in the car and said miserably, but Grandma, I hate him. I originally wanted to break up with him, so why do you want me to marry him? Don't talk nonsense. We're already married, how can we say such words? Bai Shuqin frowned and reached out to touch her granddaughter's face. She said earnestly, Child, I know that Yi Fan has many shortcomings, but you have to believe in Grandma, he is definitely the most suitable husband for you. Why? Su Qingxue didn't understand. Bai Shuqin's eyes flickered for a moment, and said, in the future. You may slowly understand. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the future. When I came just now, I wanted to kick him out of the car. He is a person who flirts with flowers and flirts with grass. When he sees a beauty, he can't move. Furthermore, he's not serious all day and is full of lies. Su Qingxue complained. Bai Shuqin let out a long sigh and said, You really don't like him? Su Qingxue was stunned. Hearing this question, her heart suddenly felt very conflicted and a trace of panic. But after thinking for a while, he stubbornly said, Of course I don't like him. I hate him. Even so, we can't divorce. Bai Shuqin said seriously, Remember Grandma's words, if you really don't like him, then you have to pretend that you care about him. Just treat him as your chess piece, use him, and let him stay by your side and be used by you. Su Qingxue opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at her grandmother in shock. Grandma. You, Bai Shuqin had a playful smile on her face, do you think that Grandma's eyes are really dim and I can't tell what's going on between you two? However, you must remember, child, you must tie this man down. Even if you don't have any feelings for him, don't let go. Why is that? Promise Grandma, don't let Yi Fan go. Bai Shuqin's eyes burned. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip, her mind was filled with countless thoughts, but she could only nod slightly, I understand. Bai Shuqin smiled and said, You're so beautiful and smart. As long as you put in a little effort, you'll definitely be able to trick Yi Fan into submission. Grandma believes in you. Lie. Another lie. Could it be that their marriage could only be maintained by deceiving each other? She suddenly realized that Bai Shuqin seemed to have more ulterior motives for bringing her and Yi Fan together. This feeling of her marriage being shrouded in a conspiracy made her feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Bai Shuqin seemed to have exhausted all her strength and laid down on her back. I'm tired. Go find Yi Fan. There's no need to come see me. Su Qingxue saw that the old man's aura seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Grandma, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly? Aunt Jiang advised, Miss, you should go back first. Let the old madam rest. Although Su Qingxue was very worried, she could only leave and walk out of the ward while looking back 3 times. After Su Qingxue left, Aunt Jiang sighed faintly and sat on the edge of the bed. She reached out and held by Shuqin's skinny hand, her eyes were sparkling. She silently looked at the old woman who was gradually falling asleep, as if she was seeing her off. When Su Qingxue walked to the parking lot, Yi Fan was smoking beside the car. He looked at the jade thumb ring as if he was thinking about something. Take good care of it, don't lose it. This is our Su family's heirloom, Su Qingxue said reluctantly. Yi Fan came back to his senses, threw away the cigarette and said with a smile, how about? I give it to you for safekeeping. Su Qingxue glared at him, I don't want it. Since Grandma gave it to you, what's the point of me bringing it over? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, if this thumb ring was really the thing he thought it was, he really didn't want to bring it with him. God knows what kind of trouble it would cause one day. However, hearing the woman's tone of voice, it wasn't as cold as before. It seemed that she had calmed down quite a bit. Xiao Shui, where are we going now? Go home. Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue said, I want to visit Ling Shan. I don't have time to go over when she's in the hospital. When Yi Fan heard this, he also felt that it was appropriate. He drove the car and brought Su Qingxue to Haihua Hospital. Just as they were about to enter the hospital, Yi Fan saw that both of them had empty hands and asked, Xiao Shui, why don't you take some gifts to see your injured subordinates? Gifts? Su Qingxue frowned. In the past, Qinya was in charge of these things and she didn't think about it. She didn't expect a man to think about it. By what? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan sighed. This woman really lacked common sense in many aspects, so he brought her to the fruit shop and flower shop opposite the hospital for a stroll. After picking up a bunch of lilies and a basket of fruits, the two of them returned to the hospital. Yi Fan held the flowers in one hand and the fruits in the other. He thought of something and asked Su Qingxue, wife, do you like flowers? We don't have a diamond ring when we get married, should we give you a bunch of flowers? How many times have I told you, don't call me that? Su Qingxue's face was ice cold, but her heart was thumping. She thought, if this guy really gave her flowers, would she accept them? After careful consideration, the flowers themselves were not guilty, so there was no need for her to make life difficult for the flowers. If Yi Fan gave it to her, she should just accept it. Yi Fan didn't think so. Seeing that Su Qingxue seemed to be very disgusted and was about to get angry, he hurriedly smiled and said, don't be agitated, I won't give you flowers. He. Hearing that, Su Qingxue's face became even colder. She snorted, rolled her eyes at the man, and said angrily, it better be like this. If you dare to send it, I'll deduct your salary. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Speaking of which, his salary was paid by his wife. It didn't seem appropriate to buy a diamond ring for a woman. The key was that women didn't lack such things. However, the two of them were married after all. Even if the wedding wouldn't be held in the near future, they should at least show some expression. What should he do? While thinking about how to celebrate a little, the two of them had already arrived at Su Lingshan's ward. Chapter 150. 0150. Coincidentally, he heard a woman's shout coming from inside, get out. I don't want to see you. Is it Lingshan? After Su Qingxue heard the voice, she worriedly pushed open the door. An awe-inspiring young man in a major's military uniform and a military cap was standing beside the bed. Behind this major was a tall and sturdy man. He looked like a big bear and had a serious expression on his face. Judging from his rank, he was a captain. Who are you? Su Qingxue was very puzzled when she saw that it was two soldiers and an officer. Su Lingshan was a little anxious and said, Director Su, why are you here? I've been too busy these past 2 days and didn't have the time to come and see you. I just wanted to ask how you were. Su Qingxue said. Su Lingshan was both moved and worried as she said, I'm fine, Director Su, you don't have to worry about me, I'm fine. The major snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Su Qingxue with a disdainful gaze, you're the CEO of the embroidery group, right? You arranged for my fiancé to be a security guard and even let her get injured? How dare you? Fiancé. Hearing these 3 words, Su Qingxue and Yi Fan were confused. Why did Su Lingshan have a fiancé? Lingshan, did you escape from marriage? This was the first time Su Qingxue had heard of this. No. Director Su, don't listen to his nonsense. Su Lingshan turned her head and glared at the major, Zhao Tianxian. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I spouting nonsense? Isn't that so? I asked you to come back from the wolf poison flower army to marry me, but you threw a tantrum at home. There are many who want to marry the daughter of a famous family. If I didn't admire you, how could it be your turn? You don't know what's good for you, and I've tolerated you for 3 years. After all, we're still young, but do you still want to run away from marriage? Zhao Tianchuan's face was full of arrogance. Su Lingshan's face flushed red as she angrily said, Who wants to marry you? You were the one who shamelessly proposed marriage to my parents. I have already refused to marry you. Our engagement is invalid. I have nothing to do with you. Marriage is the order of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. From the moment you, Su Lingshan, got engaged, you are my woman. Don't even think about changing this. As Zhao Tianxian spoke, he looked at Su Qingxue with a sharp gaze and said, My fiancée is going to the best hospital. Today, I will take her away. If you dare to treat her as a security guard, I will settle the score with you in the future. When Fan Xian heard this, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. This brat's tone was very arrogant, and he didn't know which big family's disciple he was from. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the rank of major at such a young age. Zhao Tianxian. I won't go with you. Even if I die, I won't marry you. Su Lingshan stubbornly said. Qingxue's face was also cold as she said, Lingshan is my employee and also my friend. I won't let you take her away by force. Even if you're an officer, that doesn't mean you can ignore the law. Zhao Tianxian laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest thing, You're talking to me about the law. Do you know who I am? The more extraordinary your background is, the more despicable your method of forcefully seizing it will seem. It will also make you look even more laughable. Su Qingxue retorted. Hee, you have a sharp tongue. Being a businessman is indeed different. Zhao Tianxian glanced at Yi Fan behind him and laughed strangely. Yi Fan, aren't you going to take care of your new wife? As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan's expressions suddenly changed as they looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. Su Qingxue was puzzled as to why Zhao Tianxian knew Yi Fan. As for Su Lingshan, she couldn't believe that Yi Fan was actually married to Su Qingxue. Yi Fan's expression didn't change, but his eyes were ice cold. You know me? Of course I know him, and I also know. You injured the Black Hawk captain, you are really daring, Zhao Tianxian teasingly said. Yi Fan immediately guessed that this guy was also a member of Dragon Fang. However, to him, this kind of identity didn't matter at all. If a member of the Dragon Soul came over, he might be willing to pay attention to him, but Dragon Fang. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. Director Su, you're married. Su Lingshan couldn't help but want to confirm. Su Qingxue bit her lips. She didn't expect that her marriage would also be found out, but she could only nod. I just got married, but I don't want too many people to know. Oh, I understand. Su Lingshan's heart felt empty. She didn't know why it was like this. Thinking back to the first time she saw Yi Fan, Su Qingxue let Yi Fan stay at her house. She suddenly felt that she was very stupid. Why didn't she see that the two of them had an unusual relationship? The key point was, this scoundrel, when he was with Su Qingxue, he was still perverted all day long. He was really shameless, Su Lingshan thought angrily. Zhao Tianxian said, Yi Fan, don't think that you'll be fine just because the Black Hawk captain's men were withdrawn. You are involved in many cases, and we will investigate them thoroughly. If you are a little more sensible, then obediently surrender yourself. Su Qingshue's eyes showed a trace of panic. She didn't expect that the country would send people to investigate Yi Fan. Was he really going to go to jail for the murder he had committed? However, Yi Fan sneered, that Black Hawk guy will at least do some investigation. Don't tell me you only know how to talk nonsense here. If you really have the ability, you would have captured me a long time ago, wouldn't you? Zhao Tianquan's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. He was indeed quite afraid of Yi Fan's strength, so he had been holding back his troops, not wanting to alert the enemy. However, if he were to really go all out, he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to subdue Yi Fan. With your level, if we really want to capture you, it would only take a blink of an eye. Don't be too arrogant, we are just looking for the right time. You won't be able to escape. Zhao Tianxian sneered. Do whatever you want, but we don't welcome you here. I see that Captain Su is tired, so you should hurry up and scram. Yi Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of young master. Scram? You dare to tell me to scram? Zhao Tianquan's face darkened, and he said, I already said, Su Linshan is my woman, I have to take her away, the ones who want to scram are you guys. Yi Fan smiled evilly and said, if you have the ability, you can try and see if you can take her away. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you know who you've offended? Zhao Tianxian narrowed his eyes. Yi Fan shrugged, I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Seeing the two men at daggers drawn, Su Linshan started to worry. She gritted her teeth and said, Yi Fan, don't say any more. Director Su, take care of yourself, I think it's better if I go with him. As she spoke, Su Linshan got off the bed. Her injuries were almost healed, but she still needed to rest. Hearing that, Su Qingxue was astonished, Lingshan. Why did you? Didn't you not want to leave? Su Lingshan's face was bitter, I can't let you guys, for my sake, get into unnecessary trouble. Chapter 151. 0151. She was actually very calm. She was also weighing the pros and cons of whether or not she wanted to completely fall out with Zhao Tianxian. Her rationality told her that she couldn't fight Zhao Tianxian head-on. The Su family was only a merchant family. Going against an aristocratic family with a military background was like striking a rock with an egg. However, she had known Su Lingshan for more than 3 years. The two of them had encountered many things at work, and Su Lingshan had also bled and cried for her. Although one was a CEO and the other was a security captain, the two actually treated each other as friends and sisters in their hearts. Su Qingxue didn't have many sisters, but Su Lingshan was definitely one of them. Therefore, Su Qingxue's heart was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. Zhao Tianxian had a complacent look on his face as he grinned and said, Lingshan, why do you have to do this? You tried every possible way to get into a conflict with your family and came to Huahai. In the end, you still want to go back with me and be my wife? Don't worry, when I go back, I will suggest to my family that we get married as soon as possible. From then on, you can stay at home and give birth to my children. As he spoke, Zhao Tianquan's gaze meaningfully glanced at Su Lingshan's chest. That pair of ample breasts was truly filled with temptation to every man. Wishful thinking. I just don't want an arrogant guy like you to cause trouble for President Su. I won't marry you. Even if I go back, it doesn't mean that I'll agree. Su Lingshan clenched her teeth. Hee, after we go back, this is not up to you. Letting you be so presumptuous for 3 years is already the limit of Uncle Su's patience. Zhao Tianxian said, do you think that Uncle Su and the others really don't know where you are? The only reason I've come to find you now is already an extra favor. When Su Qingxue heard these words and saw Su Lingshan's eyes filled with pain and sparkling eyes, she couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow in her heart. She was also a woman, and she had no choice in her marriage. However, compared to Su Lingshan, she seemed to be a little luckier. Although the sale was full of flaws, it was at least not like this Zhao Tianxian. It was simply so hateful that it made one's hair stand on end. Lingshan, Su Qingxue made up her mind and said seriously, if you don't want to go back, I support you. Don't make things difficult for yourself. If you need help, call the police or hire a lawyer, you don't have to be polite with me. Zhao Tianchuan's face darkened, call the police. Lawyer? Su Qingxue, are you naive or stupid? Do you really want to meddle in our affairs? Su Lingshan's delicate body trembled. Hearing Su Qingxue's words, she was so moved that she almost shed tears. However, she knew that no matter how powerful Su Qingxue was in the business world, she couldn't stop the decision of the Zhao and Su families. President Su, there's no need. I appreciate your kindness. You took care of me, a woman who could do nothing but fight, for 3 years, and I am already very satisfied. I'm sorry. I won't be able to accompany you on business trips and inspections in the future. I won't be able to work for the brocade anymore. Su Lingshan said as she silently walked towards the door. When Su Qingxue heard these words, she felt as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat, and her eyes started to heat up. But at this moment, a figure blocked Su Lingshan's path. Yi Fan. Su Lingshan stared blankly at the man and asked in confusion, what are you doing? The corner of Fan Xian's mouth slightly raised, his eyes gentle as he said, at least we've eaten so many lunches together. You're leaving without saying goodbye to me? Su Lingshan recalled the scene of the two of them eating together in the company's cafeteria. Her heart felt warm, but it was also rather sour. You liar, you hid everything from Director Su before you married him. I don't want to say goodbye to you, Su Lingshan said in a low voice. Yi Fan laughed and said, all right, Captain Su, don't leave. Since you don't want to leave, then there's no need to force yourself. You're too naive. Su Lingshan smiled bitterly, there are many things in this world that can't be helped. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are indeed involuntary, but if you say you want to marry that guy, I don't think so. Yi Fan shook his head. Zhao Tianxian was about to lose his patience. His anger was like a volcano that was about to erupt as he cursed, Yi Fan. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Don't be so ungrateful, you even dare to interfere in the matters between me and my fiancé. You and your fiancé? Ha! Marriage is a matter of two people, Captain Su doesn't think that she's your fiancé. You forced yourself to come over, this is called stealing the bride, isn't it? Yi Fan sneered. Zhao Tianxian stepped forward and looked at Yi Fan with a sharp gaze, I don't want to waste words with you. If you continue to meddle in other people's business, I'll let you be hospitalized today. You don't have to be so excited. Actually, I'm not interested in caring about your business, I'm just caring about my wife. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pointed at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue frowned, not knowing what the man meant. What does this have to do with Su Qingxue? Zhao Tianxian asked unhappily. Yi Fan let out a long sigh and asked, what do you think is the most important thing for a man to get married? Zhao Tianxian pondered for a moment, then said, why should I answer you? Yi Fan chuckled, you can't answer me at all, because in your eyes, getting married is the same as tying a sow home and giving birth to a pig for you. You don't care about Captain Su's inner world at all, do you? So. Sow. You're calling me a pig? Zhao Tianxian glared. Su Lingshan's face was also flushed red. These words were too vulgar. However, her words were rough, but her reasoning was not rough. Zhao Tianxian had taken a fancy to her because of her figure, appearance, and family background. He didn't try to understand her heart at all. Yi Fan continued, I don't know what others think, but in my opinion, for a man, the most important thing about marriage is to take on all the responsibilities of the family. It can be done imperfectly, but it must be done as responsibly as possible. In addition to the material responsibility, it was also the spiritual responsibility. To my wife, Captain Su was a very close friend. If Captain Su was not happy, then my wife would also be sad. So, in order not to make my wife sad, I must keep Captain Su here today, understand? Su Qingxue stared blankly at the man. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would suddenly say such serious words. Even though he still felt that men were very annoying, his heart felt as if it was filled with honey. It was so sweet that he even ignored the man calling her wife. Su Lingshan was also very surprised. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She was happy, touched, and also had a trace of sour taste. She looked at Su Qingxue with envy. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. Zhao Tianchuan's face turned ashen. He didn't want to listen at all and shouted, Tai Xiong, cuff this guy. Chapter 152. 0152 Don't move. Be careful of misfire, Iron Bear said in a vigorous voice. Seeing that Iron Bear had really taken out his pistol, and that the muzzle was only 30 to 40 centimeters away from Yi Fan, Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan's hearts were in their throats. Yi Fan. Forget it. Don't get involved in this. Su Lingshan hurriedly advised. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned even paler as she questioned, how can you pull out your guns? This is a hospital. Zhao Tianxian disdainfully said, so what if it's a hospital? Even if I were to execute this guy right now, there wouldn't be any problems. This is the difference in status between us. Iron Bear also turned around with a sinister smile and asked, Captain, why don't we just capture him? We'll have to do it sooner or later anyway. Zhao Tianxian thought for a moment and said, that's fine too. Then coming to the hospital today can be considered killing two birds with one stone. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun in Iron Bear's hand suddenly disappeared. My gun. Iron Bear only blinked for a moment before he felt a sharp pain in his hand and his fingers went numb. Soon after, he discovered that his pistol had already fallen into Yi Fan's hands. TSK, not bad, 62 modified Browning, this gun is well maintained, it's worth quite a bit of money if you want to sell it. Yi Fan sized it up as he commented. Zhao Tianxian and Iron Bear were both dumbstruck. They didn't even see how Yi Fan took the pistol away. Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan also opened their beautiful eyes wide, unable to react. Crack crack crack, following which, Yi Fan's two hands moved as fast as lightning, and all the bullets in the Browning pistol were spat out. Yi Fan threw the empty gun back to Iron Bear and lightly said, you guys can leave. This is a hospital, I don't want to do anything. Don't bother Captain Su, and don't bother me. Looking at the empty pistol, Iron Bear's face was burning. He had clearly been humiliated. Bastard, you dare to take the gun away when I'm not paying attention? Today, I'm going to make a move. Without saying a word, Tai Xiong threw his gun away and used the long fist of a military fist to punch towards Yi Fan's face. However, Yi Fan only moved his body slightly horizontally before reaching out to grab Iron Bear's fist from the side. Then, he suddenly pulled it backwards. Ka. With the sound of bones dislocating, Tai Xiong's arm was dislocated. Tai Xiong was also a ruthless person. After letting out a painful scream, he still used his other hand to grab Yi Fan's neck. He had trained his skills on the battlefield, so naturally, he wanted to kill. Yi Fan coldly snorted, and with a diagonal thrust of his elbow, it hit the side of Tai Xiong's ribs. Bang! Tai Xiong's body fell to the ground. Several of his ribs were broken, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up at all. Seeing that Yi Fan had only used 2 moves to defeat Tai Xiong, Zhao Tianxian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't fight first. On the other hand, Su Lingshan was both surprised and happy. At the same time, she was worried that this would bring more trouble to Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved towards Zhao Tianxian, come, didn't you want to take Captain Su away? If you defeat me, I'll let her go with you. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Tianxian gnashed his teeth and said, I will definitely investigate your identity and arrest you according to the law. Yi Fan laughed and said, why did it become the law again? From your tone just now, you didn't take the law seriously at all. Humph. I don't want to argue with you. Zhao Tianxian looked at Su Lingshan unwillingly and said, "You won't be able to escape. You are my fiancé, so you will definitely become my woman." With that, Zhao Tianxian quickly left the ward with the wounded Iron Bear. After the two of them left, the room fell into a strange silence. Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan both looked at Yi Fan with a complicated expression. This man really made them tremble in fear every time. "Why are you guys looking at me like that? It's so embarrassing." Yi Fan felt a little embarrassed from being stared at. Su Lingshan faintly sighed, "Actually, you shouldn't have helped me. Zhao Tianxian hates evil like an enemy, and the Zhao family's background is extraordinary. You will bring trouble to Director Su." When Su Qingxue heard this, she advised, "Lingshan, don't say it like that. Although Yi Fan is a bit reckless, I really can't just watch you get taken away. That's no different from kidnapping." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems. Captain Su, your body has more or less recovered. I think you can leave the hospital tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Why don't you go back to the company and live in the company's apartment? That guy won't harass you easily." Su Lingshan smiled mockingly, "You don't understand Zhao Tianxian. Today, he lost face and won't come looking for me for a while. He will definitely think of a way to deal with you first, so you have to be careful." When Yi Fan heard this, he was no longer worried and nodded with a smile. "Lingshan, no matter what, you should go back to work as soon as possible. Don't do any training for now and take good care of your body. With you in the company, I'll be more at ease," Su Qingxue said. Su Lingshan replied, then asked hesitantly, "Director Su, you've never asked me about my family background. Do you really not care?" Su Qingxue's gaze moved, and after pondering for a moment, she said, "Whether I know or not, it won't change my decision, and it won't deny the fact that we've worked together for 3 years. If you want to tell me, I'm naturally willing to listen. If you don't want to tell me, I don't mind." Su Lingshan smiled and said, "Director Su, it's not convenient for me to say too much about the details. But our family is absolutely above board. My hometown is in Sioux City, and most of my family members are in the army. You can rest assured that it's definitely not some messy family, nor is it an underground family. I came to Hua Hai because I don't want to accept this marriage. I don't like that Zhao Tianxian, and I don't want to be a chess piece that they can manipulate for the rest of their lives. And, I believe you. After all, you are the girl with the strongest sense of justice I've ever seen," Su Qingxue said. When Su Lingshan heard this, she couldn't help but blush. "Director Su, don't say that. I'm just a straightforward person." Yi Fan, who was behind him, couldn't help but frown, a hint of doubt flashing across his eyes. Sioux City. Could it really be the Su family of Sioux City? In that case, wouldn't that Zhao be? Yi Fan had a feeling of wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Why was it that ever since he met Su Qingxue, he kept bumping into people from prestigious families? This was great, there would probably be trouble in the future. However, in the bottom of Yi Fan's heart, he didn't want a beauty like Su Lingshan to be captured by someone like Zhao Tianxian to be his wife. That would be too much of a waste. Not to mention anything else, this figure was something that ordinary Eastern women didn't have. Moreover, the two of them had a good relationship, so it wouldn't be too much to help her. Chapter 153. 0153-inch damn it. Sitting in the military jeep, Zhao Tianxian forcefully slapped the back of the seat in front of him, cursing non-stop. Tai Xiong was at the side. He had just connected his dislocated arm, but his ribs were broken. He needed to return to the military hospital as soon as possible to treat them, so he wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time. "Captain, this Yi Fan is really not a vegetarian. No wonder Black Hawk is so miserable," Iron Bear said while panting. Zhao Tianxian glared at him, "Useless thing. Don't let the people from the first team see you like this, or else wouldn't they come over and mock us?" Tai Xiong gloomily lowered his head. He originally thought that with a gun in hand, nothing would go wrong. Who would have thought that Yi Fan's speed would be so fast? He was also very unwilling. After all, Yi Fan's body couldn't feel any traces of inner force cultivation. In the eyes of the two, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be much stronger. At this time, another member of Dragon Fang's Squad 2 in the front row turned around and said, "Captain, we just received a message. The monkey-eating eagle organization that we have been keeping an eye on, they have indeed sent 2 members to infiltrate Huahai. They are now under our control." Zhao Tianchuan's eyes lit up and he laughed. Sure enough. The monkey-eating eagle would definitely investigate how their people died. If we search from the source, we will know why they are looking for Yi Fan, and we will also know what kind of secret Yi Fan has. Tai Xiong, who was at the side, hurriedly endured the pain and flattered, "Captain is wise." Zhao Tianxian proudly snorted, "Compared to that Black Hawk, I naturally have a lot more brains. Let's go and meet those 2 monkey-eating eagle members. I want to see why that Yi guy can attract the attention of the monkey-eating eagle." On the other side, Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan were chatting, so Yi Fan went to the hospital and waited. After all, it wasn't good for him to participate in some of the women's topics. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Fan also thought of an idea to celebrate their marriage. Thus, he took out his phone and started fiddling with it. After waiting for more than half an hour, Su Qingxue came out and the 2 of them returned to Egret County. Along the way, Su Qingxue still didn't have any intention of chatting. She indifferently looked at the night scenery outside the window. Fan Xian only thought that the woman was still killing people for him and was angry about Feng Yuying's matter, so he didn't want to disturb her. However, Yi Fan didn't know that in Su Qingxue's heart, she was recalling what Bai Shuqin had said to her. Her thoughts were a little chaotic. What kind of mentality should she use to face Yi Fan and pretend to be friendly to him? Or should I face him with my true emotions? She muttered in confusion, "Why is it a little wet? Where did the water come from?" Yi Fan's face turned green. Damn it, he had lost too much water. However, it was too late to salvage the situation. Su Qingxue had already touched a wet spot. It was the right side of her chest. What was even worse was that Su Qingxue was curious about what this water stain was. After touching it, she even put her finger on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. It was fine if she didn't smell it, but once she smelled it, something bad happened. No matter how simple Su Qingxue was, no matter how ignorant she was about the matters between men and women, she could still clearly distinguish between ordinary water and saliva. This smell, just by smelling it, it was someone's saliva. In a split second, Su Qingxue frantically took her finger away. Her pretty face was burning, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes could spit out fire as she fiercely stared at Yi Fan. "You! How perverted are you? Have you never seen a woman in your previous life?" Su Qingxue cursed loudly. She was going crazy. How could she marry such a despicable and lowly man? Yi Fan hurriedly explained, "Wife, don't be nervous. I didn't really do anything. Look at your clothes, they're still fine." Unexpectedly, when Su Qingxue heard this, it was as if she was adding oil to the fire. She was about to explode from anger. Can a normal person do such a shameless thing? I'll beat you to death, you pervert. Su Qingxue picked up her Hermes bag and smashed it down towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan was depressed. Didn't he just lightly bite it with his mouth and accidentally leave behind some saliva? Was there a need for such a big grudge? He quickly took a step back and dodged Su Qingxue's smash. However, because Su Qingxue's movements were too big, she actually fell down from the car. Of course, Yi Fan couldn't just watch as the woman fell off the car. He quickly stepped forward and hugged the woman's upper body. With this hug, something went wrong again. Chapter 154. 0154. In that instant, it was as if time had frozen. Neither of them said a word. Although Yi Fan really wanted to press down hard with his fingers, he was afraid that he would completely anger Su Qingxue and chase him out at night. That would be troublesome. That. Wife, I didn't do it on purpose, I didn't want you to fall. Yi Fan knew that he was indeed a bit wretched, but he didn't have much confidence. Su Qingxue felt that she was too embarrassed. She wanted to hit a man, but she almost fell to the ground. You. Help me up first. Yes, but can you not hit me? Idiot. Can't you dodge if I hit you? Heh. That's true. Yi Fan helped the woman up. After Su Qingxue got out of the car, her face was still warm. She didn't want to look at the man and quickly ran home. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. He was quite happy in his heart. It seemed that he had made a profit. He put his hand in front of his nose and sniffed. The smell was really fragrant. If he could share a bed with her in the future, how enjoyable would that be? Yi Fan excitedly thought about these hopes for the future, then went to park the car and returned home. When he arrived at the living room, he found Su Qingxue rummaging through the fridge in the kitchen, seemingly planning to eat some salad. In the evening, he ran to 2 hospitals and hadn't eaten yet. Su Qingxue was indeed hungry. Yi Fan hurriedly went up and said, "Wife, I ordered takeout, so don't eat salad. That thing won't fill your stomach." "How many times do I have to tell you, don't call me that?" Su Qingxue coldly glared at the man. If she didn't know that she wouldn't be able to hit this pervert, she really wanted to kick him a few more times. Yi Fan curled his lips. "Xiao Shui, are you still angry at me?" "Angry? Why should I be angry?" Su Qingxue asked. "There are a lot of reasons. The matter of me killing people, the matter between me and Ying, and what happened just now." Yi Fan felt that it was better to talk openly. Su Qingxue looked at him coldly, pondered for a moment, and said, "You killing people is your past, it has nothing to do with me. Your relationship with Feng Yuing is a matter between the two of you, it has nothing to do with me. The obscene things you did to me, I just despised you, and I was angry, but not angry." Hearing this, Fan Xian said, "How can this have nothing to do with you? We are already husband and wife, and Grandma has given me all the family heirlooms. My matters, your matters, are all family matters. Even if Grandma gave you the family heirloom, it doesn't mean that I recognize you as my husband." Su Qingxue coldly said, "You seem to think that after getting the certificate and living together, I will really admit that we are husband and wife. You are too naive." Yi Fan frowned. "Isn't that so? I'm not joking with you. Otherwise, no one can force me to marry you. Then let me ask you, do you understand me?" Su Qingxue asked with an aggressive gaze. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed embarrassedly. "What are you talking about? What aspects are you talking about?" If it was height, weight, and 3 measurements, Yi Fan felt that he already had a good understanding of these aspects. He was even familiar with the perfume women used and the underwear brands they wore. However, Su Qingxue was obviously not asking about these things. The woman's face was as cold as ice, and she did not have the slightest intention of joking. "All aspects." Su Qingxue said, "Do you know what color I like? Do you know what animals I like? Do you know what dishes I like to eat? What movies do I like to watch? Who do I like to read? Air." Yi Fan scratched his head. Suddenly throwing out so many questions, he was really confused. Su Qingxue continued to ask, "Do you know my circle of friends? Do you know who my classmates and friends are? Do you know what bad habits I have in my life? Do you know what my outlook on life and values are? Do you know who I hate, and do you know who I like? How could I know all of this? We've only known each other for such a short period of time." Yi Fan muttered. "Yeah, we've only known each other for such a short period of time, yet you say that we are husband and wife, just because of a marriage certificate. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Su Qingxue sneered, "You were still suspecting in the afternoon that I would give a car to Feng Yuing for you and let her leave. If you really understood me, you wouldn't have such a ridiculous guess." Li Fan Xian slapped his forehead in annoyance. It seemed like Su Qingxue was still brooding over this matter. Trouble really came from the mouth. Do you know why, whether you kill someone, set fire to it, or rob it, I won't be angry? Because to put it bluntly, I don't understand you at all, just like you don't understand me. Rather than saying that we are husband and wife, we are more like strangers who have no choice but to come together because of all sorts of things that have happened. The me you see might not be the real me, so why would I ask you to show me the real you? Su Qingxue asked. Li Fanxian was silent, he didn't expect Su Qingxue to think so much. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed reasonable. Why would you care about what he did or what his background was like when you had only known him for a short period of time and were practically strangers to him? Even though the two of them seemed to have experienced a lot of things together, most of the time, they were just getting along with each other as employers and employees. It had only been a few days since they were married. Su Qingshue's gaze was complicated, and her face carried a hint of coldness as she said, I admit that you have helped me a lot, whether it is for me or for the company. However, marriage is a private matter. I can't be with you just because of your abilities and connections. There is no karma at all. If one day, you find out that I'm your wife, just to use you, would you be willing to accept that kind of abnormal marriage? As Su Qingxue spoke, her pair of moist eyes stared straight at the man. She tried to find an answer from Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan looked at the woman with a calm expression. In his heart, he suddenly understood something, hubby. A call came. Moi. Suddenly, Yi Fan's phone rang. Yi Fan naturally picked up the phone and said with a smile, the takeout is here. I'll go out and get it. We'll talk about it later while we eat. Su Qingxue scoffed at the ringtone of the phone, but she was too lazy to argue with the man. A few minutes later, Yi Fan brought a beautiful big cake box into the house. Su Qingxue walked to the dining room and saw the box. She couldn't help but be puzzled. This is the takeout you ordered? That's right. Come, Xiao Shui, sit down first. I'll take it apart for you to eat. Yi Fan chuckled as he opened the package and took out a pink cake. The moment Su Qingxue saw the cake, her eyes froze. This was a double-layer strawberry cake with a circle of fresh strawberries on it. It was bright and dazzling, and the taste was naturally Su Qingxue's favorite. Chapter 155. 0155 You. What are you doing? Su Qingxue was already hungry, and now that she saw the donut, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Yi Fan used a fork to stab a donut, put it into the cake plate, and handed it to Su Qingxue. In any case, we're married. Even if we don't have a wedding soon, we still have to celebrate. Sending you flowers, I'm afraid that you'll be angry, so I can only make a wedding cake that you like. We'll celebrate and have a meal together. Yi Fan smiled and blinked. Su Qingxue picked up the donut and took a bite. Although she tried her best to control it, a satisfied expression still appeared on her face. When she was hungry, she ate her favorite food, so naturally, she was especially happy. Is it delicious? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue nodded honestly. Fan Xian heaved a sigh of relief, that's good. This is also my first time ordering desserts from takeout. It seems like I can order more next time. Su Qingxue was very curious, you can buy donuts with takeout. How did you buy it? Yi Fan was immediately amused, Snowy, the phones you use are all the most advanced, could it be that you haven't ordered takeout before? Su Qingxue blushed and explained, I just don't need it. It's not like I can't learn it. Yi Fan waved his hand, I know, you really don't need it. It's actually very simple, I'll teach you. Saying that, Yi Fan sat beside the woman, took out his phone, opened a takeaway app, and explained. Su Qingxue usually wouldn't pay attention to this kind of thing. When she saw the list of takeout, there were a lot of shops that looked pretty good, and her beautiful eyes immediately sparkled. I want to eat noodles, Su Qingxue said. Fan Xian was puzzled, eat noodles? You don't want your donuts anymore? Eat 4 donuts and a bowl of noodles. Su Qingxue carefully calculated her appetite and came to a conclusion. Fan Xian looked at the woman's serious expression and almost laughed out loud, but he held it in and asked seriously, "All right, then you can order it yourself. What noodles do you want?" Su Qingxue was like a little girl who had found a new toy. She took her phone and chose a bowl of noodles. "You want to eat Dan Dan noodles? The taste is quite strong," Yi Fan said in surprise. "When I was young, my mom took me to eat it a few times. It was really delicious, but I never had the chance to eat it." Su Qingxue frowned and asked, "How can I tell them not to put green onions? Do you really hate onions that much? Last time when I made the soup, didn't I also put some green onions in it? You can drink it too." Yi Fan remembered that the woman ate very well last time. Su Qingxue pouted, "Last time, there weren't many green onions in the soup, so it was mainly the taste of pickled vegetables. However, if you put green onions on the noodles, it won't be clean." Fan Xian almost rolled his eyes. It was just a little green onion, there were so many rules. He said, "There's a note option here. Just mention that you don't need to add green onions." She quickly added the conditions and asked Yi Fan, "Do you want to eat noodles?" Actually, Fan Xian didn't really want to eat cake for dinner, so he ordered a bowl of fried noodles and had the takeout deliver it together. After ordering the takeout, Su Qingxue was filled with anticipation. While eating the donut, she looked at the change in the takeout order on her phone and felt that it was very novel. Fan Xian looked at the woman with a smile that was not a smile and said, "How is it? Being my wife isn't that bad, right?" Su Qingxue's expression froze as she raised her head to look at the man. She had unknowingly forgotten about the topic the two of them were talking about before. "What do you mean?" Su Qingxue asked. "Look, how long has it been? I know that you like to eat Dan Dan noodles, and I also know that you don't know how to order takeout. Plus, I also know that you like to eat strawberry donuts. My understanding of you is rapidly changing," Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue silently lowered her head and said in a low voice, "This is just a little hobby of mine, what's there to say? When people understand each other, don't many a little make a mickle? Why can't we give each other a chance to get to know each other better? I really don't know much about you right now, and you definitely have a lot of things that you don't understand about me, but is the impact really that big? Just like just now, when we were together, we would still be very happy." "Nonsense, How could I be very happy?" Su Qingxue's charming face slightly reddened. Yi Fan chuckled and said, "I don't know, did Grandma say something to you that made you have so many complicated thoughts? But I never thought that you were the kind of woman who would use marriage to deceive a man. Do you remember what I told you before we got married? Because you value marriage, you don't want to get married casually. Since you're willing to get married with me, you must at least trust me in some aspects, right?" Su Qingxue turned her head and said in a clear voice, "That's just your one-sided thought. Maybe all of this is just an illusion that I created to purposely use you." Yi Fan smiled, stretched out a hand and touched the woman's head. "Idiot, if you really are using me, why are you telling me this today? You're the idiot. Why did you touch my head?" Su Qingxue turned around and said angrily. Yi Fan said, "Not only do I want to touch you, I want to hit you. Why are you thinking so much? Even if we are familiar strangers now and can't be considered real husband and wife, it doesn't mean that we will be in the future. There are so many couples in this world who are divorcing every day. Don't tell me they don't understand each other as well as we do. Understanding and feelings are two completely different things. At most, we'll just treat it as getting married first and then falling in love. If you're willing, you can chase after me. Of course, I can also chase after you." "Chase? Chase you?" Su Qingxue was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and scolded with a frosty face, "Go to hell. Who the hell wants to chase after you?" Yi Fan giggled and said, "Does that mean you want me to chase after you? Alright, wife, I will definitely catch up to you. Give up on this thought. If you want to chase, then chase after your good Ying. Don't bother me." As Su Qingxue spoke, she picked up the donut and sat in a seat further away. She continued to eat. Yi Fan clicked his tongue inside. Look at you, you're already jealous so quickly. I already said that you like me in your heart. It's just that you're thin-skinned and don't dare to be too honest. Su Qingxue couldn't take it anymore. This man was simply shameless to a certain level. She picked up the plastic knife on the table and said with a cold glint in her eyes, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that I won't stab it into your mouth? Yi Fan saw that the woman seemed to be about to go berserk, so he could only smile stiffly. He stood up and said, I won't say any more. Wife, eat slowly, I'll turn on the TV for you. Don't call me that. How many times do you want me to say it? Su Qingxue coldly reprimanded. Alright, I'll call you Xiao Shui for now. Don't be angry, it's easy to age when you're angry. Yi Fan thought to himself, he wasn't worried about being cheated, he was just worried that if this woman continued to be like a lion roaring in the east of the river, would she be able to get along well with Feng Yuing, Ning Zimo, and the others in the future? But then again, this old lady by Shu Qin was really interesting. Did she really think that he didn't know anything and just married Su Qingxue and took over this troublesome business? In this world, how could there be such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky? Marrying a beautiful wife for no reason was actually a risk. But no matter what, after being enlightened by Yi Fan, Su Qingxue seemed to have thought through quite a bit. Especially after eating a donut and eating the dan dan noodles that she hadn't eaten for many years, her heart felt even more warm. After the two of them finished a rather warm dinner, they went back to their respective rooms to rest. That night, Su Qingxue laid on the bed and thought a lot about the things that happened between her and Yi Fan, from the two of them knowing each other, to the first time they met, to the time he brought her lunch every day, protecting her life and helping her stop the Zheng family and the White Shark Gang. The two of them interacted with each other. There were arguments, there were also happiness, and there were also all sorts of complicated emotions growing within them. Chapter 156. 0156. The next morning, Yi Fan made some breakfast. For the time being, he didn't expect Su Qingxue to make anything to eat, so it was more reliable for him to make a move. Get ready, change your clothes, and come with me to the company. Su Qingxue finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth and said. Yi Fan had other plans and said, isn't it Saturday today? I don't have much work to do, so I won't go to work. That's just because you don't want to find something to do. It's impossible to finish the work. Su Qingxue frowned and asked, what do you want to do today? You're not still taking on some random part-time job, are you? Yi Fan smiled and said, of course not, I have some private matters to take care of. Su Qingxue looked at the man with a complicated gaze. After hesitating for a moment, she said seriously, I thought about it last night. You said you wanted to give each other time to understand each other. I agree with your point of view. Originally, I didn't plan to get married, but since I'm married, I also hope that there will be a good outcome in the future. I'm not like my dad and that Tong Huizhen, and I'm not like my mom, who will always be alone in the end. Li Fan Xian was overjoyed and said happily, that's right, you should think about the good side. Su Qingxue continued, it is precisely because I hope that I can have a good future that I also hope that you can work hard and not be serious all the time. I know that you might have some extraordinary background in the past, and that's a good thing. It means that you have the ability and a certain amount of connections. But this is China, and you still have almost nothing. If one day, our relationship is revealed and you are my husband, then at the very least, you must first make some achievements so that I can be proud of you and not be talked about by others. Yi Fan understood the meaning behind the woman's words, but he actually didn't care. He scratched his head and said, Xiao Shui, I'm a thick-skinned person. It's fine if people say that I'm eating soft food. You're fine, but I'm fine. I can't accept a man without ambition. A man without ambition is even more annoying than flirting with flowers and grass. Su Qingxue's face was solemn. Shu Qingxue's face was solemn. She wasn't joking. As a strong woman, she valued the other half of her career. When Yi Fan heard this, he placed his focus on the back and asked with a shy face, "You mean? I have other women, and you can accept it? You. Do you even understand the main point?" Su Qingshua's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. "It's simply mud that can't support a wall. Am I talking to you about this? Is there nothing else in your mind other than lust for women? You're only 25 this year. Other men at your age are thinking about how to earn money, start a business, and struggle in society. What about you? Other than finding women and playing games, don't you have any other goals in life? Working hard to earn money. Isn't it also for the sake of being happy? Our family doesn't lack money, so why are we forcing ourselves too hard?" Yi Fan said. "You're trying to shirk your responsibility. Didn't you say yesterday that you had to take responsibility for your family after getting married? You don't want to do anything right now. You're negative about your work and you just want to muddle along. Is this considered responsible?" Su Qingxue asked. "Xiao Shui, you can't ask for too much. You're the CEO, and I'm the assistant. How can you ask for the same thing? In any case, I have finished the task you gave me. And I'm improving too. Didn't I get the prize money from the basketball match?" Yi Fan was quite innocent. He felt that he had been earning money fast enough recently. Previously, he hadn't earned much from his various part-time jobs. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes weakly, feeling that talking to a man was like playing the lute to a cow. "Can't you look further away? Are you satisfied with such a small amount of money?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly. "Maybe. I've experienced too much in the past. I just want to live a peaceful life now, as long as I'm happy." "Too much experience? You mean those things you've killed? What kind of career is that? What kind of great achievement is that? Of course, it's not just killing people. Oh. What else is there? Tell me about it." Su Qingshue's face was full of disbelief. After all, the two of them were only 25 years old. She had been the CEO of a listed company for more than 3 years, and that was already extraordinary enough. No matter how extraordinary this guy was, how strong could he be? Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth. Killing someone had already stimulated Su Qingshuo quite a bit, and if they were to talk about anything else, the two of them would probably be estranged again. "I know you can't say it. You simply have no ambition and are hopeless." Su Qingshuo stood up and stomped her feet, saying, "Then you can go waste your time by yourself, I'm going to work." After saying that, Su Qingshuo turned around and left in a huff. Yi Fan was also very helpless. He didn't know how to explain to the woman that he had achieved in the past, such as entrepreneurship and hard work. To him, these were all things that he had no interest in. After seeing the tsunami of the ocean, who would look at the water in a small stream? However, Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to tell Su Qingshuo about this. In any case, she would slowly understand in the future. The place Yi Fan was going to today was none other than the Ivy League orphanage. He had received his salary, bonus, and a large sum of money from Shangguanling. It just so happened that he could give it to Dean Li and renovate the Ivy League orphanage. He could hire more staff to take care of more orphans. The key was that he had earned this money through proper means. He hadn't killed anyone, robbed anyone, or sold any firearms. He felt comfortable using it. After angering Su Qingshuo, Yi Fan didn't dare to apply to drive a woman's car to the orphanage. He simply rode on a bicycle that he hadn't used for a while and leisurely traveled. When he arrived at the orphanage, he saw that Du Yun'er was already there. This girl would come here almost every weekend, and today was no exception. Seeing that Du Yun'er was sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard, Yi Fan hurriedly ran over to help. "Yun'er, I'll do it." "You go and do something easy," Yi Fan said. Du Yun'er raised her head and saw that it was Yi Fan. However, her expression was a little stiff as she forced a smile. "Brother Yi Fan, you're here, what's wrong with you? I didn't pay attention when I entered the courtyard." Only now did Yi Fan realize that the girl's expression seemed to be strange today. Du Yun'er bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment before saying, maybe your footsteps are light. I'll go take a look at the clothes in the washing machine. After saying that, the girl turned around and quickly ran away, like a frightened bunny. Yi Fan was at a loss. Why did the girl seem to be afraid of him after not seeing him for a few days? Yi Fan, you're here. Principal Li Shuhua walked over with a smile, her face full of love. Yi Fan replied with a smile, Principal, the weather has turned cold recently. Are you feeling well? Hee, I'm not that old yet. My body is still strong. Li Shuhua smiled and asked, what happened to you and Yun'er? Chapter 157. 0157 Li Shuhua sighed, I feel like this child has something on his mind. Go and take care of him and ask him what's going on. I'm worried, Leaf. That was what Fan Xian thought too, so after sweeping the floor, he ran to the laundry room. Du Yun'er was taking out her clothes and preparing to dry them, but the girl was sitting on the bench in a daze, seemingly distracted. Yi Fan walked in, squatted down and asked, Yun'er, what happened? Why did your expression change when you saw me? Du Yun'er hesitated for a moment, but finally opened her mouth and said, Brother Yi Fan, you told me that you found a full-time job, that job. Would it be very dangerous? My job. It's not dangerous. Yi Fan was puzzled, why did you suddenly ask about this? Don't lie to me, did you join a gang called the Purple Bamboo Forest? Du Yun'er asked. Yi Fan was even more surprised, Yun'er, how do you know about the Purple Bamboo Forest? Did you really join a gang? How can this be? Don't do such a dangerous thing, okay? Even if it's hard to earn money, you shouldn't go astray. Since it's not too late, hurry up and leave. Du Yun'er said anxiously. Yi Fan was very puzzled, Yun'er, don't get excited, things are not what you think. I know the president of the Purple Bamboo Forest, and our relationship is very good, but I'm not a member of the Purple Bamboo Forest. I know, it's a woman called Ning Zimo, right? Du Yun'er faintly said, I also know that she is very beautiful. Brother Yi Fan, have you taken a fancy to her? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, who told you this? How do you know Ning Zimo's name? This. Hee, my relationship with her is indeed not ordinary. Yi Fan couldn't deny it in front of Du Yun'er. After all, Ning Zimo was his woman. Did you join the Purple Bamboo Forest just because you like her? Sooner or later, something will happen to you like this. That kind of gangster woman, their hearts must be very bad, and they might even take drugs. If you're with her, what if you get infected with drugs? Du Yun'er was terrified, her face was pale, afraid that Yi Fan would not be able to turn back. Looking at the girl with a face full of pure concern, Fan Xian knew that it was useless to explain. After all, Du Yun'er didn't understand the true appearance of the underground world. In the eyes of many ordinary people, those who mingled in the underground world were definitely hooligans who had no respect for the law and were extremely dirty. But in reality, many of those who mingled in gangs were just looking for a living and a job. Wherever there were people, there would be shadows. It was the same with society. Yun'er, if you believe me, then come with me to a place. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said. Du Yun'er blinked, where to? When you go, you will understand why I am with the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest. Yi Fan smiled and said, you have to give me a chance to explain everything clearly. She still trusted Yi Fan and felt that Yi Fan wasn't the kind of person who would casually fall into depravity. After the two of them informed Dean Li, they took a taxi and headed to the vicinity of Qing Shan Lake. In less than an hour, the two of them arrived at the Purple Leaf Tea House. In autumn, besides the verdant pines and cypresses, there were also many golden red trees that towered into the sky. The scenery was even more dreamlike. When Du Yun'er saw the elegant tea house in front of her, which complemented the surrounding scenery, she couldn't help but reveal a look of appreciation. Brother Yi Fan, did you bring me here to drink tea? This tea house is so beautiful, the people here must be very tasteful. Du Yun'er evaluated. Yi Fan asked, do you have any thoughts when you see the word purple leaf? Du Yun'er shook her head, which poem did it come from? As a language teacher, the girl thought that she knew quite a few ancient poems, but she couldn't think of any poem that had this allusion. Yi Fan smiled. It seemed that Du Yun'er didn't think that a gang like the Purple Bamboo Forest would have anything to do with such an elegant and refined tea house, so she didn't consider that this was the territory of the Purple Bamboo Forest. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go in. Yi Fan brought the girl and walked into the main entrance. Coincidentally, the few waiters at the door also recognized Yi Fan and respectfully greeted him. When Zhao Zhong heard that Yi Fan had arrived, he hurriedly ran out to welcome him. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. Eldest Miss is currently fighting tea with a Fu Sang person. I'm afraid she'll only be able to see you later. Tea battle? Fu Sang. Zhao Zhong nodded. Yes, that Fu Sang person is called Oda Hui Hai. He is a famous tea master in Fu Sang for more than 20 years, the successor of the Yu Lu tea ceremony. He had already successfully challenged 6 tea houses. He just arrived at our Hua Hai yesterday, and today, he came to our tea house to challenge us. Yi Fan suddenly understood, thought for a moment and said, just nice, how can we not watch the competition between China and Fu Sang? I'll take my sister to observe. Du Yun'er was curious, Brother Yi Fan, what is a tea battle? When Zhao Zhong heard that Du Yun'er was Yi Fan's little sister, he immediately politely replied, Miss, a tea battle is actually a tea art competition. Our eldest Mrs. Tea Art is the strongest in all of Hua Hai, and she is quite famous in all of China. Therefore, when some overseas tea ceremony experts come to China, there will often be people who come to challenge us. Our eldest Miss naturally has to compete with them for the sake of China's tea ceremony. Du Yun'er's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was immediately filled with interest. The tea ceremony culture is broad and profound. I've only seen it in videos on the internet before. Can you take me to see it? Hee, you are Brother Fan's little sister, of course you can go. Zhao Zhong made a gesture of invitation. The two of them followed Zhao Zhong and walked into a spacious room. A faint fragrance of tea wafted through the air, and they could see a charming lake view in front of them. At this moment, Ning Zimo, who was dressed in a white Han costume and had a bun on her head, was kneeling on both ends of the room with another man in a black kimono who looked to be in his 50s. In front of the two of them, there was a complete set of tea sets. Each set was a carefully selected antique, and it was exquisitely crafted. In the innermost part, there were 5 men and women. They were all old, meticulously dressed old men. They were the referees of this competition. Ning Zimo was stunned for a moment when she saw Yi Fan bring Du Yun'er in, but she quickly smiled and nodded, as a form of greeting. Yi Fan indicated for her to focus on the competition and not care about them. Du Yun'er said in a low voice, Brother Yi Fan, this sister looks so beautiful, and she has such a temperament. She's really like a beauty from ancient times. Our Yun'er is also a beauty, there's no need to be envious. Yi Fan turned around and blinked. Du Yun'er immediately blushed and said softly, don't joke with me, I can't compare to that big sister. With one look, I can tell that she is from a noble family. Temperament is something that needs to be nurtured from a young age. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Yun'er, your temperament is also quite good. There's no need to be born the same. Chapter 158. 0158 Yi Fan said in a low voice, they are calming their hearts. Only by immersing their hearts in tea can they brew the best tea. Oh. Du Yun'er's face was full of concentration as she watched seriously. She had even forgotten why she came here in the first place. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Ning Zimo and Oda Hui Hai started to move at the same time. Light the charcoal fire, boil the water, brew the tea. What was different was that Oda Hui Hai's expression was more serious. Every process was exquisite and meticulous. Furthermore, it was very quiet, almost not making a sound. Ning Zimo, on the other hand, had a faint smile on her face. She was calm and relaxed, as if she was playing a piece of music, enjoying herself. The two of them were completely focused on the tea and had already turned a deaf ear to everything around them. Watching the two of them brew tea, it was as if they were splashing ink on a lifelike landscape painting. They indulged in the scenery, drank wine and sang loudly, and lived a carefree life. Amazing. I feel like I can already taste the tea before I even drink it. Du Yun'er muttered enviously. Yi Fan smiled. He also liked to watch Ning Zimo's tea art. It was pleasing to the eye. This is the charm of the tea ceremony. When the art reaches the highest level, it will shake a person's soul. It is definitely not a visual stimulation. Yi Fan said. While speaking, Ning Zimo and Oda Hui Hai both stopped and completed the process of brewing tea. The two of them each used a tray to bring 5 cups of tea to the referees. Yi Fan pulled Du Yun'er's hand and stepped forward. Everyone, do you mind letting us have a taste as well? The judges were all amiable old men, so they naturally didn't have any objections. Ning Zimo smiled, took out 2 more cups of tea, and handed them over to Yi Fan and Du Yun'er. Du Yun'er thanked him and took a sip of the fragrant tea. She immediately felt that it had seeped into her heart and spleen. She said in pleasant surprise, "This tea is really delicious. I've never tasted such a rich taste before. Little girl, try mine." At this time, Oda Hui Hai also brought over his tea and said in a non-standard Mandarin. Yi Fan and Du Yun'er also tasted it and felt that the taste was very good. How can I tell whose is better? I feel very good. Du Yun'er said in distress. Silly girl, it's not like I'm asking you to be the referee. Yi Fan said with a smile. Several senior tea ceremony judges were exchanging opinions with each other. After 5 or 6 minutes, the judge sitting in the middle said, "In this competition, we have finally decided that the Purple Leaf Tea House has won." When Oda Hui Hai heard that, he immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Judge, what's the reason?" The judge said, "The tea brewed by the two of you are evenly matched, but Miss Ning displayed a kind of artistic conception in the process of brewing the tea, causing people to have even more wild and fanciful thoughts. Perhaps it's because Mr. Oda was too focused on winning that he wasn't able to do his best." Oda Hui Hai frowned. He had noticed that when Ning Zimo was brewing tea, the feeling she gave off was different from his. It was even more like a high mountain and flowing water, which was in line with the concept of the tea ceremony. He took a cup of Ning Zimo's tea, tasted it, and let out a long sigh. "I lost. Indeed, in terms of taste, there is no difference. In terms of the process, I am a bit lacking," Oda Hui Hai said. Ning Zimo also said politely, "Mr. Oda has inherited the Lulu tea ceremony. It has been more than 400 years, and there are indeed many things that are worthy of admiration. Today's competition has benefited a lot." Oda Hui Hai waved his hand and began to ask in Fusang language, "I would like to ask Miss Ning a question. When you were brewing tea just now, what were you thinking about? How could you be so ethereal and natural?" Ning Zimo didn't understand Fusang's language, so she could only ask for help from the judges beside her. 2 of the judges were from Fusang, and this was also for the sake of fairness. After listening to the translation, Ning Zimo replied with a smile, "I just silently recited 2 sentences in my heart, the tea in the cauldron is still green, and the chess in the secluded window is still cold." Imagining that kind of mood, I immersed myself in the tea ceremony. After saying this, the judges at the side were in a difficult position. They didn't know how to translate these 2 lines of ancient text. Fan Xian sighed, stepped forward and suddenly said in fluent Fusang language, "At that time, Miss Ning was thinking about 2 couplets, from the book, Dream of the Red Chamber, in China." The general meaning was that the cauldron was no longer boiling tea, and the room was still filled with green water vapor. The chess game under the window had already ended, and his fingers still felt cold. These 2 couplets were written by a young master called Bao Yu in that novel. He fused the visual and tactile experience into it, and also described the leisure and elegance brought about by the tea ceremony in the way of chess. Everyone present stared blankly at Yi Fan, especially Du Yun'er. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Oda Hui Hai was suddenly enlightened and gave a thumbs up, "This young sir, your Fusang language is very good, and your explanation is very clear. Your Chinese culture is indeed broad and profound. Many of us in Fusang feel that the tea ceremony only exists in Fusang, and the tea ceremony in China has no foundation. Today, it can be considered an eye-opener. This was the man she liked. Not only did she admire him in terms of martial arts, even his inner cultivation was able to communicate with her. After chatting for a while, Oda Hui Hai and the other judges were sent away by Ning Zimo. Ning Zimo changed into her usual home clothes and asked Zhao Zhong to arrange a lunch before arriving in front of Yi Fan and Du Yun'er. Yi Fan, aren't you going to introduce me to who this beauty is? Yi Fan remembered that he didn't even have the time to introduce her, so he said, her name is Du Yun'er, I met her in the orphanage when I was young. She can be considered my closest little sister. Oh. I've heard you mention it a few times. Ning Zimo straightforwardly extended her hand. Hello, my name is Ning Zimo, I'm the lady boss here. This was the first time Du Yun'er had seen such a beautiful and meaningful woman. She felt a little inferior and reached out to shake hands with Ning Zimo. Miss Ning. Your name is really nice to hear. Just as she finished speaking, Du Yun'er suddenly thought of something. Her delicate body trembled and her bright eyes opened wide. Miss Ning. Your name, what's wrong with my name? Ning Zimo didn't understand. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Yun'er, the Ninger in front of you is the president of the Purple Bamboo Forest. How is it? Does she look the same as the big sister of the gang you imagined? Du Yun'er felt that her legs were already weak. She looked at the man with grievance and resentment. The contrast between her image and her identity was too great. After rolling her eyes at the man, she took the initiative to step forward and hold Du Yun'er's hand. Little sister Yun'er, don't be afraid. Although our Purple Bamboo Forest is an underground gang, ever since I took office, I have never touched drugs or human trafficking. Chapter 159. 0159 Du Yun'er looked at Ning Zimo with some apprehension and suspicion. Seeing the woman's gentle smile, she couldn't help but believe it. Really? That's all? Du Yun'er hesitated. Ning Zimo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little sister Yun'er, if we were villains who would commit all sorts of crimes, how could the government give us such a good location by the Green Mountain Lake? How could I represent Hua Hai's Tea Ceremony Association to compete with Fu Sang's Tea Ceremony Master? Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in your brother Yi Fan. Do you think Yi Fan is that kind of bad guy? Du Yun'er immediately shook her head. In her opinion, Yi Fan was the kindest person in the world. He worked hard to earn money and donate it to the orphanage. Where could he find such a good person these days? She couldn't help but blame herself more and more. She actually suspected that Yi Fan had gone astray and was brought into the dark whirlpool by the Purple Bamboo Forest. I'm sorry, brother Yi Fan, I shouldn't have listened to Lu Shuangshuang's nonsense, it's all my fault. I misunderstood you, and also misunderstood Sister Ning. Yi Fan was puzzled. Lu Shuangshuang. How does this have anything to do with her? Shuangshuang came to find me a few days ago and said that she was at a club and saw you and Sister Ning together. She knew that Sister Ning was in a gang and said that you had already become a bad person, so she told me not to bother with you anymore. Du Yun'er told him everything in detail. Yi Fan frowned and asked Ning Zimo, is there someone called Lu Shuangshuang in that shooting club? I've never heard of it. Furthermore, when we went to the club that day, we didn't even meet a few members. Ning Zimo shook her head. Yi Fan was also at a loss. Ignore her, this woman is really baffling. Yun'er, you've seen it now anyway. Although the Purple Bamboo Forest is an underground gang, there's nothing shameful about it. Don't think too much about it. Du Yun'er nodded, the boulder in her heart had been lifted, and she once again revealed a charming smile. Alright, I'm very happy today. I suddenly have a little sister. Come, let's eat while it's hot. Ning Zimo began to take care of Du Yun'er. The three of them happily ate lunch. While chatting, Ning Zimo and Du Yun'er discovered that they were both very interested in classical culture and art. Because Ning Zimo studied the way of tea and had been influenced by her family since she was young, Du Yuner was a language teacher, so she was also interested in this aspect since she was young. The two women hit it off and chatted very well, completely throwing Yi Fan to the side. Although Fan Xian could understand and had a lot of opinions, he wasn't interested in participating in this kind of conversation. Instead, he enjoyed listening to the two women call him elder sister and younger sister. Fan Xian muttered in his heart, but when he turned around, he felt that he was too greedy. To him, Du Yuner was like a little sister. How could he think of that kind of relationship? Moreover, with Du Yuner's personality, she probably wouldn't be able to accept him having other women. After the meal, Du Yuner still planned to return to the orphanage to work, so Yi Fan naturally followed her. It was rare for her to meet such a congenial female friend, so she suggested, Yuner, are you free the night after tomorrow? There's a charity gala at the Hua High Art Exhibition Center. I was invited to perform the way of tea, and at that time, there will be various famous artists who will go to the charity auction. Coincidentally, I have 2 invitations. Why don't you and Yi Fan come? Hearing that, Du Yuner asked excitedly, I know that party. Meng Qiuyu will also come, right? Who is Meng Qiuyu? Yi Fan was puzzled. Why was Du Yuner so excited? Ning Zimo smiled knowingly. He is a new writer who has risen in recent years. His words have a very classical charm. Yuner must also be a fan of his books. Du Yuner said with some longing, Sister Ning, can I really go? That kind of party must be filled with celebrities. I'm just a high school teacher. Teacher, what's wrong? Since ancient times, teachers should be respected. Yi Fan smiled and said, since you like it so much, I'll accompany you. When Du Yuner heard that Yi Fan was also willing to go, she was no longer worried and happily nodded. Ning Xuema said sourly, you really dote on your little sister. If I let you accompany me, would you be willing? Stop messing around, didn't you not call me before? Ninger, if you told me, of course I would accompany you. Yi Fan said with a smile. Actually, Yi Fan also felt that Du Yuner should have some fun in life. Otherwise, if she kept running between school and the orphanage, such a good time would be wasted. Therefore, it was rare for Du Yuner to participate in an event to meet her idol. Yi Fan also wanted to support her. After taking a taxi, the two of them returned to the orphanage. Seeing that Du Yuner had a smile on her face again, Li Shuhua also relaxed and called for the two of them to sit and chat for a while. Yi Fan took advantage of this opportunity to hand over the money that he had already taken to Principal Li Shuhua. Child, you're always thinking about donating money. Our orphanage is doing pretty well now, so we don't need that much money anymore. You should save it for your wife. Li Shuhua said with concern. Yi Fan said embarrassedly, actually. Principal, I just received my marriage certificate a few days ago, and my marriage has already been completed. As soon as these words were spoken, both Principal Li and Du Yuner looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. Brother Yi Fan, you're married? Du Yuner's expression was very complicated. There was a trace of disappointment, but she couldn't show it. Her smile was very forced. When Yi Fan saw the girl's appearance, he also felt a little upset, because it was quite sudden, and there won't be a wedding in the short term, so I didn't tell you. Who did you marry? Why didn't I hear you mention it before? Although Principal Li was rather regretful, he was still happy for Yi Fan's marriage. Yi Fan also didn't want to directly say that he was going to marry Su Qingxue. After all, women didn't want to leak this news to the outside world. However, Yi Fan didn't want to lie, so he could only say, if there's a chance next time, I'll bring her over. We'll talk about it after we meet face to face. Sigh, that's fine too. You brat, you're still playing mysterious, hee hee. Principal Li laughed. After Du Yuner organized her thoughts, she also said with a faint smile, Brother Yi Fan, congratulations. I'm going to the kitchen to help. With that, Du Yuner got up and ran out. Principal Li sighed softly, this girl, she definitely doesn't feel good in her heart. Yi Fan could naturally understand the thoughts of a girl, but his feelings for Du Yun'er were more like that of a brother and sister, so it wasn't good for him to say anything. Principal, in short, just take the money. There's a total of 3.4 million here. Yi Fan handed over a check. This was basically all the money he had earned so far. When Principal Li saw this number, he was shocked. More than 3 million. Where did this money come from? Yi Fan also didn't want the old man to worry too much. He only knew that he had won a basketball match and so on. Principal, don't worry, this money was earned from my proper work. I hope that after you take it, you can renovate the orphanage. Didn't you say that you wanted to change the heating equipment a while ago? It just so happens that I've changed it this time, so that I can take in more children in the future. Yi Fan said. Principal Li was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He reached out his hand and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. You brat, you're really good. At this moment, the children's cries of surprise suddenly came from the entrance of the orphanage. Chapter 160. 0160 Yi Fan ran to the entrance of the orphanage and saw a group of armed special police officers surrounding the orphanage. There were dozens of special police officers with a powerful aura. Every one of them seemed to have gone through rigorous training and were definitely not just for show. As for the 4 to 5 men standing at the very front, although they did not bring any weapons or equipment, it was obvious that they had a foundation in ancient martial arts. Zhao Tianxian. Yi Fan saw a man dressed in military uniform. It was the man who claimed to be Su Lingshan's fiancé, the captain of Dragon Fang Squad 2 who was chased away by him. Zhao Tianxian looked high-spirited today. He was in an extremely good mood because he had made a major breakthrough in his investigation. Yi Fan, I am the captain of the second team of Dragon Fang, Major Zhao Tianxian. I now officially announce that because you are involved in several murders, brawls, and kidnappings, you will be officially arrested. As he spoke, Zhao Tianxian took out a document and displayed it in front of Yi Fan. It was indeed a formal document approved by his superiors. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This group of fellows wanted to capture him, but they actually came directly to the orphanage. They really didn't consider the impact on the children. However, no matter how uncomfortable Yi Fan was, he couldn't fight with a group of soldiers in front of so many children in the courtyard. You guys are really haunting me. Yi Fan said helplessly. Zhao Tianxian laughed complacently. Do you think this captain was afraid of you before? I'm a citizen of the country, so I have to do things based on evidence and the law. For a dangerous person like you, once I have evidence, I will naturally arrest you. Yi Fan sneered, is that so? Then why should we capture an innocent woman to get married just because of the words of a matchmaker? Can that be considered a law? Zhao Tianchuan's face immediately flushed red. It was his shame that he couldn't bring Su Lingshan back. He scolded loudly, you. Don't change the topic. I'm here on official business today. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You'd better surrender immediately. Fan Xian grinned evilly. This Zhao Tianxian still had some brains. He knew that if he fought with him head-on, he might not be able to gain any benefits. Thus, he stayed put and surrounded him. Yi Fan, what's going on? Principal Li, who was worried and had followed him out, was shocked when he saw this scene. Fan Xian turned around and smiled. Principal, there's a little misunderstanding. I'll go take care of it. Brother Yi Fan. Why would they want to capture you? Could it be? Du Yun'er also ran out. She was worried that something had gone wrong with the purple bamboo forest. Yi Fan shook his head. Yun'er, you have to believe me, nothing will happen. But Du Yun'er had never seen such a frightening scene before, and her heart was in a mess. Yi Fan said, be good, don't let your imagination run wild. I'll call you after I'm done dealing with it. Don't worry, I didn't do anything wrong, so they can't do anything to me. Humph, what shameless boasting. Whether or not you've done it before, you know it best in your heart. Zhao Tianxian looked at Du Yun'er and President Li, and his heart became even more determined. It was not difficult to control someone who had something to worry about. Zhao Tianxian was finally no longer worried that Yi Fan would forcefully resist arrest. She grabbed Yi Fan's arm, not letting him go. Fan Xian sighed, "Yuner, don't worry. I'll call you later. After you get off work the day after tomorrow, I still have to take you to the party. I always do what I say, don't I?" Du Yuner also knew that it was impossible for her to let Yi Fan stay and not leave even if she pulled him like this, so she could only let go. "You have to take me there the day after tomorrow." Du Yuner was reluctant to part with him. Although she was already a slim and graceful girl, in his eyes, Du Yuner was still the little girl with the ponytail from back then. "Do as you say." Yi Fan and President Li also waved their hands, then walked in front of Zhao Tianxian, looking at him coldly. "Let's go, your people are too annoying. I don't want to waste any more time with you, so I'll go and explain it to you today." "Humph, handcuff him," Zhao Tianxian ordered. Immediately, a member of the Dragon Fang squad took the handcuffs and wanted to handcuff Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan turned his head and swept a glance at that guy. In that instant, that man's blood turned cold. He was stunned on the spot, trembling. Yi Fan teasingly asked, "Are you sure the handcuffs are useful?" Zhao Tianxian didn't expect that his subordinates wouldn't even be able to withstand a single glance from Yi Fan. He couldn't help but feel a little flustered in his heart, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Forget it, he probably won't dare to run away. Bring him in the car." Without him saying anything, Yi Fan got into a car. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with this group of small fries. Watching the number of special police cars leave, the entrance of the orphanage became deserted once again. "Yuner, stop looking. Yi Fan should be confident, he will be fine." After all, President Li was experienced and could see something, so he patted the girl's shoulder and comforted her. She wiped the corner of her eyes and said faintly, "Principal, I just want brother Yi Fan to be safe. Actually, it doesn't matter who he marries. As long as he's doing well, I'll be happy." "Silly girl, who doesn't think so? So don't be too sad. Otherwise, if Yi Fan were to find out that you were scared sick, wouldn't he feel even worse?" Du Yuner nodded, pulled herself together, and tried not to think too much. The convoy of escorts drove all the way to the southern part of Huahai, an army training base adjacent to the coastline. This was a secret area where no one was allowed to enter. There were many security checks to enter and exit. Usually, some special criminals would be sent here for interrogation. After Yi Fan got off the car, he was brought into a special reinforced concrete building. The entire building style was like a fortress, with no windows to be seen. After passing through a thick steel door, he entered a sealed interrogation room. The surroundings were filled with bulletproof glass and explosion-proof glass. There were more than 10 layers of it. Even if a missile were to smash through it, it probably wouldn't be able to destroy the transparent barrier around it. Yi Fan sat on a bench and looked at the protective measures around him. He couldn't help but want to laugh. These guys were really willing to spend money to build such an interrogation room. One had to know that this kind of most advanced anti-riot glass was almost as expensive as gold. The cost of this interrogation room was almost 10 million. The army was really rich. Not long after, a few generals in military uniforms walked in. Zhao Tianxian was also among them. He had a proud smile on his face. Seeing that Yi Fan was locked in a cage, he was no longer worried about anything going wrong. It was as if he was looking at a trapped beast. "Yi Fan, these two, one is Commander Wang Zhe of the Jiangnan military region, in charge of special crimes. The other is Division Commander Tan Jiang of our Dragon Soul, a commissioner sent by our Dragon Soul headquarters to interrogate you. These two generals have come to deal with your case in their busy schedule. Whatever they ask you, you'd better answer truthfully." Zhao Tianxian proudly introduced himself and even politely pulled out chairs for the two superiors. After the two generals took their seats, he finally sat down. Chapter 161. 0161 Wang Zhe raised his hand and gestured to the group of Special Forces guards who had followed him in. All of you, leave. This criminal is already locked up in this dragon-slaying pavilion. Not to mention ancient martial arts, even if he had a missile on him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to us. Why are you still guarding inside? Tan Jiang also nodded, indicating to his accompanying guards, all of you can leave as well. Today's interrogation requires as much secrecy as possible. When the dozen or so Special Forces soldiers and a few elite guards heard this, they immediately saluted and ran out. Yi Fan knocked on his legs, looked around at the 10 or so layers of transparent glass that were as hard as a rock, and said, so this is called, Dragon Slaying Pavilion, the name is quite elegant. Elegance is elegance, but the criminals who are locked up in the Dragon Slaying Pavilion, even if they are great bandits or unparalleled heroes, none of them will be able to escape. You better behave yourself, don't be glib, otherwise, we can lock you up until you die. Zhao Tianxian grinned fiendishly. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, is that so? It sounds quite powerful. Heh. The commander, Wang Zhe, laughed and said in a strong voice, Yi Fan, you don't have to be too nervous. The main reason we brought you here today is to clarify a few questions. If you haven't committed any crimes, we naturally won't wrongly accuse you. Oh. Yi Fan had a relaxed smile on his face, what's the problem? Tan Jiang picked up the document in his hand and said, after the investigation of our Dragon Soul's subordinate troops, Dragon Fang Squad 2, Country F's B-grade underground organization, Monkey Eating Eagle, once secretly contacted you. Yesterday, we arrested 2 members of the Monkey Eating Eagle who tried to sneak into Huahai again. After interrogation, they revealed that you have a secret called ANKH on your body. Li Fanxian frowned. This group of monkey-eating eagles really didn't give up. They actually wanted to come. With such a short interval, it would be strange if they didn't get caught. However, the secret of ANKH was indeed too tempting. It was understandable that this group of bounty hunters would lose their rationality. Yi Fan, it was you who killed 3 monkey-eating eagle bounty hunters. We had already investigated this point back then. This time, because of ANKH, the monkey-eating eagle even sent people to sneak into Huahai. Do you know that because of you, our country has already encountered a certain degree of border crisis? Tan Jiang said seriously. Yi Fan chuckled, it's just a mere B-rank organization. Your Dragon Fang Squad is a B-rank organization, and your Dragon Soul is one of the few A-rank organizations. Why would you be afraid of a monkey-eating eagle? It's not a matter of being afraid, but we have to figure out the root cause. Wang Zhe took over the topic and said, we have people who interrogated the monkey-eating eagle. What is ANKH? However, they only knew that ANKH was a certain kind of drug, but they didn't know the specific effect. We hope that you can tell us the specific information about ANKH, or even directly hand it over to us to deal with. Otherwise, your existence is a hidden danger to the security of China. Fan Xian understood and said, so you guys also want ANKH? Unfortunately, that thing is just a rumor, and I don't have it at all. Tan Jiang slammed the table and said angrily, sophistry. The people of the monkey-eating eagle said that they obtained your address in Huahai from the legendary scientist of the underground world, the elephant head god Ganesha, and that's how they found you. Since you know the elephant head god, you are definitely not an ordinary person. The elephant head god has always been a dragon with no head or tail, and now his life and death are unknown. You are the last time he appeared, and the person he contacted, you definitely have hidden information. Yi Fan spread out his hands and said with a playful smile, you already said that you can't tell anyone, why should I tell you? Could it be that you guys aren't human? Shut up. You still dare to spout nonsense. Zhao Tianxian widened his eyes and said in an evil voice, what do you think your current identity is? You are just a prisoner. Dragon Trap Pavilion, do you think it's a trapped dragon? It's just a bunch of pitiful worms. If you don't tell me the truth, don't blame us for being merciless. Yi Fan looked at him indifferently, fall out? How are you going to turn around? Just as Zhao Tianxian was about to say something, he was stopped by Tan Jiang. Yi Fan, you don't have to react too intensely. Tan Jiang lightly said, we are just doing our job. Our duty is to protect the safety of China. Therefore, we have to get rid of this unsafe ankh on your body. Actually, as long as you calm down and tell us everything you know, we won't make things difficult for you. After all, you didn't do anything to harm the security of our country. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed, alright, let's not talk about these things anymore. I didn't come here today to waste my breath with you lowly people. I want to know about the problem with ankh. With your level, you aren't qualified enough. Let me talk to you seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Zhe and Tan Jiang's expressions changed drastically. Zhao Tianxian was also astonished, thinking that Yi Fan had gone crazy. A dignified lieutenant general and a major general were both important figures with real power. Even if it was a provincial governor, they would still have to give them some respect. But Yi Fan actually said that these two weren't qualified to talk to him. Nonsense. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wang Zhe was also angered. He laughed loudly as he pointed at the 2 stars on his shoulders and said, do you think that these 2 stars are fake? Li Fan Xian had a helpless expression, you are a general, but you are a general who appears in public. What I'm talking about is your level of security in China. Your security level should be at most B, right? Hearing this, Wang Zhe, Tan Jiang, and the others all frowned. The so-called level of security was the effect and influence a person could have on the national security of China. Generally speaking, the lowest was E and the highest was S, but it wasn't a written rule. It was just that there would be some secret divisions within each country. From the most ordinary people, it was E, ordinary police, armed police, local officials, and so on, it was D. Further up, some people who were involved in the trade secrets of state-owned enterprises, scientific research secrets, or special forces officials would be C. As for B, they were some of the country's generals, weapons experts, and the like. These people could affect the safety of the country's upper echelons and a large number of common people, so it was B. As for A, it was a very small number of people. These people were all at the top of the country, whether it was the leader of an official or a secret organization, or the leader of a scientific research organization that grasped cutting-edge technology. It could be said that information that truly affected national security, foreign affairs, and international security, could only be understood by people with a level of security. As for the S-class, there were only a few people in the entire country of China. Even if they weren't the leaders, their importance was comparable to the leaders of China. These people were already completely hidden behind the scenes, and they might not even know each other. Chapter 162. 0162 Yi Fan pointed at the 3 people in front of him who were interrogating him, Tan Jiang, you should also be B, otherwise, you wouldn't have come to see me directly. As for this Zhao Tianxian, I estimate that he's only C, right? If such a person were to hear the secret of ankh, wouldn't there be a huge mess? The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay. Just as Yi Fan had said, 2 of them were B and 1 was C, and none of them were people who could come into contact with national secrets. Zhao Tianxian was despised for his low level, so he naturally wouldn't be convinced. He coldly snorted and said, Yi Fan, don't talk nonsense. What kind of person are you? If you were really that powerful, would the monkey-eating eagle dare to cause trouble for you? Don't tell me that with the little information you have to invite a high-level security level A to come over. Do you think A-class big shots are people you can meet just because you want to? Hearing this, Fan Xian felt a headache. Why do I feel like I'm playing the lute to a cow? Is it not up to you guys to judge? At your level, it's not enough to judge whether what I said is true or not, understand? Playing the lute to a cow. You dare to scold us. Zhao Tianxian was so vexed that he wished he could immediately order the execution of Yi Fan. Sigh, Captain Tianxian, don't be so agitated, Tan Jiang advised. Seeing Tan Jiang's signal, Zhao Tianxian could only continue to sit down. Tan Jiang frowned, thought deeply for a moment, and said, Yi Fan, if you really want to see an A-level character, Commander Ho of the Jiangnan military region is an A-level character. If we invite him over, are you willing to tell us the whole truth? Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. You guys seem to have misunderstood. I didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. I want to see an A-rank character. Isn't it? Then what do you mean? Tan Jiang became more and more puzzled. Yi Fan sighed, I want to meet the S-class upper echelons directly. The entire dragon confining pavilion was deathly silent. Wang Zhe, Tan Jiang, and Xiao Tianxian were all speechless. Yi Fan's request sounded so simple and straightforward, as if it was logical. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was simply unimaginable. S-class. That was a security level that only the country's chief or a super big shot who was as important as the chief was worthy of such a security level. These people, other than the few chiefs who needed to appear in public and appear on the news, were all hidden behind the scenes and commanded all the security forces in China. Are you crazy? Who the hell do you think you are? Zhao Tianchuan's eyeballs were about to pop out. Not to mention him, even Tan Jiang and the others might not be able to see those S-class characters often. Wang Zhe's face was also heavy as he said, Yi Fan, you have to speak the truth. If we continue to waste time like this, we will have to consider extorting a confession. You probably don't want to know how the monkey-eating eagle and the others revealed the truth, right? Tan Jiang also coldly said, I thought you were someone who knew how to cooperate and had a brain. It seems like you are just an arrogant and conceited brat. Fan Xian felt that it was very funny, and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of expressions do you all have? I want to see an S-class character, is that strange? Do you know what the ANKH I'm talking about is? Shut up. If you don't tell us the truth, we won't be polite anymore. Wang Zhe slapped the table with a dignified expression. Yi Fan crossed his arms in front of his chest and leisurely said, Are you sure you want to use force to solve the problem? When the time comes, don't go back on your word. Seeing Yi Fan's calm and collected appearance, not afraid of them in the slightest, the three of them gritted their teeth. After all, although they knew from the investigation that Yi Fan's strength was not ordinary, but now that they were in the dragon-slaying pavilion, this guy was still so arrogant, how could they accept it? Tan Jiang planned to give Yi Fan one last chance, and said with a calm face, First of all, we are not sure which ones are the leaders of the S-class. This is a secret. Secondly, even if we knew which ones they were not people we could casually invite. They would need several approvals, and they would need sufficient reason and evidence to invite them over. This request of yours is completely unreasonable, we have no way of satisfying your request. Yi Fan smiled in relief, now that you guys say it like that, I understand. You guys really don't have the qualifications to meet someone of that level, how about this, you guys don't need to find anyone else. As far as I know, there should be 2 or 3 S-class security level people in the Dragon Soul organization. Hearing this, Tan Jiang and Xiao Tianxian both became nervous. There were indeed 2 to 3 people in the Dragon Soul, and it was very likely that they were S-class people. But the problem was, how did Yi Fan know? Yi Fan thought to himself, that. What was it called? Oh right, just call the military advisor over, no one else needs it. As soon as he said this, Tan Jiang and Zhao Tianchuan's faces turned pale, while Wang Zhe also had a puzzled look on his face. Military advisor. You know the military advisor? Tan Jiang asked loudly in astonishment. Wang Zhe asked curiously, Old Tan, who is the military advisor? Tan Jiang said, It's General Xie Linfuan. He is the brains of our Dragon Soul, so his code name is Military Advisor. However, very few outsiders know that the military advisor is also my direct superior. General Xie. Wang Zhe immediately revealed a look of reverence, no wonder. General Xie's words are indeed worthy of the title of military advisor. As the brain of the dragon's soul, military advisor Xia Linfuan naturally came into contact with all the secrets of the dragon's soul, including all kinds of national affairs. Therefore, his security level was undoubtedly S. However, such a mastermind behind the dragon's soul was actually known by Yi Fan. This undoubtedly made the three people present very puzzled. Tan Jiang and Zhao Tianxuan's expressions were extremely complicated. If Yi Fan really knew Xia Linfuan, then they wouldn't be able to make their own decisions in private. However, if their relationship with Xia Linfuan wasn't that great, and they only accidentally found out about Xia Linfuan, then wouldn't it make the military advisor unhappy if they went to call Xia Linfuan over? How can you prove that the military advisor knows you? Why should the military advisor come to see you? Tan Jiang asked cautiously. Yi Fan said calmly, if he doesn't come, just say, Murphy wants to see him, and he should understand. Murphy? Tan Jiang, Wang Zhe, and Zhao Tianxian were all at a loss. They couldn't figure out the meaning of this foreigner's name. Yi Fan was too lazy to explain, if you guys want to go, then go quickly. I'm going to take an afternoon nap and rest. After saying that, Yi Fan directly got down from the stool, sprawled out on the cold ground, and began to sleep soundly. According to his calculations, the military advisor would definitely not be near Huahai, and would most likely be in the capital. Even if he flew over immediately, it would still take about 2 hours, so he could take an afternoon nap first. Seeing that Yi Fan was actually sleeping in the dragon-slaying pavilion, the three interrogators stared at him helplessly. Before they figured out the relationship between Yi Fan and the military advisor, they didn't dare to act rashly. I'll go contact the military advisor now. Send someone to keep an eye on him, Tan Jiang said. Hurry up and go. There was no need to keep an eye on him. Could it be that he could still come out of the dragon-slaying pavilion? It's more important to contact the military advisor. Wang Zhe said. Chapter 163. 0163 The autumn air was cool and refreshing, and a cool breeze blew across the hills that were covered in yellow leaves. In a small pavilion halfway up the mountain in the northern part of the capital, a man and a woman were playing black and white chess pieces. The man wore a gray jacket, brown trousers, and wrinkled leather shoes. He had a head full of black and white hair, and a mediocre appearance. Only his eyes looked wise and deep. His entire person exuded a scholarly aura, and he was rather refined. On the other side, the woman looked incomparably dazzling. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind, and was simply tied up with a red ribbon. A refined and exquisite oval face. Her facial features seemed to have been meticulously drawn by a painter, and she was filled with the classical charm of an Oriental woman. Under a red button trench coat were two slender white calves. Paired with a pair of fiery red high-heeled leather shoes, she was like a red rose blooming on a hill, beautiful and holy. Eldest Miss Xiao, you won't be able to escape. I've won this round. Your chess skills have improved in recent days, but it still seems a bit difficult for you to beat me. The man picked up an exquisite purple clay teapot and took a sip of fragrant tea with a complacent look on his face. The red-clothed beauty stared at the chessboard, thinking carefully. Her face was cold, and she had no intention of giving up. At this moment, a call came into the man's cell phone. The man took out a special black cell phone, picked it up, and said, "Speak. Military advisor, this is Tan Jiang, cut the crap and get to the point." This seemingly ordinary chess player was one of the core members of the Dragon's Soul. Since the founding of China, he was one of the few military geniuses who had been promoted to a general before the age of 30, codenamed military advisor, Xia Linfuan. Yes. It's like this, there's a suspect called Yi Fan. He said that he needs to see someone with a security level of S before he's willing to tell us the details of the case. He even wants to see you, military advisor. Oh. Yi Fan. Xia Linfuan thought for a moment, I don't know this person. You guys settle it yourselves. Don't report everything to me. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Tan Jiang immediately said, Murphy wants to see you. Xia Linfuan's expression froze, and the woman in red looked up at him. What did you say? Tan Jiang carefully repeated, that Yi Fan said, M.O. Murphy wants to see you. Xia Linfuan took a deep breath and said, wait there. Don't provoke that man called Yi Fan. I'll be there in 2.5 hours. Military advisor, do you really know Yi Fan? Tan Jiang asked in surprise. I don't know who he is. But I have to see this person. After Xia Linfuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Raising his head, he looked at the woman in red and smiled embarrassedly, Miss Xiao, I need to make a trip to Huahai. It's very urgent. Do you want to go with me? The red-robed woman shook her head and did not say anything. But I can't play chess with you anymore. Didn't you find it boring? Maybe you can meet someone interesting this time. Xia Linfuan tempted. The woman in red shook her head again. She stood up and suddenly threw the chess piece away. I've lost. The woman's voice was as clear as a mountain spring. When Xia Linfuan heard this, his head suddenly quivered and he hurriedly reached out to grab his teapot. However, his reaction was still too slow. With a piercing sound, the woman in red lightly flicked her middle finger with her left hand, and a scarlet-red stream of air that was like a raging flame struck the teapot. The teapot actually started burning and was surrounded by a ball of flame. My new teapot. Xia Linfuan was heartbroken. He pointed at the woman in red and scolded, Xiao Xian what kind of dog can't change its habit of eating shit? If you lose, you'll destroy it. How old are you? The mahogany tea table that you burned last time caused me to pay that tea house 200,000. It was 200,000. The organization didn't even reimburse it. You won't even let go of a teapot like me. Xiao Xian didn't care about him at all. She only said, we'll fight another day, before turning around and flying away. Her figure was like a bolt of red lightning. With a few ups and downs, in the blink of an eye, she had already crossed 2 or 3 mountains and disappeared without a trace. Xia Linfuan watched as his teapot was burned into a black ball. It was so hot that he couldn't even take it. He could only let out a long sigh, wanting to cry but having no tears. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat you, I wouldn't have played chess with a destructive madman like you. Damn it. Bad luck. After saying that, Xia Linfuan also used his qing gong, and like a bird, he quickly glided down from the mountain. 2 hours later, Huahai, outside the Dragon Trap Pavilion. Military advisor. Thank you, General. Tan Jiang and Wang Zhe jogged in front of Xia Linfuan, smiling in a flattering manner. As for Zhao Tianxian and the other people from Dragon Fang, when they saw the top 3 leaders of the Dragon Soul, they didn't even have the courage to raise their heads and could only stand silently at the back. Military advisor, why did you suddenly arrive? We should have gone to the door to welcome you. Tan Jiang said enthusiastically. Xia Linfuan didn't have the time to be polite with them. He rushed over as soon as he got off the plane and said, where is that man called Yi Fan? In the Dragon Trap Pavilion. Wang Zhe said. What? You locked him in the Dragon Trap Pavilion. Xia Linfuan's face tensed up, and he said uneasily, did he resist? Wang Zhe patted his chest and guaranteed, General Xia, even if he resisted, it would be useless. You know the strength of the Dragon Lair Pavilion. Even if a normal missile blew one of them up, it would be fine. Even a heavy tank might not be able to break through. Furthermore, it has a strong resistance to ancient martial artists' qi. Do you have a brain? Am I asking you about safety? Xia Linfuan scolded. Wang Zhe shrank back and asked worriedly, no. Not a question of safety. Although his military rank was logically higher than Xia Linfuan's, the status of the Dragon Soul organization was not something that could be measured by an ordinary military rank. 10 Wang Zhe were not as important as 1 Xia Linfuan. Therefore, in front of Xia Linfuan, Wang Zhe, the commander, did not dare to have the slightest bit of temper. Xia Linfuan was too lazy to explain. He hurriedly ran into the dragon trap pavilion. When he saw the man lying on the ground in the dragon trap pavilion, it was as if he was frozen in place. His eyes were unable to move away at all. Xia Linfuan's breathing became heavy and unstable due to seeing Yi Fan. For an ancient martial arts expert, this was something that would normally never happen. Military advisor, he is Yi Fan. Tan Jiang and the others followed in and whispered. Actually, seeing Xia Linfuan's expression, they already knew that the military advisor definitely knew Yi Fan, and it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary. Who was it? Put him in. Xia Linfuan's voice was cold and low. Chapter 164. 0164. This time, Zhao Tianquan's face was about to turn ashen. Report. Reporting to the military advisor, it's me. Zhao Tianxian knew that it was useless to deny it now. He could only bite the bullet and step forward, his voice trembling as he said, because this Yi Fan has a violent tendency and killed a lot of people, we were worried that he would resist, so, there's no need to explain. Xia Linfuan stretched out his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything else. Then, he looked at him coldly and said, Zhao Tianxian, if I remember correctly, you are the second young master of the Zhao family. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Tianquan's face immediately flushed red. He proudly raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying, yes, military advisor. My grandfather is Zhao Shengcang, and I am ranked second in the third generation of the family. The direct descendant of the Zhao family, one of the 5 great sects of China. I wonder if this identity is of any use. Xia Linfuan had a headache as he thought about it. Zhao Tianxian was a little confused. How could the identity of the Zhao family's second young master be useless in one of the 5 great sects of China? If it wasn't for this identity, how could a major like him sit together with Wang Zhe and Tan Jiang and interrogate Yi Fan? Military advisor, you asked about my family background. Is this case related to our Zhao family? Zhao Tianxian guessed. However, Xia Linfuan shook his head and said, give a call to your family. It would be best if your grandfather, Elder Zhao, knew about the situation here. It might be safer for him to appear. Ah. Let me contact my grandfather. What exactly happened? Zhao Tianxian was puzzled. Wang Zhe and Tan Jiang were also puzzled. Military advisor, Elder Zhao has retired for several years and no longer cares about the affairs of the world. If you let him out of the mountain, could it be that this case is so serious? Zhao Shengcang was the head of the Zhao family. He had been in politics for many years, so there was no need to talk about his connections in China. Therefore, they were all very shocked that Yi Fan's case would involve so many important figures. However, Xia Linfuan sneered, what else could it be? Of course it's to protect your little life as much as possible. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Tianquan's entire body froze. Wang Zhe and Tan Jiang were also stunned. Advisor. Military advisor. What did I do wrong? Do you want to punish me? Zhao Tianxian asked with a sullen face. Xia Linfuan waved his hand and said, it's not that I want to punish you, but when Yi Fan comes out, if he wants to kill you, I won't be able to stop him. You can only pray for your own good fortune. When Zhao Tianxian heard this, a chill ran down his spine, scaring him so much that his hands and feet turned cold. Yi Fan. Isn't he inside? Are we going to let him out? Wang Zhe asked doubtfully. Yes, military advisor. Won't you reconsider? He has a secret about ANKH in his hands, and it seems to be highly valued by some overseas organizations, Tan Jiang said. Zhao Tianxian, on the other hand, was a bit aggrieved, military advisor, this Yi Fan is inside and can't come out at all. Even if his martial arts are better than mine, he might not be able to kill me. This is our territory. Xia Linfuan snorted. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that Yi Fan, who was in the cell, had already gotten up from the ground. Yi Fan stretched lazily, flipped over like a carp, and comfortably moved his muscles and bones. With a glance, he happened to meet Xia Linfuan's eyes. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a nostalgic smile as he waved his hand at Xia Linfuan. Xia Linfuan's eyes were also somewhat red, as if he had seen a brother that he hadn't seen for a long time. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. "Why aren't you opening the door? Hurry up and invite him out," Xia Linfuan ordered loudly. The group of soldiers were somewhat hesitant. Should they release Yi Fan? After all, this was a serious criminal. However, the following scene caused them all to be stunned on the spot. Yi Fan actually walked towards them with large strides. What is he doing? Is he crazy? He couldn't have forgotten that he was in the dragon lair, right? Everyone saw that Yi Fan didn't seem to see that there were more than 10 layers of bulletproof and explosion-proof tempered glass in front of him. His footsteps were relaxed as he approached them. "Mr. Yi. Don't be impulsive. We'll go and let you out." At this moment, Tan Jiang could already feel that Yi Fan was an old acquaintance of Xia Linfuan's, so he didn't want Yi Fan to get hurt. He quickly urged the soldiers to open the door. Unexpectedly, before the soldier who opened the door could run over, he heard a loud noise. Bam! It was like an earthquake, as if the entire dragon lair was shaking. In front of Yi Fan, no one knew which part of him touched the first glass barrier, but the barrier was as brittle as paper and directly shattered. What was even more unbelievable was that Yi Fan was still walking out. His steps were very gentle. He did not rush, nor did he run. He was just strolling leisurely. When he arrived at the second barrier, the tip of Yi Fan's foot touched the glass first. Bam! Another loud sound rang out, and the barrier also cracked. Then, it exploded, turning into glass shards on the ground. Yi Fan walked out unimpeded, using his toes, knees, and hands. No matter which part of his body he touched, as long as he touched the glass, the high-strength explosion-proof glass would be like a fake and counterfeit product, breaking with a single touch. Every time Yi Fan smashed the glass, everyone's heart tightened, as if someone was twisting their hearts. What kind of oppressive feeling was this? It was as if an unstoppable giant spirit god had destroyed the city walls set up by mortals, unscrupulously trampling on the dignity of every mortal. Commander Wang. Didn't you say that even missiles can't break this glass? Zhao Tianxian was so scared that his face turned green. No. Impossible. This is impossible. Wang Zhe found it hard to accept that the dragon lair that they had spent a huge amount of money to create would actually be shattered by a single touch of Yi Fan's body. Previously, they had even said that it was impossible for Yi Fan to come out from inside, but now, their faces had already been slapped by Yi Fan to the point that they were too ashamed to show their faces. Wang Zhe flew into a rage out of humiliation. He took a rifle from the soldier beside him and fired at a piece of explosion-proof glass. The bullets all streaked across and bounced off, not even leaving a trace. They were unable to cause any damage to the glass at all. This time, when everyone looked at Yi Fan, it was as if they had seen a ghost. There's no need to test, there's no problem with this dragon lair. It's not that the glass you use is weak, but he's too strong. Xia Linfuan sighed, but his eyes revealed a hint of worship. The glass shattered on the ground, but Yi Fan was unharmed. When Yi Fan walked in front of everyone, he had a calm expression on his face. He took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and then took out a lighter. Just as he was about to light his cigarette, he realized that the lighter was out of oil. Yi Fan could only smile and ask the people around him. Hey, do you have a fire? Seeing that everyone was looking at him dumbfoundedly, Yi Fan frowned. Is there a need for that? Isn't it just a few broken pieces of glass? Are you feeling sorry for the money? Xia Linfuan helplessly turned his head and said, What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear? Which one of you brought a lighter? Give it to me. Wang Zhe hurriedly took out a lighter, handed it over, and even personally lit it for Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony and directly took Wang Zhe's lighter. The latter didn't dare to make a sound. Yi Fan lit his cigarette, puffed out a mouthful of smoke, and happily patted Xia Linfuan's shoulder. You brat, you're doing pretty well. Have you gotten a wife yet? The crowd was once again agitated as they stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Chapter 165. 0165 Xia Linfuan gave a simple and honest smile. If I were to marry, I would have to tell you no matter what. If you don't come to the wedding, how would I dare to get married? Oh. That's true. You're such a thief. If I don't deliver my red packet, you won't be willing to get married. Yi Fan laughed. Xia Linfuan also laughed until his shoulders shook. His eyes were filled with emotion and nostalgia, as well as the joy of reuniting after a long separation. Yi Fan swept a glance at the other people present. Seeing that they were all cowering and didn't even dare to breathe loudly, he knew that they were already frightened by the scene of him walking out. It's better if you don't repair this dragon cage pavilion. It's good to level it and plant some flowers and plants. Those that can be trapped by you must only be bugs. If it really is a dragon, you won't be able to trap it no matter what, do you understand? Yi Fan asked with a teasing smile. Understood. Wang Zhe smiled awkwardly. In fact, after being destroyed by Yi Fan, they didn't have the confidence to build it again. Yi Fan then looked at Zhao Tianxian, smoked his cigarette, and asked, do you know what mistake you made today? Zhao Tianxuan's entire body quivered. Even though he was extremely unconvinced and uncomfortable, he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. I shouldn't have captured you. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. No. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, you captured me because you found some evidence. There's nothing wrong with enforcing the law. I understand if you want to capture me. That was because I wasn't respectful enough to you just now. Zhao Tianxian gritted his teeth. Even now, he still couldn't figure out who Yi Fan was. Why did he have to be so humble? But Yi Fan still shook his head and said, you're wrong. Actually, I'm not a petty person. I don't really care if you're rude to me. Zhao Tianxian was a little confused. What did he do wrong? Yi Fan sighed and said, your mistake is that you shouldn't have gone to the orphanage and captured me with such great fanfare. It was a group of young children, especially the children of the orphanage. Their hearts were more easily stimulated. Just think about it, an uncle who often visited them and played with them was suddenly escorted away by the soldiers. What would those children think? What you're doing might leave a shadow in their childhood. When Zhao Tianxian heard this reason, he didn't think much of it in his heart. What a bunch of wild children thought had nothing to do with him, but he pretended to say, yes. I've learned. Fan Xian sneered, in your heart, you are very unconvinced. What, you look down on those fatherless children? Feeling Yi Fan's expression gradually turn cold, a wave of pressure descended, causing Zhao Tianxuan's entire body to tremble. I didn't. I really didn't. Zhao Tianxian hurriedly begged for mercy. Xia Linfuan reminded him, he is the second young master of the Zhao family in Feng City. Fan Xian nodded, I already knew that, but the name of the sealed Zhao family does not mean that it is a death exemption medallion. Are you really going to kill him? Xia Linfuan asked, somewhat troubled. No. I know I was wrong. Mr. Yi, please let me go this time. Zhao Tianxian had already knelt down in fright. He had already realized the seriousness of the situation. After all, it was impossible for the military advisor, Xia Linfuan, to speak carelessly. Yi Fan definitely had the possibility of killing him, which was why he told him to contact Zhao Shengsang. However, he hadn't had the time to contact his grandfather yet. If he were to die for no reason, how could he accept it? Fan Xian looked at Zhao Tianxian, who was wagging his tail and begging for mercy, and said with a smile, if I kill you, it would seem like I'm bullying people too much. Get up, don't look for trouble with Su Lingshan in the future, and I'll let you go. When Zhao Tianxian heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As for Su Lingshan, he could only put her aside for the time being. Yes, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi. Zhao Tianquan's heart was filled with incomparable resentment, but he didn't dare to show it. Yi Fan also knew that this kind of guy would definitely hold a grudge against him. However, the Zhao family was one of the 5 great sects after all. If they killed Zhao Tianxian and offended the entire Zhao family, it would be too troublesome and not worth it. The key was that Xia Linfuan was also present. If he were to kill Zhao Tianxian in front of him, Xia Linfuan would most likely be affected as well. Xia Linfuan recognized him as a brother, so if he wanted to kill Zhao Tianxian, Xia Linfuan wouldn't stop him. However, Yi Fan couldn't go too far just because his brother was loyal. All of you can leave. I have something to talk to Mr. Yi in private. No one is allowed to come near here. Xia Linfuan waved his hand. Wang Zhe, Tan Jiang, and the others accepted the order and left the dragon-slaying pavilion with the soldiers. In such a large space, only Yi Fan and the others were left. As soon as Xia Linfuan and the others left, he immediately knelt down on one knee and respectfully and excitedly shouted, "My prince." Yi Fan hurriedly helped him up and said happily, all right, we're brothers. Why are you the same as the others? It's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, right? I remember that we didn't have this kind of habit back then. How did you get this kind of habit? Could it be that the dragon's soul also has this kind of rule? No one in the entire China can make me kneel, and naturally, there's no one in the dragon's soul. This kneel of mine is from the bottom of my heart. It's out of respect for you, boss. Xia Linfuan said with a sincere smile. As expected of our strategist, Mephistopheles. When you flatter me, you're much more pleasant to listen to than those idiots like Mammon. Yi Fan chuckled. Tan Jiang and the others would never have thought that the so-called Murphy was not Yi Fan's name, but the abbreviation of Xia Linfuan's name when he was overseas. To be honest, 2 years ago, I heard that you, boss, had retired and disappeared. I suspected that you had returned to China, so on the way here, I guessed that it was you. Sure enough, I was so happy to see you. Xia Linfuan said sincerely. Yi Fan stamped out the cigarette butt and said apologetically, actually. The first year I returned to China, I was wondering if I should meet you. After all, among the brothers, you are the only one who is from China like me. But you also know that since I've retired, I want to live a peaceful life as an ordinary person as possible, so I didn't look for you. I understand, boss, you don't have to mind these things, it's just that. Xia Linfuan looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Boss, why do I feel that you've changed a lot? When you came out just now, you didn't seem to use any Jin Qi, right? Yi Fan smiled and said, of course I didn't use any Jin Qi. I've already crippled my own internal energy, where would I get Jin Qi from? What? Then you really used your body to smash it out. Xia Linfuan cried out in alarm, his face full of confusion. Yi Fan said, don't think too deeply about this. I just changed my cultivation method, you don't have to care too much about it. Xia Linfuan sighed in amazement, boss, you really are a godly person. You've cultivated anew, and you've become so powerful so quickly. You simply don't want us ordinary people to live. Yi Fan blinked, otherwise, how could I be the boss of you bastards? All of you aren't easy to worry about. Xia Linfuan smiled embarrassedly, boss, I think I'm still quite dutiful. I didn't come back to China and stayed in the Dragon's Soul, so I didn't mess around. Come on, after returning to China for 5 years, you entered the Dragon's Soul in 1 year, became a military advisor in 3 years, and became the youngest general in China. You brat, you've been in the limelight quite a bit. My achievements can't be compared to yours, boss. Don't laugh at me. Moreover, the achievements of the other brothers are only stronger than mine. Xia Linfuan said. Chapter 166. 0166. The two of them chatted for a while, and after chatting about the current situation of their old brothers, they remembered that they still had some business to discuss. Xia Linfuan said, boss, that ANKH, what is it? How could you be exposed? I heard it's something that the elephant head god is playing with. Yi Fan sighed with a headache. this elephant knows, he really won't give me peace even if he dies. You say, he can't find anyone, but he has to tell me the secret of Ankh. Isn't this clearly not letting me retire? Unfortunately, this guy was about to die, so he specially came to Hua Hai to see me one last time. I was too embarrassed to reject him, so I could only listen to his secrets. I didn't expect that he would actually expose my address, which was why there was the matter of the monkey-eating eagle. Xia Linfuan was surprised. What? The elephant head god died in Hua Hai. Then his corpse, he threw it into the sea. He asked for it himself. I personally burned it and scattered it into the sea. Yi Fan took out another cigarette and lit it up. Then boss, what is the secret of Ankh? Literally, it's the ancient Egyptian cross symbol that represents life force, right? Yi Fan took a deep breath of smoke, and all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. He said, that's right. Legend has it that the eagle god of ancient Egypt bestowed this talisman of life upon the pharaoh. The reason why the elephant head god used Ankh as the name of this medicine is because it has something to do with human life. With life. Xia Linfuan pondered for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. Could it be that the rumor from the underground world a few years ago was true? That guy, the elephant head god, is studying the immortal medicine. Yi Fan nodded, and said with a wry smile, do you think it's unimaginable, like listening to a legend? Xia Linfuan swallowed his saliva. This news was truly too shocking. If Ankh was the legendary, immortal medicine, then this item was indeed worthy of the monkey-eating eagle, and even all the organizations and experts in the world, to fight for it. Immortality. How charming were these 4 words. Even emperors throughout the ages would one day pass away. Even peerless experts would one day die on the back of a crane. But with the immortal medicine, he would be immortal and evergreen. For any peerless powerhouse, when they reached the top of the world, the only thing that could defeat them was time. The elixir of immortality was the key to cracking the time code. In ancient times, there was Su Fu who crossed the sea in search of longevity. Today, there is an elephant head who mysteriously refined an immortal medicine. This kind of thing, other than a madman, most people wouldn't even dare to think about it. Xia Linfuan nodded in agreement. He completely understood why Yi Fan had to meet an S-class person before he was willing to tell him about Ankh. This kind of thing would either not appear, or once it did, it would be enough to stir up the world and even trigger a world war. Boss, has this Ankh really been researched? Xia Linfuan asked nervously. Yi Fan shook his head, of course not. Even when the elephant's nose died, his research hadn't completed the last step. According to him, it was close to completion. But because of his wife, he was disheartened by life, so he only told me the results of his research and committed suicide. You know, if he wanted to commit suicide, no one could stop him. Xia Linfuan heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he would rather something like the elixir of immortality did not appear. Otherwise, if this thing existed in the world, it would be even more dangerous than nuclear weapons. I think the elephant head god won't be able to complete it. Something like the elixir of immortality is too mysterious. Xia Linfuan thought for a moment and said. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, I've heard him explain the principle. Actually, in theory, Ankh exists. Why? Xia Linfuan didn't understand. Yi Fan said, do you know? Actually, our human metabolism is very strong. For example, the cells in our intestines will be completely replaced in a few days. Every 2 months, the cells in our bladder will also be replaced. The red blood cells in our blood will all be replaced every 4 months. In fact, 98% of the atoms in our bodies will be replaced by air and food in a year. You can understand that every year, you are not the same as before. In short, as long as the human body keeps its cells constantly renewed, it can suppress aging. Of course, death from diseases and accidents is another matter. Xia Linfuan suddenly understood, but he was puzzled. If that's the case, then why do we humans still age and die? Yi Fan continued to explain, the key to the problem is that when our human cells divide, there will be a decrease in the ability to replicate. The length of the telomeres at the end of our DNA is constantly shrinking and shortening, which will affect the accuracy of cell division. Over time, the DNA will no longer be the same as before when it was healthy, and it will age. Once the cells age, the process is irreversible. Therefore, some of the more hardworking people, because of their fast metabolism, their fast cell division, and their faster aging. The ankh that the elephant head god is researching is actually a solution to the problem of our telomeres shrinking and shortening, so that our cells can always divide into the healthiest and youngest cells, thus achieving the effect of immortality. Although Xia Linfuan was not an expert in biological science, he could still hear the meaning behind it. He nodded and said, "It seems like the research of the elephant head god does have some tricks up its sleeve. But since he didn't complete it in the end, there shouldn't be a need for this project to exist." "Why did he come to tell you about this, boss?" Yi Fan let out a long sigh and said, "Because he is actually only one step away from the last step." Through his calculations, he determined that there was an element in this world that humans had not discovered. He named it the lighthouse element. As long as he found the lighthouse element and added it to the ankh formula that he had already completed, the telomeres would no longer be shortened. "Is the lighthouse element derived from the lighthouse jellyfish?" Xia Linfuan asked. The lighthouse jellyfish was a creature in nature that could continuously divide its cells and return to its youth. In theory, it was an immortal life form. Yi Fan smiled, "So you also know about it?" "That's right, but don't misunderstand, the lighthouse element is definitely not something that can be obtained by extracting the lighthouse jellyfish. The elephant head god did not find that element even when he died. He only calculated that there would be this element on Earth or in space." Xia Linfuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This secret was truly too surprising. Although what Yi Fan had in his hands was not a completed immortal medicine, it was still the formula that was closest to the immortal medicine in the history of human civilization. Chapter 167. 0167 Yi Fan patted his shoulder, "That's why I asked you to come over. You brat, you must be able to calmly think about the pros and cons of this matter. I've always denied the existence of the ankh, saying that it's just a rumor. I just want this thing to be gradually forgotten. This formula, when I die, I will bring it into my coffin. Leaving it in this world will only be a scourge to the common people. Go back today and settle this matter. Don't let your subordinates ask me about ankh. Whatever monkey-eating eagle, just tell them to get lost." Xia Linfuan also realized the importance of this secret and cautiously said, "Boss, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Even if it's the Dragon King, I won't tell him." "Ha, the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul? I've never seen it before. How is it stronger than me?" Yi Fan asked with some interest. Xia Linfuan hesitated with a strange expression, "If it was in the past, boss. I'm sure you're stronger than the Dragon King, but now that you've crippled your internal energy, I don't know who's stronger. However, the Dragon King is not the strongest person in the Dragon Soul. He is mainly the spiritual leader, and the strongest warrior in the Dragon Soul has always been the Dragon Soul Guardian." Yi Fan's eyes focused, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "I know, it's the Phoenix Girl, right?" Xia Linfuan smiled and nodded, "That's right, boss, if you want to fight with an expert of the Dragon Soul, you have to let the Phoenix Girl fight with you no matter what. Otherwise, she wouldn't be worthy of your status." Yi Fan hit Xia Linfuan's head with one hand. "What nonsense are you talking about? Laozi is tired of living. Go find the Phoenix Girl to fight. If I can't beat her, I don't want to be roasted into charcoal. Besides, I heard that the Phoenix Girl is a beautiful girl, and my heart softens when I see a beautiful woman." "Heh heh." Xia Linfuan smiled bitterly. Thinking of his bitter experiences in the past 3 years, he sincerely said, "Beauty is beauty, but temper, ordinary people can't stand it." Yi Fan rolled his eyes, "No matter how bad his temper is, how can it be as bad as my wife's?" "What? Boss, you're married." "He had a sister-in-law." Which awesome beauty can control you? Xia Linfuan asked in surprise. Fan Xian clicked his tongue, thinking of Su Qingshue's ice-cold little face, and sighed, it's a long story, it's hard to explain in a few words. How about this? We haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years, so let's go for a drink. It's almost time for dinner anyway. Xia Linfuan was naturally happy and laughed out loud, good. Today, I'm here to welcome you. Although it's 2 years late, the principle is still the same. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's go, my stomach is already growling. Yi Fan threw away the cigarette butt and dragged Xia Linfuan out. Xia Linfuan suddenly thought of something and interrupted, boss, I remember now. It's best if you keep your identity a secret. Otherwise, many people in China won't be able to sleep at night. Fan Xian chuckled, do you think I'm stupid? In front of outsiders, I'll call you Old Xia, and you can just call me Old Yi. I think it's better if I call you Mr. Yi. Calling you Old Yi is not respectful enough. Xia Linfuan smiled shyly. Okay. Do whatever you want. Yi Fan didn't care so much. Outside the dragon-slaying pavilion, Tan Jiang, Wang Zhe, and a group of generals and soldiers were anxiously waiting. Seeing the two of them come out, they hurriedly ran forward, all of them waiting for instructions. Xia Linfuan said, I'm going to have a few drinks with Mr. Yi. You guys can all disperse, you don't need to follow me. Ah. Advisor, how can we not accompany you when you come to Huahai? Tan Jiang finally had a chance to flatter him, so he didn't want to let it go. Xia Linfuan frowned and said, I have some questions to discuss with Mr. Yi. You guys can't listen in, so there's no need to follow me. Then we should protect the silence around you too. Advisor, don't worry, we'll guard outside and won't disturb you. Wang Zhe hurriedly said. Seeing this group of fellows trying to curry favor with him in such a humble manner, Xia Linfuan felt helpless. Then you guys stay away from me and keep your distance. Yi Fan said, if you want to follow, then follow me. But forget about that guy surnamed Xiao, otherwise there will be too many people. Actually, Yi Fan felt that this guy was unhappy just looking at him. If he saw too much and couldn't hold it in, it would be troublesome if he killed him, so it was better not to see him. Zhao Tianxian, who was planning to follow along, had an extremely awkward expression on his face when he heard this. He also wanted to get to know the military advisor better, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even have the chance to follow along. He was naturally indignant, but he had no way to argue with Yi Fan right now, so he could only endure it for now. Captain Tianxian, you should go back and rest first. I will be in charge of the rest with Commander Wang. Tan Jiang immediately signaled with his eyes. Yes, then. Advisor, I'll take my leave first. Zhao Tianxian forced a smile and silently turned around to leave. Very quickly, Yi Fan got into an SUV that Xia Linfuan personally drove and quickly drove towards the city. Wang Zhe and Tan Jiang led a group of elites and used 3 cars to follow behind, maintaining a distance. They weren't afraid of losing them because they had GPS positioning. Yi Fan gave Du Yun'er a call and reported that he was safe. He also told Dean Li about it. The girl was naturally very happy and made an appointment with Yi Fan on Monday afternoon. Xia Linfuan wanted to see his sister-in-law, so Yi Fan called Su Qingxue and asked her if they could have dinner together tonight. However, Su Qingxue said that she had a lot of work and didn't have much time, so Yi Fan had no choice but to give up. Boss, looks like sister-in-law is a strong woman. Xia Linfuan said with some surprise, I thought that boss would definitely marry a gentle and virtuous family woman. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This marriage was a coincidence, and he had never thought that he would marry a stubborn ice beauty. Boss, where are we going to drink? I'm not familiar with Huahai either, Xia Linfuan said. F*CK, why didn't you say so earlier if you're not familiar with it? So you were just blindly driving. Yi Fan was speechless. Just as he was thinking about where to go, he received a call from Ning Zimo. Yi Fan picked it up and asked with a smile, Ninger, we just met this morning. Why are you missing me again? However, Ning Zimo's voice was somewhat heavy. Yi Fan, where are you? I'm outside. I'm going to drink with a brother. What's wrong? Yi Fan frowned. The two leaders of the Iron Palm Gang and the Golden Eagle sect brought their disciples to me and said that they wanted to duel with you. Ning Zimo said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's all because of the matter between the Iron Lock Gang and the White Shark Gang that you were dragged into this. Yi Fan was slightly surprised, but immediately understood. Previously, the Iron Lock Gang and the White Shark Gang had all been removed from Hua Hai because of their relationship with the Purple Bamboo Forest. And the same key figure in the destruction of these two gangs was him, Yi Fan. The Golden Eagle sect had a relationship with the White Shark Gang, and the young sect leader, Jinja, was defeated by Yi Fan, causing him to lose all face. The Iron Palm Gang was the true master of the Iron Lock Gang. They had nurtured Yu Hanlong and wanted to do something big to unify the underground gangs of Hua Hai, but who would have thought that they would be destroyed by Yi Fan? This time, they had come to the Purple Leaf Tea House together. It was clear that they wanted to share a common enemy and use the methods of the Jianghu to solve the problem. Chapter 168 0168 Although Ning Zimo was curious as to why Yi Fan suddenly had a brother, she felt a lot more at ease when she heard the man's calm words. Alright, then I'll wait for you. Take your time on the road, I'll stabilize them first. Ning Zimo said gently. Yi Fan hung up the phone, pointed to the front and said, Old Xia, drive north. I'll show you the way and take you to a good place. Xia Linfuan smiled playfully, Boss, how many sisters-in-law do we have? Drive your car and talk so much nonsense. Yi Fan scolded with a smile, muttering in his heart, he wasn't sure how many there were. Xia Linfuan drove very fast, and after half an hour, he arrived at the Purple Leaf Tea House. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Zhao Zhong waiting at the door. Seeing that Yi Fan was actually sitting in an off-road vehicle with a military plate, Zhao Zhong carefully looked at Xia Linfuan. Brother Fan, you're here. This gentleman. My surname is Xie. Greetings, Mr. Xie. Zhao Zhong respectfully invited, eldest miss is in the inner hall. The two gang leaders of the Iron Palm Gang and the Golden Eagle sect are both here. Yi Fan nodded and walked in with Xia Linfuan. On the way here, Yi Fan had already told Xia Linfuan what had happened. Regarding this, Xia Linfuan felt that it was quite interesting. Two C-class gangs actually wanted to cause trouble for Yi Fan, they were really tired of living. In the classically decorated inner hall, Ning Zimo was calmly facing two groups of people. On one side was a tall and skinny middle-aged man wearing a gray shirt and trousers. He was the sect leader of the Golden Eagle sect, Jin Ao. On the other side was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but his physique was still strong. He had short hair and a scar on his face. He was the leader of the Iron Palm Gang, Qi Jingwu. President Ning, we've already drunk 4 cups of tea. Your lover hasn't come yet. Could it be that he heard your report and directly ran away? Qi Jingwu asked with an arrogant expression. Sect leader Qi, relax. Wait a moment, Yi Fan will definitely arrive. He has always kept his word. Just as Ning Zimo finished speaking with a smile, the door opened and Yi Fan and Xia Linfuan walked in. Yo, there are quite a few people here. Yi Fan looked at the two sections. There were more than 10 people here, and they were all full of energy. From the looks of it, they should be the strongest group in the two sections. You're here. Ning Zimo stood up and greeted Xia Linfuan with a slightly nervous smile. Xia Linfuan, on the other hand, was rather respectful. He bowed towards Ning Zimo and shouted, Greetings, sister-in-law. Ning Zimo's face turned red. She was happy in her heart, but she said, You don't have to be so polite, look. Yi Fan didn't even introduce him. Ha, this is Xia Linfuan, a brother I've known for many years. You can just call him Little Xie. Yi Fan said. When Ning Zimo heard this, she immediately became especially cautious. After all, those who had a life-and-death relationship with Yi Fan were definitely not ordinary people. Hello, little Xie. My name is Ning Zimo. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Ning. Xia Linfuan had a silly smile on his face. It was impossible to tell that he was the famous Dragon Soul military advisor of the underground world. He nodded and said, "Okay, Sister Ning." Seeing the three of them greet each other as if there was no one else around, the two groups of people from the Golden Eagle sect and the Iron Palm gang could not take it anymore. What an arrogant and condescending person. Yi Fan. Are you not putting our two great sects in your eyes? Jin Ao stood up and scolded. Yi Fan then turned his head to look at them and said, "You guys should leave. I'm happy to see my brother today, so I don't want to fight anymore." Humph. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. What a big tone you have at such a young age. My disciple, Yu Hanlong, fell into your hands because he was careless and found an unreliable business partner. Do you really think that there is no one in our Iron Palm gang, and that we will allow you and the Purple Bamboo Forest to casually invade our property? Qi Jingwu stood up and said with a proud expression. Yi Fan put his arm around Ning Zimo's slender waist and said with a smile, "Your people first wanted to invade my woman's gang, but in the end, they didn't have the ability and were eaten by us. Yet, you came to blame me. This is too comical. There's no need to say any more. The matters of the Jianghu. Although our Golden Eagle sect and gang leader Qi's Iron Palm gang are not big sects, we are not bullied by others." Jin Ao stood up and said, "Today, unless you spit out all the territory you have swallowed, don't blame us for being impolite." When the Golden Eagle sect and the Iron Palm gang joined hands, the two sect leaders were full of confidence. Jianghu? Xia Linfuan sneered, "Where is the Jianghu? And who are you? Those who are not involved, get out." Qi Jingwu glared at him. Ning Zimo couldn't tell who Xia Linfuan was either. She was worried that he would get hurt, so she advised, "Little Xia, let us handle this matter. Sister-in-law, this is a matter between you and the boss. That's a matter between me and your brother." As Xia Linfuan spoke, he took 2 steps forward and said, "There is no Jianghu here, only China. There is no Jianghu matter, only the law. It has not been easy for your 2 ancient martial arts sects to survive until now. Could it be that you want to end your incense today?" Ha! What big words. Yi Fan, your little brother is just as arrogant as you. Qi Jingwu laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Zhu Yu, throw this kid out." "Yes, Master." A man wearing black clothes and black pants with a stocky build walked up to Xia Linfuan with large strides. He clenched his fists and his knuckles crackled. "I am the head disciple of the Iron Palm gang. Zhu Yu, if you still have your brain, you'd better get the hell out of here." Xia Linfuan sighed. It had been a few years since anyone had dared to speak to him so recklessly. If it wasn't for today's special situation, with his status, this level of trash wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes, let alone confronting him. "What if I don't scram?" Xia Linfuan asked. "Then go to hell." Zhu Yu was enraged. He gathered a wave of Hotian Qi and struck out with a mountain-splitting iron palm towards Xia Linfuan. This palm strike was as powerful as 1,000 kilograms. If it fell, it would be enough to shatter rocks and break jade. However, Xia Linfuan did not dodge. He raised 2 fingers and stabbed at Zhu Yu's wrist as fast as lightning. Zhu Yu felt as if he had been bitten by a snake. His entire hand immediately bounced off and he screamed in pain. His entire hand was numb. When Ning Zimo saw this scene, she heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Fan's brother was also an expert. No wonder he was so calm. Xia Linfuan said, "I'll give you one more chance. If you don't leave, then don't leave today." When Qi Jingwu saw that his eldest disciple couldn't even withstand a single move, he immediately became nervous. They weren't stupid, they knew that even if they personally went up, they still wouldn't be a match for Xia Linfuan. Qi Jingwu and Jin Ao looked at each other, nodded to each other, and said, since he's an expert, we can consider ourselves blind. Let's part ways today and come back another day. After saying that, the two of them actually brought their disciples out of the door and left one after another. This caused Yi Fan and the others to be surprised. They had originally thought that they wouldn't give up on revenge so easily. After all, they had come in a threatening manner and had even specially formed an alliance. Chapter 169. 0169 What's going on? And the police are coming? Ning Zimo asked in surprise. It seems like quite a few have come. Xia Linfuan had a calm expression on his face. With his status, this kind of scene was nothing. Fan Xian smiled, looked at the two groups of Golden Eagle sect and Iron Palm gang members who were walking out, and said, it seems like their purpose for coming here this time is not purely to fight with us. Jin Ao, Qi Jingwu, and the others acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Without turning their heads, they quickly walked out of the tea house. Let's go out and take a look as well. Yi Fan said. When the group of people arrived outside the tea house, they discovered that there were already 7 or 8 police cars blocking the entrance. Dozens of police officers were on high alert, surrounding the tea house so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Bureau Chief Yao. Ning Zimo saw the middle-aged official in the lead wearing a bulletproof vest and recognized him as the chief of the Hua High Defense Bureau, Yao Zhengang. When Zhen Gang saw Ning Zimo and the others, his expression was also rather complicated. He said coldly with an iron face, Miss Ning, I suddenly came here today to invite you to the Defense Bureau to assist us in investigating a case. Me? Assist in the investigation? Ning Zimo asked in confusion, what happened? Zhen Gang said cautiously, our people found more than 50 kilograms of drugs in a few of the Purple Bamboo Forest's properties. Does Miss Ning know about it? What? Impossible. Our Purple Bamboo Forest does not touch the drug business at all. Zhao Zhong shouted angrily. Ning Zimo also frowned slightly, and then her gaze intentionally drifted towards the two groups of people from the Golden Eagle sect and the Iron Palm gang who had yet to leave. Sure enough, the sect leader of the Golden Eagle sect, Jin Ao, said with a righteous expression, there's such a thing. Drugs are a scourge to the common people. As martial artists, we cannot sit idly by and do nothing about such evil things. Bureau Chief Yao, if you need any help, just tell me. Qi Jingwu also said, President Ning, you have already integrated all of the underground gangs in Hua Hai. Now that you are the only one in power, you can't do anything that goes against the heavens. Xia Linfuan whispered to Yi Fan, Boss, these people still know how to borrow a knife to kill people. It seems like they still have a brain. Yi Fan smiled but didn't say anything. This time, he finally understood why the two gangs suddenly came over today. It was not to regain face from the ancient martial arts, but to cause trouble for the Purple Bamboo Forest. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to disrupt the underground forces of Hua Hai and fish in troubled waters. Ning Zimo's pretty face turned cold as she sneered, whether I did it or not, I know very well in my heart, but you guys. Do you not want to leave? When Yao Zhengang saw the people from the Golden Eagle sect and the Iron Lock gang, he was also a little confused. Although he knew the two sect leaders, he was not very familiar with them. Why have the two sect masters come here? Yao Zhengang asked. Oh, my son Jinzhe was injured a few days ago. I came here today to seek justice, Jin Ao said. Our Iron Palm gang is also here to fight for our disciple Yu Hanlong's face. However, our skills are inferior, so we are planning to leave. Qi Jingwu said. Yao Zhengang was not stupid. He could probably smell a conspiracy, but as the director of Hua Hai's Defense Bureau, he had to handle the case according to the evidence. Since the drugs were found in the Purple Bamboo Forest's territory, he had to take Ning Zimo away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his superiors. I, Yao, appreciate the kindness of the two sect leaders, but I believe that with Miss Ning's character, she won't make things difficult for us, the police. Yao Zhengang said with a smile. He didn't want to have too much to do with these two ancient martial arts sections. Maintaining neutrality was his usual style. Miss Ning, please come with us. Yao Zhengang continued. Without waiting for Ning Zimo to speak, Zhao Zhong stepped forward and said, "You guys must have made a mistake. That drug was planted by someone. If you want to capture someone, then capture me." Hee, Bureau Chief Yao, look, their purple bamboo forest doesn't seem to be convinced. Jin Ao laughed sinisterly. Qi Jingwu snorted heavily. Do you need to question the police's handling of the case? Could it be that Bureau Chief Yao will randomly arrest people? Yao Zhengang had a headache listening to them, but if he didn't take Ning Zimo away now, it wouldn't be right. After all, with so many drugs suddenly appearing, if he didn't figure out the case, he wouldn't be able to sit still. Miss Ning, we will handle the case impartially. Please believe in the law. If you can avoid it, then try your best to avoid it. Yao Zhengang sighed and said. Ning Zimo sighed and turned around to smile apologetically at Yi Fan and Xia Linfuan. It seems that I won't be able to drink with you tonight. I have to bear the responsibility for the gang's matters. When Xia Linfuan heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Sister Ning, this is outrageous. It wasn't easy for me to come to Hua Hai and recognize a sister-in-law. I can't just watch you go to the Defense Bureau, right? Sir, the people of our Defense Bureau are handling the case. Please cooperate. Yao Zhengang was also furious. How could a random young man appear and dare to point fingers at him? Qi Jingwu quickly fanned the flames. Bureau Chief Yao, this person is also an ancient martial artist, so he is very arrogant. You have to be careful, our Iron Palm gang will definitely do our best to protect you. No need. Yao Zhenggang's face darkened. He waved his hand and said, the Defense Bureau is enforcing the law. Whoever dares to interfere, take them away. After saying that, a group of policemen took out their pistols and aimed them at Yi Fan and the others. With this, Qi Jingwu, Jin Ao, and the others all revealed looks of joy. With the power of the Defense Bureau, once they captured Ning Zimo, they could take advantage of the fact that there was no leader in the purple bamboo forest and continue to split. But just as Yao Zhengang was in high spirits and was about to capture him, the roar of a car suddenly came from behind him. Yao Zhengang and the two people from the ancient martial arts sects turned around to take a look. Their expressions changed drastically as they panicked. 3 vehicles with red military plates suddenly rushed to the entrance of the Purple Leaf Tea House. The car door opened, and 7 or 8 armed, automatic rifles in their hands, Special Forces soldiers with murderous auras had already raised their black muzzles at them as they quickly approached. Yao Zhengang. What are you trying to do? The 2 generals, Wang Zhe and Tan Jiang, got out of the car at the back. They pointed at Yao Zhengang and the other policemen and cursed loudly. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They didn't want to come over before, because Xia Linfuan had asked them to keep their distance, so they watched from afar. But now that they saw a group of policemen pulling out their guns and pointing them at Xia Linfuan, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and ran over anxiously. Yao Zhenggang's entire body trembled. He immediately recognized Wang Zhe from the 2 generals. After all, Wang Zhe was a high-ranking member of the military who often appeared in Hua Hai. Yao Zhengang had the fortune to meet him a few times before. Lieutenant General Wang. Why are you, Wang Zhe roared, why aren't you telling your men to put down their guns? General Xia, you all dare to point your guns at us, are you trying to rebel? Chapter 170. 0170. The ones who were even paler than Yao Zhengang were naturally the people from the 2 gangs. Qi Jingwu and Jin Ao's feet had already turned cold. They already knew that Xia Linfuan was a high-ranking member of the military. Even if they borrowed 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to provoke him like that. Ning Zimo, Little Zhao, and the others also looked at Xia Linfuan in shock. However, thinking about it carefully, Xia Linfuan was Yi Fan's friend. On Yi Fan's body, anything magical would happen. With a general brother, it wouldn't be too hard to accept. At this time, Xia Linfuan waved his hand and said, they are also arresting drug crimes. There's nothing wrong with them. Don't make things difficult for this old bureau chief. Hearing that, Yao Zhengang bowed gratefully, thank you, General. This was really a misunderstanding. I definitely did not mean to offend General Xie. Xia Linfuan said with a smile that was not a smile, I'm fine. It's mainly this Mr. Yi. You have to ask him if he minds. What you want to capture is his woman. Hearing this, Yao Zhengang nervously looked at Yi Fan. He actually knew Yi Fan. After all, he had investigated Yi Fan before and knew that this young man was not simple. However, he didn't expect that his background would be so big. Fortunately, he didn't investigate directly. Mr. Yi, today must have been a misunderstanding. You and Miss Ning are the general's friends, so it definitely has nothing to do with drugs. Yao Zhengang said with a bitter smile. Yi Fan mischievously looked at Jin Ao and the others, Bureau Chief Yao, I think. It's not wrong for you to come here today. Look, the people from these two gangs, they didn't come earlier or later, but when something happened to the purple bamboo forest, they came. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Yao Zhengang had been in the officialdom for decades, how could he not understand the meaning behind these words? He also hated Jin Ao, Qi Jingwu, and the others to the core. If it wasn't for them deliberately framing the purple bamboo forest, he wouldn't have been forced to bring the police out and fall into such a predicament. If he accidentally angered the military this time, his position as the chief of the Defense Bureau would probably fly away. Thinking of this, he looked at this group of people and wished that he could them. There is indeed a problem with the ancient martial arts sects forming a group in private and coming here to fight and disturb the people. Yao Zhengang directly said loudly, cuff this group of people and bring them all back to the Defense Bureau. Ah! Jin Ao and Qi Jingwu were scared out of their wits and quickly complained, Director Yao. We didn't break the law. We're an ancient martial arts sect, not an underground gang. If it was really a famous sect, Yao Zhengang really wouldn't dare to touch it. After all, it had a cooperation with the country. However, this kind of small sect would at most have a C-class status in the world. As the dignified director of Hua Hai's Defense Bureau, he would not care too much about it. Whether it's illegal or not, we'll only know after an investigation. What, do you want to resist? Yao Zhengang questioned. The people from the two sects were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They had already lost all their face, and all of their faces were burning hot. If this matter were to spread out, the Iron Palm sect and the Golden Eagle sect would be completely destroyed. Who would be willing to join such a shameful sect? Wait! Suddenly, Tan Jiang stepped forward and said, these people offended General Xie. How can you let the Defense Bureau deal with them? When Yao Zhengang heard this, he asked, then this general's meaning is, Tan Jiang snorted, saluted Xia Linfuan, and said, military advisor, they are disrespectful to you, which is disrespectful to our organization. According to our rules, we can directly shoot them to death. Offending the third big shot of the Dragon Soul, a high-ranking member of the S-class security level, was indeed a capital offense. It was not too much to ask for a secret execution. Shoot! Jin Ao, Qi Jingwu, and the others all had their blood frozen. Jin Ao's legs even started to go weak, and his face was ashen. General, spare us. Qi Jingwu was the first to kneel on the ground, begging for mercy. Xia Linfuan wanted to laugh in his heart. This Tan Jiang, flattering him, had scared these people to the point that they were about to pee their pants. Don't beg me, beg Mr. Yi. Xia Linfuan naturally gave Yi Fan face. The group of people started to kowtow to Yi Fan and beg for mercy, Mr. Yi. Please let us live. However, Yi Fan kept a straight face and pointed at Ning Zimo, don't beg me, I'll listen to Ninger. Huh? The group of people were dumbfounded. They had no choice but to change their direction and kowtow to Ning Zimo for help. Ning Zimo glared at the man. What did this have to do with her? He had to let her make the decision. She sighed and said, "It's not easy for the Iron Palm sect and the Golden Eagle sect to have been passed down for 100 years. In the future, do less evil things and peacefully inherit the ancient martial arts. Let's forget about it this time." Hearing this, Jin Ao and Qi Jingwu's tears were about to fall. It was as if they had walked through the gates of hell. "Thank you, President Ning. President Xie Ning, spare us." The two groups of people were grateful and pitiful. They no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance from before. On the other hand, Zhao Zhong and the others from the purple bamboo forest had their faces plastered with gold. They were in high spirits and felt that they had more and more face. The matter was over, and Yao Zhengang and the other policemen also planned to leave. Before leaving, Yao Zhengang thought that he couldn't miss this opportunity, so he specially said to Yi Fan, "Mr. Yi, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Today, I offended you and Miss Ning. I really shouldn't have. In the future, if you have any small problems that you need our defense bureau to solve, just call me on my private phone. Of course, we can't compare to the military, but we can still help a little." Yi Fan thought to himself that this bureau chief wasn't tall, but his brain was nimble, so he wanted to curry favor with him. However, getting to know a defense bureau chief might be of help in the future, so Yi Fan agreed, "All right, then leave a phone number and treat it as a friend." "All right, Mr. Yi is such a straightforward person. If you have anything to say in the future, just say it." Yao Zhengang was overjoyed. This was a thigh that was even thicker than a lieutenant general of the military. When the people from the Defense Bureau and the two gangs had left, Yi Fan could finally go in and have a drink with Xia Linfuan. Originally, Ning Zimo wanted to invite Wang Zhe and Tan Jiang in as well, but in the end, the two of them only dared to go to the other private rooms for a cup of tea and didn't dare to sit together. Ning Zimo thoroughly felt that Xia Linfuan's status was truly extraordinary. He was able to make a lieutenant general and a major general so obedient. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Zimo herself was from a large family, she might not have had the confidence to chat and laugh with Xia Linfuan. Of course, what surprised and curious the most was Yi Fan's background. This man, every time, he would give her a huge impact. Every time, he was stronger than the last. Just who was he? A random brother of his was already such a powerful character. Fine wine, fine delicacies, and looking at the beautiful night scene of Qingshan Lake, Yi Fan and Xia Linfuan drank and chatted happily. Neither of them would get drunk, so they naturally wouldn't feel any physical discomfort. On the other hand, Ning Zimo drank too much wine. In the early hours of the morning, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the soft mattress. After covering the woman with a blanket, the sail returned to its seat. Looking at the night scene, it lit a cigarette, and its eyes were filled with many thoughts. "Murphy," Yi Fan habitually used the most intimate English name to call out to him. Xia Linfuan's eyes flashed with emotion. "What's wrong?" "Boss. After drinking this wine today, tell your subordinates not to look for me if they have nothing to do. After you return to the capital, try your best not to mention anything about me," Yi Fan said. Xia Linfuan thought for a moment, then nodded. "I understand, I will warn them." "It's good that you understand. I'm used to the exciting days. Right now, I just want to live a peaceful life as much as possible, explore my own cultivation path, and pick up the women I want to pick up. Some messy things, I should avoid them if I can," Yi Fan said. "Boss, in the martial arts world, you can't help yourself. Even if you want to quit, it won't be that easy. Your identity might indeed make many people in China feel uneasy, and I will try my best to keep it a secret for you. But it's only a matter of time before they find out about your existence. You have to be mentally prepared," Xia Linfuan said truthfully. "After all, I already have a lot of trouble to deal with." Yi Fan thought of the Su family's heirloom thumb ring and laughed at himself.